Friday. We are live for Gene Simmons night, and we're live for Paul Stanley night, and Peter Criss, and Bruce Kulick, and Ace Frehley, and John's lost his water bottle.
Yeah, I just had it like less than 2 minutes ago.
Oh, I lose stuff all the time. I got it where we can somewhat walk through here now.
Yeah.
I still got a long ways to go, though. All right, everybody, we're right on time at 4:57. Oh, gosh, it's 5:57. It's 5:57. Dang, I've done it again. 5:57. Shoot. Well, Mike's the first 2 comments on both platforms. I stayed up all night and worked on this store. I have about a good 4 hours sleep in me. We're here, though, and I'm just glad to be alive. I'm just glad to be alive. I'm glad to be alive. All right, so let's clear off this table. I actually worked on the store the last 48 hours, and that's what we're doing right now. I'm still working on the store. I'm going to take these up here to Tanner right quick. Tanner, here's some very expensive sports cards. I'm going to go ahead and transfer them up here. Okay. Time stands still. Time stands still. All right. Time stands still. All right. Hope everybody had a great week and a great time. John's still looking for it. Did you put it down in a crate? Where's that water bottle, John?
I don't know. I laid it down.
Probably in a tub of Janis Ian records. Whoops. Where's that water bottle? That's what kids have to go through that when they come home from school, too. I need to key in. Oh, I bet. I wonder, is Ed still here? I don't think so. I bet I forgot to put that on his invoice.
I just bought some CDs from Tony.
Okay. I've gotten rid of all my tables for this reason.
So you don't get cluttered up.
Let's put them in that black tub. That's CDs and cassettes I'm going to be going through tonight. Yeah, you can just lay them in there. I bet John Griffin, are you watching? I just found my sticky note that says I got to add that to your invoice. John. Dang it. All right, so there's that. Let me ask. I'll put this in my pocket so I don't forget. John Griffin, you're going in my pocket, not literally. All right. Here's a bunch of jazz CDs. I think this is something you brought me, Paul. I'm not for sure. Jazz CDs. Jazz CDs. You gotta be sophisticated to listen to these. Bunch of jazz CDs. Yeah, that's one of those we just need to write down the code and who bought it, and I'll have to mail it to them later. The card is somewhere in this building. No telling. We've got about 1,200 cards all mixed up. So I've been keeping track with who bought them and their code. And when we find them, Ed just puts them in an envelope and sends them. They know that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. They know that. All right. Here we go. Here we go. I feel like I'm missing a lot again. Well, this one, but that one doesn't work as good. Time stands still. Did you pull the vintage flip 20% off? Okay. It's that green crate with Led Zeppelin in the front. We're about to start selling some Kiss stuff. Everybody's tuned in and ready to go. I'll keep delaying the situation. All right, everybody. Let's get everything shared now. So welcome. It's a new week. I need everybody to hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, like button everywhere. Did you put Jordan in there?
No.
Okay. I just laid them up front on the records. I'll take care of them tonight. All right. Need to make it 6. Yeah, but if I do that, I'll be back at 7 every night. I'm going to reset my sleep schedule tonight. I promise, Mike Massey. Right, Tanner? Tanner says you better. All right. We are sharing links. My mom's already shared it on YouTube. Thanks, Mom. Is it the wrong date on the... Is it on YouTube or just on the screen? It's just on the screen. Okay, good. That's no problem. I can fix the one on the screen in 2 seconds. I think you did, Tanner. Tanner bumped it one day. Today's the 4th. Yeah. All right, there we go. Today is the 4th. Can I ask what you're looking for? All righty. All right. I always want to remind everybody it is Kiss night, but that also means we usually bring out a lot of stuff that's not Kiss. This is going to be a problem right here. I might have to push all that. And I moved this table so I could scoot this table down so I'd have some extra room to walk through here because that's a problem. But I'll do that in just a second. And then I'm going to be up all night eating brownies and Little Debbie's. Going to be up all night eating popcorn and Little Debbie's. And John's still looking for the case of the missing water bottle. Have you checked in there? It might be in there. All right. Hey, I want to thank everybody, though. Even though I'm a hour late every night, I think I got to go back and look, but we close to tied or had our best week ever in gross sales. So, thanks to all of Collectco Nation. It's quite amazing. And of course, we sold a ton of high-end stuff this week with autographs and and everything, and Ozzy albums and all the metal and punk and Danzig's and all that stuff. And I got to go back and look. If so, it would have been November of 2023, I think, when we got all the Dale Pittsburgh. So I think that means I think we've had pretty much our best week ever for our sales. So I owe a big thank you to y'all for that. And that means everything's clicking here. We're clicking. We're cooking with gasoline. I'm almost done sharing links. If I find that, I'll text you, John, if I find it. So I was here about 5:30. I was up front talking to Tanner, and then I was talking to Paul. I was talking to Paul about his old Navy days. Okay. And I hear the tape gun in the back. That's always a good sign. And we're ready. All right, so we'll get started. I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something, though. We're going to start off with a sealed Kiss Love Gun cassette. This is a sealed cassette of Love Gun. I'm going to put it up for a $10 start. That is now up for bid, a $10 start. We have 4 crates of new vinyl. We have a Japanese crate. We have Peter Chris. I got a note here from Jeff Hawes. So Jeff, I'll get on that. All right, there's that. And let me go ahead and find that sealed crate. So sealed Kiss Love Gun cassette, original seal. I got a sealed Metallica Master of Puppets remaster, a $15 start. That is sealed. Master of Puppets remaster, sealed, $15 start. We have a new week, new beginnings, new invoice, and it's time. Or as Triple H says, it's time to play the game. It's time to play the game. All right, so there's those. Let me move some more stuff around. I wish I could show y'all the difference of space that I've cleaned up back here. Oh, that's going to be such a relief now. Yeah, I know it. What's underneath here? A CD. It looks like Rick Springfield. It's dirtier than I'll get out. Could use a broom, but we don't have time for that right now. I'm just glad I can walk through here comfortably. There we go. That's almost good. Almost good. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh, I can walk through there now. What a relief. It only took 9 hours of hard labor. Or 12, or however long I was here doing all this. Just to clear up 6 inches of space to walk. Okay. So we got the video from this morning to get started. And come on, open up. And here we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. All right. So, wow, no bids on these yet. Sealed Kiss Love Gun cassette, looking for a $10 start. Sealed Master of Puppets, looking for a $15 start. And those are both going once, going twice. Okay? That's where we're at on those. So, sealed and sealed, 10 and 15. No bids yet. That's where we're at. Let's jump over here, and I'm going to take this one off the table. And we're going to go ahead and grab this crate. And I got, of course, the new stuff that was posted this morning. And we're about to start tagging all that right now. Kiss has bids. Let's see. We have Kiss 10, Kiss 10. Billie Eilish was not on Guy Shard's invoice. Oh boy. Let me ask Tanner about that right now. Guy Shard, some of the high-end stuff, believe it or not, we forget to key it in because we put it in a different place. Guy don't have the Billie Eilish record on his invoice. We need to go find that immediately. Tanner says he knows exactly where it's at. Okay. Wow, I said we had our best week in sales, and the Billie Eilish record wasn't even on there. Yeah, yeah. So he's going to take care of that right now. We have Dolly Parton. Hello, I'm Dolly. So I'm looking for Tiger Lily. I'm looking for Slayer. I'm looking for Megadeth. I'm looking for Paul McCartney, Dire Straits, another Tiger Lily, the Cramps, a Metallica, a Motorhead, a KC, and a Beastie Boys, okay? So we got, hello, I'm Dolly Parton, all analog lacquer. Let me fix my camera a little bit. Sorry, I hadn't even paid attention to it. There we go. This is an all analog lacquer cut by Ryan Smith on Flame Galaxy vinyl. That is $34.99. We have Justin Timberlake. This is Future Sex Love Sounds. That's a 2LP. Timberlake is $33.99. I still got one of those available. And Pinup Girls, not easy to get. Pinup Girls, that's the title of it, not easy to get. Female vocalists from the late 50s, early 60s like Doris Day, Marilyn Monroe, Mae West. You asked to go upstairs like you're Mae West. That is $24.99. The Sealed Kiss cassette is at $12 of Mark Morris. Steve Lackey, You're Out. And the Sealed Metallica Master of Puppets reissue. Nick Galletti has that for $15. Mark Overton, You're Out. Those are final calls. Sealed Kiss Love Gun, $12. Sealed Metallica is just at $15. I can't believe I'm saying those prices. Final call. Also, Star Wars. John Williams conducts Star Wars. May the 4th be with you edition. Blue vinyl, 2LP numbered on the back to $1,046.99. There's another Hello, I'm Dolly. That's a Vinyl Me Please reissue of her first album. And then we have Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy. Almost said Thailbreak. Thin Lizzy, Jailbreak. That is orange vinyl, the Vinyl Me Please edition. Still got a couple of those lingering around. Also, we got the Cramps, Smell a Female. The Cramps is $24.99, and I think there was a claim on the Cramps. Yeah, Brian Call. Brian Call officially gets the first record of the night. That goes to him. And then over here, we have Breaking Benjamin, Ember. Breaking Benjamin, that is sealed for $29.99. And then Linkin Park, Minutes to Midnight. What Have I Done? That's $33.99. All right, so the Sealed Master of Puppets, that is the remaster reissue of that. It is officially sold over here to Nick Galletti for $15. Nick, that's sold to you for $15. And then our first Kiss item is this Sealed Love Gun cassette. And the Sealed Love Gun cassette is sold to Mark Morris for $12. Unfortunately, I never did hear back from Steve Lackey on that one. So that one is officially sold. Next auction is going to go up right now. I have a Sealed Kiss Destroyer cassette. A Sealed Kiss Destroyer cassette. That's also going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. And I also have a sealed something another in here. I've got a sealed copy of Ride the Lightning, another vintage, another new remaster. That's also going to go up. Deja Vu, just different albums. $15 start on that. Wendy O. Williams Wow is $29.99. Last copy of Wendy. Also over here we have Plasmatics, New Hope for the Wretched. Plasmatics is $29.99. So Wendy O. and Plasmatics. Green River Rehab Doll. That's a double LP. $33.99 for Green River. White Line. This is the best of White Line. This is a 2LP. $56.99. That's a limited edition 1500 on clear vinyl. Bullet Boys, 10 Cent Billionaire. Bullet Boys is $34.99. And then Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Megadeth is $36.99. And right now, I'm looking for, I know somebody claimed a Megadeth, but it was for Dystopia. It was for Dystopia. So let me hit all these like buttons over here so far on everything that's been claimed. Next is Motorhead. This is the self-titled album. And this is sold to Colette Whitworth. I think that needs to go under Gerald Whitworth. There's that. And then over here, we have Dire Straits. And this is Dire Straits Live, Telegraph Road. That is sold to Rami Lucy. Thank you, Rami Lucy. That is sold to you. And we have one left here. Let me make sure there was another claim. I could have swore maybe there was two Dire Straits. Nope, so one still left. This is Dire Straits Live. The Sealed Kiss Destroyer has two bids. Tom Kelly bid 10 and Nick Galletti bid 10. excuse me, Tom bid 10, Mark Morris bid 10. So, Mark, you're actually out on that. Now the Metallica is at, now the Metallica is at 16 with Jamie. Brandon Jones, you're out on that. Metallica Load, and this is So to Brian Call. That's a 2 LP remaster, $39.99 for Metallica. I still got one left, and then several Savatage. The first Savatage is Streets, a rock opera. That's a 2 LP gatefold, $49.99. In front of that is Dead Winter's Dead. Dead Winter's Dead's also a 2 LP red vinyl with a 16-page booklet and poster. It's also $49.99. And then Dire Straits is So to Thomas Baumhart. And then Jamie says, did you pull Dolly for me? I did not. Dolly, did you claim one live, Jamie Diaz? A Dolly, or was that in the video? Jamie Diaz, let's see here. You said Dolly, let's see here. Did you pull the Dolly for me from the claim? No. Are you talking about, did you comment live or on the video? There's no Dolly claim live or on the video, but I'll give you one right now. That's So to Jamie Diaz, unless you claimed it a long time ago over here on the chat. You're the first Dolly that came in, so I'll go ahead and give you one right now. Over here, this is Kiss at $18 with Mark Morris, and the Metallica's at $17, and that means, Jamie, you've been outbid on that. Video, no, there's no Dolly claim on the video. No, you're not on the chat anywhere over here. Let me go all comments, but yeah, no. If I do it by newest, you will always be on there. But yeah, no, that didn't come through at all. We have Savatage, Fight for the Rock. Savatage is $54.99. That's white vinyl with a bonus 10-inch. $54.99 on that. And then the other Savatage is Handful of Rain. That one is $39.99. Savatage, Handful of Rain. We got Motorhead, the Manicore tapes. That is officially sold to Colette Whitworth, Gerald Whitworth. Thank you on that. And we have Kicks, Cool Kids. That's either on gold or white vinyl, $39.99. And then Smashing Pumpkins box set. I have that for $114.99. Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. That is available. And then we have Billy Joe Glass House is $33.99. And then Beastie Boys Kawasaki. Beastie Boys Kawasaki is, that was a recent claim 1 hour ago. Scott Markheim. That's so to him. Okay. Now over here, Coat of Many Colors. Now, Jamie, I thought you were talking about Dolly that's in this video here. If you're not wanting a Dolly, you might want to let me know. If you're talking about that's a completely different video and a completely different crate. Right now, we're going through new vinyl. I just pulled you a Hello, I'm Dolly. If you're talking about Dolly from the other video, those have not been pulled or anything yet. So you might have to let me know specifically what you're talking about. Otherwise, you just got sold a Hello, I'm Dolly Parton. Tom Kelly wants a Smashing Pumpkins box. Thank you for the Smashing Pumpkins. Thank you. Now we can start a new streak. And now Metallica's at $20. And what about Kiss over here? Mark Morris has it for $18. I think it's up to Tom Kelly. He's out. Sealed Kiss Destroyer. We're about to sell that for $18, okay? And anybody else on anything in here? Joe Farrell put KC. And I think that usually means King Crimson. That's the only one I don't 100% know because he just put KC. But when I come across it, maybe I'll find it, okay? So here's what's left for that first crate of recaps, just FYI. I have, let me push this back and then tilt it up. There we go. All right, so I still got Billy Joe, Kicks, Savatage, Metallica, Motorhead, Megadeth, Bullet Boys, White Line, Green River, Plasmatics, Wendy O. Williams, Linkin Park, Breaking Benjamin, Thin Lizzy, John Williams, Pinup Girls, Justin Timberlake, and Dolly Parton. So, Jamie, you do want a Hello Dolly because I have one. I've already tagged you one for it. And then over here, this is Metallica. And this is a sealed remaster of Ride the Lightning. Nick Galetti has it for $21. And a sealed Destroyer cassette, which I'm about to sell for the bid of $18 to Mark Morris. He's had it for 3 minutes. The other bidder went out. And I'm about to sell it, okay? And we have another couple crates like this to recap. Then we've got new stuff, and we got new vintage stuff, and we got a lot of stuff, okay? We got a lot of stuff. So let me put all this right here. And let's go over here and grab the next crate, which is right here. Okay, and let's go ahead and grab I don't think much sold out of this one, but I'll go ahead and go through them. I think the rest of the claims came from most of them came from the other video. That was Metallica Load, the new remaster. Okay. All right. So Kiss is sold for $18 to Mark Morris, and Metallica is sold for $21 to Nick Galetti. All right. And now we're ready for another new auction. Let's go ahead and get started with the Kiss stuff. Kiss albums, that is. And the first one I have is Overkill Kabuki Theater. This is Kiss Overkill Kabuki Theater, marbled gray vinyl, Providence Civic Center, Providence, Rhode Island, August 3rd, 1975. And this is a limited edition 2 LP, marble gray vinyl, numbered 363 of 400. It's live at Providence Civic Center, and it's numbered to 400. 2 LPs on gray marble vinyl. That's a $75 start for Kiss Overload Kabuki Theater. That is now up for bid. I have another sealed record to run, and that other sealed record I am going to do is Crosby, Stills, Nash, and this is called American Dream, and it's an original sealed copy of CSNY. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. All right, and let's see what I have in here. I have Slayer, which is Rain in Blood. That's a new sealed copy of Slayer for $36.99. Rain in Blood, that is available. And we got World Painted Blood, and I know there was a claim for that. World Painted Blood was sold to James Young. So thank you, James Young. That's sold to you. And then we did sell, well, first, here's the B-52s. This is Cosmic Thing. Love Shack Baby, that's new and sealed MoFi, $34.99. We got Crosby and Stills, that is with Peter Mazzoliano at $10. And then over here we got Overkill Kabuki Theater, and David Howard has a bid for $75. Peter, do you mind to go check your messages right quick from Collecco? I would greatly appreciate that if you could. And then I have 3 Tiger Lilies here, Natalie Merchant. I've got one for Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick. And this is a 2 LP, 45 RPM. And this one is sold to Bob Riger. Thank you, Bob Riger. That's sold to you. And I have one left, Tiger Lily by Natalie Merchant from 10,000 Maniacs. That is $59.99. So Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, a sealed copy of American Dream. One bid with Peter for 10, and David Howard has Kiss for 75. Those are going once, going twice. More MoFi. We have Bill Withers, Steel Bill. Bill Withers is $44.99, and that is a gatefold, and that is a single LP, new and sealed MoFi for $44. And then Billy Joel's 52nd Street. And I don't think Michael wants one. No, he said he already got it. Okay, so I got one Billy Joel 52nd Street left, a 2 LP, 45 RPM, that's $59.99. First Kiss auction here, Kabuki Theater, Providence, Rhode Island, has a new bid for $80, and Crosby, Stills, and Nash has a new bid for $11. I got Miles Davis. This is new sealed MoFi. This is Miles Davis in a Silent Way, and that is $44.99. That's new and sealed from MoFi. I'm going to go over here, and if you want to bid on this, please put CD. If you want to bid on this, please put CD, okay, because there's already another Kiss auction. So put CD for $10. This is a sealed or Kiss Alive 2 CD, sealed. Let's put that up for a $10 start, okay? Please put CD on that. Romulus C on Miles Davis. That's sold to Romulus C. And then over here we got Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. That's all analog, cut by Chris Bellman at Bernie Grunman. That is $34.99. And then Smokey and the Bandit, East, Bound, and Down. That's the Smokey and the Bandit soundtrack, $34.99. And then we have Lambeth, David Bowie, $33.99. Lambeth, David Bowie. God, good. Yes, I asked, I don't know if you heard me, but Tanner had, sometimes we, believe it or not, the expensive stuff we set off to the side and put it in a safe place. And about every so often, we'll have a very expensive record not get on somebody's invoice. And it's because we've took it and laid it somewhere unusual to make sure it's very safe. And if we don't key it in right away because it gets tagged, and so that's what happened with your Billie Eilish. So trust me, we wanted to make sure that got invoiced to you. So thank you, and he's already paid for it. Thank you. Excellent. I'll have to, we'll have to make adjustment to our numbers this week because the numbers we generated earlier when I said we had one of our best weeks ever didn't include one of our biggest records of the week, the Lily Eilish. So thank you, Guy Shard. And Romelu C gets the last Tiger Lily. Those are officially sold. All right. I think we're done on Kiss. I got to make sure David Howard is out. David, you've been outbid. Brad Waits has it for 80. And then over here, we have Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. Guy Shard has that for 15. Everybody's out. And the CD has a bid for 12, and that's a final call on that. Okay, and then over here we have question on the 721 order was shipped out the last time. It was supposed to reach me Saturday. It did not show up according to the tracking. It's been shipping to the next facility for 4 days. That's very common. So sometimes packages basically get held up in warehouses, and sometimes they can sit there for 3-5 days or sometimes a week. That's a very common occurrence, Michael. I highly, highly doubt it's lost. We've really never had a lost package ever out of thousands of orders. So they just get hung up. They get hung up in warehouses. There'll be a lot of people in the chat tell you this right now. They get hung up in warehouses, and they don't move sometimes for a week, especially if it went media mail. I don't know what they shipped it, but that's a very common occurrence. So it'll probably get scanned in tomorrow, 3 days, or a week. It happens a lot. We have Madonna Bedtime Stories. This is $33.99. $33.99 for Madonna Bedtime Stories. A Tribe Called Quest, the anthology. Tribe Called Quest, the anthology. That's $33.99. And we have Onslaught, The Force. Onslaught's on colored vinyl for $33, and Onslaught Power from Hell's $33. Those are both on colored vinyl. And then DJ Shadow Action Adventure. DJ Shadow is $38.99. And we have Quicksand Slip, a 30th anniversary. That's on Diver Orange Marble Vinyl, $34.99. And Coil Black Anthers. Coil is $34.99. Black Anthers, $34.99. All right, so let's go through and wrap up these auctions. And thank you, David, for letting me know you're out. This is sold for $80 then to Brad Waits. Thank you, Brad. Guy Shard gets the sealed Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And that is sold to Guy Shard for $15. And the sealed Kiss Alive 2 CD is sold to Mark Overton for $12. Thank y'all on all that. Oh, yeah, we've had some stuff get held up. I think a couple years ago, we had a package that they said got buried on a shelf down in Memphis, which is a black hole for mail. If it goes through Memphis, sometimes things get. But we had a package, and we heard directly from somebody there, and they said, yeah, there's a good chance this has been sitting on a shelf for 2 months. It got pushed to the back, and just nobody could see it. And we're talking about like 2 months, and I think we'd already refund somebody. And we was like, well, we're going to send you a refund, but we promise it's going to show up. And then eventually it did, and I think they end up paying their invoice again. So, but we usually wait. I mean, you got to give it a lot of time sometimes. We make sure it's like, like I said, we've never really ever had a lost package. So they'll show up eventually. It's a bizarre thing sometimes. You can imagine, you know, we're in a small little warehouse here with hundreds and thousands of items. Imagine dealing with mail every day. Golly, I'm sure stuff gets pushed on a shelf or put underneath a shelf or put on the bottom of a bin. All right, I have tried selling these figures for about 2 years, okay? Let me go to the top view. I have tried selling these figures, I think, for about 2 years, and we're going to sell them right now. I think it's going to cost $20 or $30 to really get them, maybe $20 at the most, to get them really good and packaged and shipped. We'll say 20. That's probably more like it. I've got 3 Kiss figures here. They're like reproductions of like the 7-inch Migos. And this is Kiss Love Gun Migo figures, okay? So there's 3 of them here. You get Ace, Gene, and Paul. Also, we got a flag on the Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And Kevin Reitz actually had a bid in for $16. He did. Guy Shard, Kevin actually outbid you on this one. There is a bid for $16. So just so you know, Guy, there's a new bid on that. I'm going to set it right back there. Long story short on these figures, I think at one time I was looking for a $45 start a piece. So 40, 120, 130, 150. I think at one time I was trying to get 155 for them, okay? And that was including shipping. So 3 of the 4 Love Gun figures. Nice, still in the plastic. Gene's a little dented down here. Gene is a little dented. Let me go to this camera. Gene's a little dented. But all 3 of those for a $45 start. Okay, all 3 of them. All 3 of them for a $45 start. Those Kiss figures there, okay? Those are now up for bid. Sorry, Kevin, I missed your bid. I was talking and reading comments and trying to clear the board. And Guy Shard's back in for $20. So Kiss figures, all 3 of them, a $45 start, okay? And now that's back up for bid. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, American Dream. These came back in. Let me go back to my other camera. This is a new Funko, Michael Jackson. Vladarchik, you was on a waiting list from last week, so you should have got one on today's invoice. But that is $14.99. $14.99 for those Michael Jackson Funkos. Okay, I have 2 of them. So those 3 Kiss figures, a $45 start, a steal. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss any other claims or questions. Let me go back to the top. Let me go back up to the top. And I don't know if Tanner's here. Okay. Did you get my message? Crosby, Stills, and Nash is at $20. And the Kiss figures are at $50. And Scott Markheim got a Michael Jackson Funko. Okay, thank you. And I don't think I have much more here to tag. I feel like there was a question here. Somebody asked about Onslaught. I keep looking at my wrong phone. Onslaught. I forgot what it was. I'll show them again just to be safe. Okay, so we got Slayer. I still got B-52's Cosmic Thing, Bill Withers, Billy Joe Mo-Fi, Miles Davis Mo-Fi, Grateful Dead, Smokey and the Bandit, Lambert soundtrack, Madonna, Tribe Called Quest. Onslaught is on Horror Busy label. Horror Busy. I think so, yeah. $33.99. I've got 2 different ones, DJ Shadow, Quicksand, and Coil. And that's all that I have available there. And now Kevin Reese is out. Thank you for letting me know. Sorry I missed your first bid. That is sold to Guy Shard for $20. Are the Kiss albums from the Hot Peaks earlier the only ones you have for tonight? There should have been a gallery of 45 pictures posted. Those are the main bootleg and official pressings we have for tonight. And then I've got a few extra. I got a bunch of OGs over here that has been tagged that have not been advertised. And I've got a stack of Kiss 45s, all originals. Okay? And we're about to put them up. And also, if you're going to bid on the 45s, make sure you put 45, okay? And right now, the Kiss figures are at $55 with Gerald Whitworth. Scott Markheim, you're out, okay? We got Christine 16 in the original Casablanca sleeve. The flip of that is one of my favorites. Shock me. If you're going to bid on this, put 45. 45 on Christine 16. And put 45 for a $7 start. 45 for a $7 start on that, okay? And I have a whole stack of Kiss singles we're going to be auctioning tonight. Chad made a comment regarding my invoice. I think I seen that. You said you got charged for a Beck Mellow Gold, but you already had one. And if you've messaged Ed, he'll take care of you. But I think I saw that. That's one of those I read in my head, and sometimes I don't read out loud. But I think I saw that. All right, here we go. I think this is the last crate I hadn't read through, right? Nope, there should be one more. There it is. Yeah. All right, should have been one more, and I have found it. I have found it. Is she still here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, if she's still here for sure. I thought she left. Yeah, she'll do it, right, Jill? Go to Elevate? Yeah, I need an emergency Elevate run. I don't have any chilled monsters again. I drunk 3 last night. They're all, I knocked them all out. Sorry. Okay. So we're going to make sure Scott Markheim's done on the figures. Ed will be back in tomorrow morning fixing invoices. Sorry for any errors. When you're dealing with human input over thousands of items, we always have a couple errors. We always have a couple errors now and then, and which is not too bad over the course of thousands of items. Do you need my cards up front? If you can, I'll go get it right now. We're gonna have to go do an emergency blue juice run for Kiss Night. An emergency blue juice for Kiss Night. Hey, while I'm up here, I'll grab these autographed CDs I'm gonna try to show tonight. Here's this right here. Blue juice, large with cream. You know it. Everybody knows my order. Just tell them it's for Chad. They'll be like, Chad, where's he at? I'm glad I got great people working here, especially family, like my sister. Because if you don't have great people, you can't have a great business. So I depend on about everybody here. So y'all know I'm usually full speed or nothing. And then every once in a while I'll get to the point and I'm here and I'm like, well, and I think about it. I'm like, well, if I didn't have all these people here helping me, we wouldn't have Collectco. So because I only know about one thing that goes on every night, and that's selling. And they take care of everything else. Otherwise, I'm lost as last week's Easter's egg. And trust me, you don't want to do that. No, it's not what I said. I never got him invoice, and he said he pulled it for me last week. Okay. I will locate that then. Okay. Kiss current figures price. I was waiting for you, Scott. The high bid right now is with Gerald Whitworth at $55. John Mincemoyer has this one for $25. They're bidding on that as $45. I really want to put up a Kiss LP, but I can't put up a Kiss LP because we got two other Kiss items up for bid. It's going to get too confusing. So as soon as Stanley Richmond or everybody else says they're done, we'll sell that one, and we're waiting for Scott Markheim over here. And we'll make sure he's done as well. And let's knock out one more crate of new vinyl, and then we're going to get into new stuff. We got Bush, and this is $46.99. I Beat Loneliness, that's a 2LP clear vinyl. Casey and the Sunshine Band, glitter ball colored vinyl, that's the way, I like it. And then we have Burning Witches, Dance with the Devil. Burning Witches is a 2LP green vinyl, that's $36.99. And Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. Scorpions is remastered, 180 gram, $34.99. All right, we can sell Christine 16. Thank you, John Mincemoyer. That sold you for $25. Over here, we still got Overkill in stock, and that is Under the Influence. Overkill is $33.99. That is half-speed master on yellow marble vinyl, $33.99 on that. And then Kiss figures are at $57. So Gerald Whitworth, you've been outbid on those. All right, and now we'll go ahead and put up another Kiss auction, and we'll go ahead and put this up right here. This is Kiss Devil's Thunder, okay? And Kiss Devil's Thunder is limited edition yellow vinyl, a 2LP, numbered 40 of 300, Civic Center, Philadelphia, 1976. That is going to go up for a $65 start. Scott Markheim, you've been outbid on the Kiss figures. Gerald has them for $60. Over here, we have more Overkill, Under the Influence, and we have Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Now hear this. That's on clear vinyl for $38.99. The Cure Live BBC Sessions, 180 gram lagoon colored vinyl. That is $36.99. And then Star Wars Stories, 2LP, and this is $49.99. Hyperspace colored vinyl, very cool. I've sold a bunch of those since that's been out. Still got several of those Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Also, we got Megadeth Dystopia, and Megadeth Dystopia is officially sold. Dystopia is sold to James Young. That completes his order. Scott's out on the figures. These are sold to Gerald Whitworth for $60. Thank you, Gerald. Those are sold to you. Let's get those off the table. Thank you. Great deal. It's took me multiple discounts, but I finally have got them sold. And I'm going to start putting stuff in here on this cart, Tanner, until you tell me a better place to lay miscellaneous tonight. There's no table back here that's clear. And we'll get that taken care of later, though. So right now I have we have one item up for auction, okay? I had to get those figures out of the way. I've been looking at them all week. I'm like, I can't wait to Kiss Night. I'm going to sell those even if we lose money on shipping. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. Every once in a while, I'll just have a cursed item, you know, something I've been trying to sell for literally years. And I'm like, let's cash this thing out. I don't care if we just make $2 after it's all done. We got to get it out of here. I don't hold on to stuff long. I mean, most of this inventory, there's stuff in here buried we've had for a long time. That's why I'm always trying to dig out tubs. We buy and we sell it. And that's why we do half off vintage and we do dollar sales ever so often. I was like, we can't just be piling stuff up in here. We don't have enough space. It's already pretty packed in here. All right, so here's our next Kiss auction. Kiss Devil's Thunder. This is numbered to 300 yellow vinyl, and that's live in Philly, 1976. That's a $65 start on that one. And sorry, I've been negotiating over here with my camera. I'm trying to figure out to get my angle back the way I wanted. It's just a little off. Trying to get the back in a good way. That's pretty good right there. I think gravity eventually pulls it down. It's supposed to be high like that. There we go. I think I like that a lot better. All right, we got Nirvana. This is live in Tokyo, $29.99. And then there's more Megadeth Rust in Peace. I need to put those with the others. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put them right over here, actually, because we sell a lot out of the end cap. Megadeth Rust in Peace is $36.99. I've got 3 of them. Also, Living Color Vivid's $29. Randy Travis Songs of the Season's $33. And then Metallica is $29.99. Hardwired to Self-Destruct, a 2 LP. Paul McCartney, Neil Young, that's so to Romulus C. Thank you on that one. And I have a lot of other auctions to put up. Kiss and just other sealed stuff I have over here. This is a sealed copy of Charlie Daniels Band Saddle Tramp. It's never been opened. It does have a clip corner. It is still sealed. It's an original sealed. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. Also, we have Judas Priest Stained Glass. Judas Priest is $33.99. Also, Sepultura, Beneath the Remains, a 2 LP expanded. Sepultura is $46.99. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind's $33. Somewhere in Time is $34. And Pantera, Great Southern Trendkill, Pantera is $33.99. Also, Slayer, and this one is Undisputed Attitude for $34. Typo Negative is $39.99. And that's on green and black marble vinyl. Typo Negative, $39.99. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, a 2 LP, $44.99. Death Magnetic, also $44. And Slipknot, The Subliminal Verse is $36. Buddy Cordova, let me know on Iron Maiden if you want Peace of Mind or Somewhere in Time. Also, Gwar, Scumdogs Universe is $33. We have Lamb of God Omens is $29. Morbid Angel was $38. And then Metallica and Justice for All is $44. So, there's only one claim, and it was Joe Farrell, and he put KC. He put KC. Now, I've went through 3 crates, and I'm not for sure. I guess KC and the Sunshine Band, that's got to be it because there's no King Crimson. So Joe Farrell gets KC and the Sunshine Band. That was our last copy of that. Buddy Cordova wants Peace of Mind. That's so to Buddy Cordova. Nobody bid on Kiss. It can be bought for a $65 buy it now. Nobody bid on Charlie Daniels. It can be bought for a $10 buy it now. Joe Farrell says, yes, that was for KC. Okay, thank you, Joe. I was like, what is KC? And I almost said, you know what? You could give me a little bit more help and spell it out. But he's like, there's nothing really to spell out. KC. That's it. Thank you, Joe. I've got it pulled for you. All right. So sealed Charlie Daniels, $10, and Kiss is $65. Those are available if anybody wants them. Okay, and I think I got everything from the video. Tiger Lily, Slayer, Megadeth, Paul McCartney, Dire Straits, Tiger Lily, Cramps, Metallica. Now, we got Brian Call says Metallica, one please. Now, Brian, there was a bunch of Metallicas in that video. I don't even know which one I pulled you. I just realized there was a ton of Metallicas. I think I pulled you a, which one did I pull you? I pulled you a Load Remaster. I'm going to say which ones, because there was a bunch, Brian Call. There's at least 4 different Metallicas. So I pulled you a Load Remaster, and I just got to make sure on that, okay? And I think we're good to go. And there's the Funko that sold. And here we go. All right. And Star Wars. Yes, you know why? Because your note's still in my pocket. Your note, it was laying up here on my desk. It was laying on my desk when I went live, and I went, dang it. And I checked, and you don't have an invoice. So that's the only thing on your invoice, right? I see it right over here. They've got it laid in our putback box. Man, there's a lot of CDs over here, or cassettes we've sold this week. Golly, we sold a lot of cassettes. Yeah, here's our little putback section. So let me grab this. And John, do you want to invoice for it? I'm assuming you want to invoice for it now and not a week from today, right? So Paul said right. So, but yeah, John, $24.99. And you just let me know. I'm assuming you want to invoice for it now and not a week from now. So we'll go ahead and generate a new one for you. More sealed stuff? Okay, great. Stuff that we don't have to do scientific investigations on. All right. And then somebody asked about, did Bark of the Moon come in? Not yet. When I went to order for the 4th time Aussie records, they were all gone again. So the 4th time, you know, we did the post, and then I ordered extras, and then we went live and I ordered extras. Well, that second time, or the second time we showed them, the 4th time I ordered, nothing was in stock. There's no more Black Sabbaths in stock. And the other day, one distributor had 880 copies of Paranoid in stock. 12 hours later, they were all sold. They were all sold. So, John, I will make sure Ed tags you for this. You'll get one sometime tomorrow, okay? Sorry about that. Your reminder was right up here because we were talking about that late, and I never did let Ed know. I have a stack of stuff I actually need to tell him. I'm going to try to get here tomorrow morning when he's here. I haven't seen Ed in person in about a week, Paul. Can you believe that? How much is Black? He said that's terrible. Black Sabbath is $44.99. Heaven and Hell is double LP, and it has that bonus disc. So it's hard to coordinate with my customer service manager if he never can find me. So I'm going to try to be here tomorrow. And Ed, we're going to have a powwow. All right. How about an OG Kiss record? Here is Kiss Double Platinum, an actual OG official Kiss record. 1978 U.S. Santa Maria. Both discs are VG++. It is, it includes the Platinum Award. It includes the Platinum Award and 2 different merch inserts. It has a Kiss Alive insert, it looks like, and it should have a double platinum insert. There it is. So you get a Kiss Alive insert, a double platinum, and you get the Platinum Award, no name written on it, no name written on it, and a nice jacket, which is known for having a lot of ring wear, right? This, the folding gets worn off. That's not bad whatsoever, okay? And that is going to go up for a $35 start. Buddy Cordova wants Black Sabbath, and give me that Stained Class. That was Judas Priest for James Young. Nice. All right, I got to order a lot of stuff. I ordered a lot of stuff this morning, mostly waiting list from Friday and Saturday. Mostly waiting list from Friday and Saturday. And yeah, I'm going to set those right there. I've already went through that crate, right? Yeah. I'm talking to myself, Paul. I'm talking to myself. All right, and then CD. If you want to bid on this, put CD. Please put CD. It is a $10 start. It's sealed, Hotter Than Hell remaster. Okay, and then right here, speaking of sealed, that's a lot of our bonus auctions tonight. We actually, from our longtime customer, Pete Weisgarber, y'all probably see his name a lot in the chat. He is a collector and curator of sealed albums, and he had a lot of stuff he wanted to let go. And I was like, I'm all for it. And actually, I didn't know anything about it till Paul bought them. And then I was like, yeah, I'm all for it. And then FM is a great soundtrack, and this is sealed. And y'all probably see Kiss, you'll see Pete Weisgarber's name in the chat sometimes. And he was sick there for a while. I'm glad to hear he's doing better. So, Pete, thank you for keeping us in mind with your sealed collection. And we bought a bunch of sealed records from him. We're talking about original sealed records. I've had some up the last couple of weeks. Those are just ones we've randomly found. Now we're going to start with Pete's collection. This is a sealed original pressing of FM, a very desirable soundtrack, a $30 start on FM. $30 start on that, okay? And then Gerald is offering $60 for the first unsold boot. Boy, you scared me, Jill. This is sold. Can't sneak up on me. I'm in a zone here. Gerald Whitworth offered $60 for this. Thank you, Gerald Whitworth. That's sold to you. And are you about to head to the shipping room? Mm-hmm. Okay, please lay this on Ed's desk, and I'll I'll be back there tonight to leave them more information. All right. Thank you. Sister Jill just dropped off a Blue Yeti. Now, I called her Sister Jill. She's not a member of the Catholic Church. She's just my sister. I watched the conversion episode this morning on Seinfeld. George converts to Latvian Orthodox. Oh, man. We're about to get full kiss mode. Hot, hotter than hell. Wow. Here we go. Double platinum. That one little shot of blue juice, I'm already feeling it. What about the Kiss CD? CD? Anybody? CD? $10 start. FM? $30 start. There it is. All right. And let's go ahead and grab. Ed has me a shipping note here. As y'all seen our post, our shipping department's doing fantastic. And we got 4 crates of new vinyl tonight. Let me figure out where Ed's done with those. 4 crates of new vinyl. I see some of them. Ooh, the Godsmack's in. I didn't know that. The Godsmack is in. Okay, and that's great. And, ooh, some Black Sabbaths are in. Okay, awesome. We got some good stuff that's in for tonight. And let's get started. Okay, I should have made a spreadsheet for these Black Sabbaths, but I'll be able to figure it out. Okay. FM has a bid for $30 with 78 Trans Am. And then double platinum's at $90, and no one bid on CD, right? So CD can be bought for a $10 buy it now. I'm going to lay that right over here. And we have probably something more so worth, quote, bidding on. And this is an original Kiss single. And this is with the A-side is Beth, so it's the second issue. Beth was reissued as the A-side later when it came almost as big as a hit as Detroit Rock City. And it's not bad whatsoever. Probably needs a cleaning. It's fresh from a collection fresh. It's a little dusty. I would say VG Plus at worst. And that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? So if you want to bid on that, put 45, okay? Over here, we have Brian G. Owens on the Kiss CD. Scott Oman was second. FM is a sealed original pressing. It has one bid for $30 with 78 Trans Am. And it's about to sell. And then over here is double platinum. Jamie Butler has it for $90, okay? And then I made a post last week, kind of like I did Ozzy, and all of a sudden Black Sabbath albums were in stock. And I didn't want to make it too complicated. So I posted 4, and I said, these are arriving. Get in when you can. And let's go through the comments and see who all got one. And these are Black Sabbath, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, okay? And the first person to get one, let me let my comments load. I don't know how many I'm actually going to have extra, but we're about to find out. All right, so the first one goes to Philip Holt. He wants a Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, and let me figure out where the rest of them are at. Right there's where they start, okay? 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, I should have 10, okay? And then over here we got 1 all except Sabotage. Jeremy Todd gets 1. There's 1 for Jeremy Todd. All right. And Justin Garrett gets 1. There's 1 for Justin Garrett. All right. There's 1 for Matt Scheiker. All righty, Matt Scheiker. And I think that's it. Let me make sure nobody commented on the photos. Nope. All right, so that's it. And that was, and whoever's watching this sale, I'm going to have to make a spreadsheet like I did with the Aussies. Otherwise, this could get confusing for me. So let's write down on a list, if y'all don't mind, who actually got these. They're $29.99. $29.99. We got 1 for Philip Holt. We got 1 for Sabbath, Philip Holt. We got 1 for Jeremy Todd. He says 1 of all except Sabotage. And we also got 1 for Justin Garrett. And we got 1 for Matt Scheiker. So that was 4. They're $29.99, so they're available. That's what I have left. 2, 4, 6 copies there. All right, double platinum got up to $90. This is a nice OG copy, complete. VG++ with a beautiful cover. It was at $90, okay? And then over here, Chris Gardner is at 10 on Beth, Detroit Rock City. FM got a new bid for $32. Michael Fairchild bid $12 on the single. And then John McPatriot wants a Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Randy Klein wants a Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. And then there's 4 extras. There's 4 extras of Sabbath Bloody Sabbaths if anybody else wants one. Hallsworth, you've been outbid on the FM. Chris Gardner, you've been outbid on the single. And if no one else bids on double platinum, we're about to sell that. And double platinum was at $90 with Jamie Butler. This was a long out-of-print record. I'm very glad to see this available in print. We sold a reissue one night, I think, for nearly $500. Just how many people wanted this in their collection. Glad to finally see it in print. Big Godsmack album. It's called 1000 Horsepower, and we had a heck of a pre-order for it. These are $33.99 for Godsmack. First person was Kevin Jordan. He wanted 2 of them. There's 2 for Kevin Jordan. We got one for Brad Waits and Bob Reiger. Brad Waits and Bob Reiger, those are sold and sold. Ryan Eaton and Cameron Lingefeld. If you know for sure you wasn't on the Godsmack pre-order and you want one, now's the time. Clay Moore and Sean Druin. Thank you, Clay Moore. Thank you, Sean Druin. Over here, we got Tim Holloway and Ben Dygert. Tim Holloway and Ben Dygert. Also, I have Craig Ruth. Thank you, Craig Ruth. And I've got Glenn Kesey, Craig Ruth and Glenn Kesey. We also have Mike Helton and Todd Kilgore. Mike Helton and Todd Kilgore. And Scott Smith and Leslie Silvley. Scott Smith and Leslie Silvley. And Tom Harris. Leslie Silvley commented again, but I'm assuming they don't want a second one. So let's give one to Vicky Yoshikawa and Brandon Jones, okay? Vicky Yoshikawa and Brandon Jones. It's time to end some auctions. First auction is the single. Is sold for $12 to Michael Fairchild. Double platinum, awesome, sold for $90 to Jamie Butler. That is sold to Jamie Butler for $90. That is sold for $90. Track listing on Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Give me 1 second, I'll read that for you. But let me give you a clue on Black Sabbath, okay? Those first 5 albums, you just got to have them. Self-titled, Paranoid, Master of Reality, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, Volume 4, even Sabotage. You got to have all the Aussies. Very important part of your collection. Those are essentials. Let me go ahead and swap out crates here. We've already got one full. I'm going to lay this right over here. My question for Tanner, if he's anywhere in the vicinity. See anywhere in the vicinity? Nope. I got to get a table. Oh, might have to open up one over here behind me. Okay, there's that. And then FM is sold over here. FM is sold for $35 for 78 Trans Am. Thank you on that. Nice. Original sealed copy. All right, let's put up all new Kiss auctions. We got some box sets, I think, over here that are pretty pricey. I have a feeling some people are waiting on. But let's go ahead and do this one right here. Kiss. Early studio demos, March, October of 1973. Wow. This is recorded in Electric Ladyland Studios in 1973. Rehearsal at 10 East 23rd Street Loft in New York City. And Bell Sound Studios, New York City. So those are 3 different places these early tracks were recorded. A $45 start. And here's what's left after all the pre-orders. We have Tony Clem gets a Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, and then Solarplex Studio on a Godsmack. Oops, hold on a second. Solarplex Studio on a Godsmack. Let's pull that for Solarplex. And then Godsmack is $33.99. $33.99, and Brian Campbell wants a Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. There we go. Okay, so here's what's left. Godsmack 1000 horsepower, $33.99. I have them in stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Hopefully by Saturday night when I say that's all, folks, thanks for watching another week of Collectco. Hopefully all those are gone. Kiss has a bid for $45 with Buddy Cordova. Our next sealed album is going to go up right now, and that is Carole King Tapestry. Carole King Tapestry. This is an original sealed copy, or excuse me, this one here, I'm going to say is sealed. I can't confirm the pressing. It's definitely a vintage copy because it has nice price and just the weight of it and look. It's probably like a late 70s reissue, I would guess. Carole King, still a sealed copy, $15 start. That's now up for bid, okay? And then our next Kiss single, if you want to bid on this, put 45, as in not the bid of that, but 45 because you're bidding on this. Rock and Roll All Night, the double-sided, the live cut and the studio cut. Very nice, and let's put that up for a $10 start, okay? So Sabbath Bloody Sabbath and Godsmack still remain tonight. Jill Whitworth says he'll take one of each. Now there's only one Black Sabbath left, and now there's only 14 Godsmacks. And don't forget, we've already had a no bid tonight. Seal Charlie Daniels for $10. Seal Charlie Daniels for $10. We're going to prop him right up though over there. We're going to get the glare off his face, though. There you go. Well, he can stare at you all night. I'm actually going to move at least one of these Godsmacks over here because I bet somebody's going to see that and be like, holy moly, Chad, what's up with that Godsmack? Ryan Mustaine gets Black Sabbath, and Kiss has one bid for 45. Carole King has a bid for 15. And now we're sold out of Sabbath Bloody Sabbaths. If anybody else wants one, let me know. While we're such on a good streak with new vinyl, how about we go ahead and see if there's any other big pre-orders that came in? I knew Godsmack did. There's 4 crates of new vinyl, and typically Mondays, it's all of our big pre-orders. We have Better Than Ezra in. We got some other Sabbaths. We got more Sabbaths. What is this here? This is Chicago, more Better Than Ezra's, and the Cures. Oh dang! I just ordered more of those Cures. That means we're gonna have lots of extras. That's okay. We'll go ahead and knock these out right now. Let's go ahead and knock out Chicago. Let's knock out Chicago, and then I'll knock out. We'll do Chicago, and then we'll do a crate of vintage. Okay. Whoops. Chad, you call me on the Godsmack. Let's see. Live comment here. Let's see. When were you? Did you you was on the pre-order? Yeah, you got one on the pre-order. Yeah, you got one on the pre-order. Okay. Hammers up on Kiss. The 45 is also about to sell. And Carole King is at 16. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. Okay. And let's jump over here to Chicago, which is a new pre-order. And let's go ahead and do that. Does everybody hit the like button for me, the share button, all that good stuff? I'd greatly appreciate it. I'm on the Blue Juice tonight. Kiss has a new bid for 50. We're not done on anything yet. We may be done on the 45. It just has one bid. And then Matthew Sherrick, you're out on Carole King. All right. Over here, we have first thing I have is Kiss 50, Kiss 55, and also this is Kiss. What is the 45? This is Rock and Roll All Night. There's a live cut and a studio cut. They did this as a live cut from Kiss Alive, and then a live cut, I guess, from Dress to Kill. That is in the original Casablanca sleeve, and it has one bid for $10. Okay? One bid for $10. Also, we got Chicago, and this is a 50th anniversary, 2 LP, and I just had the pre-order pulled up over here. Chicago, 50th anniversary. Who is this joker I have on the chat here? One second. So what they've done here, they've taken the Chicago Greatest Hits and they've made it into additional bonus tracks. And this is a 2 LP, $39.99. If I can find it over here. Help if I could spell Chicago correctly. There it is. Okay, so $39.99, and this is 21 tracks on 2 LPs, $39.99. This is now available. We had a pre-order on it, and this is $39.99. The pre-order for this was the following people: Chris Kirkley and Clifford Umstead, Chris Kirkley and Clifford Umstead, Donna Turner and Jerry Stone, Donna Turner and Jerry Stone, Scott Beebe and Terry Gearhart, Ken Helplin and Brian White, Ken Helplin and Brian White. Also over here, We have Mary Miles and Stacy Metternich. Mary Miles and Stacy Metternich. Stacy Brown and Chris Smith. Also, Steve Davis and Fred Cardinale. Steve Davis and Fred Cardinale. Michael Potts and Chris Pedzwar. And we have Richard Yeager and Paul Brothers. And I still have a waiting list for this. Troy Overmeyer and John Smetzer. Troy Overmeyer and John Smetzer. And that's the last couple people there on the pre-order. Give me 1 second, please. I have to deal with some crazy people. I have to deal with some crazy people every day. And it doesn't surprise me that this guy's on here right now. And I found out one guy that was stalking me on eBay was a guy who we had blocked multiple times. We'd blocked a guy multiple times, and now he was started sending us messages through eBay. And I was like, dude, and his name is like, I know who it is because his name is like his first initial and his last name. And he was trying to say we had a authenticated Stevie Nicks poster with JSA letter. And he was like, dude, this isn't real. I'm telling everybody this is not real, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I realized who he was, and I was like, oh, okay, no wonder. It's a guy we blocked because he couldn't pay his bills. And they try every way possible to figure out how to still try to talk to me. And I'm like, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you through Facebook. You can't call here. And then we have to spend like 20 minutes blocking them on all of our platforms. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely just ridiculous. Okay. Now, I have totally forgot where we was at on these auctions, but I'm going to go ahead and sell this for $10, which this is sold to Chris Gardner for $10. Thank you on that. And then Carole King Tapestry, the last bid that came in on Tapestry was the last bid that came on this. I never did hear back from Matthew Sherrick, so this is sold to Timothy Horn for $16. Timothy Horn, that's sold to you for $16. And I think y'all know how what I have to do sometimes is just like when somebody finds out they're blocked from us, oh my gosh. Whew. And I'm like, I don't think y'all are going to have I don't know what you're trying to do, but you can't bring us down at this point. I mean, you can't do that to us. Todd Emick, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and we need to get you registered, okay? We need to get you registered. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, okay? Let me know on that, and we'll get you registered. And then Kiss over here, I think I lost Matthew Sherrick on this one too. I did, and Matthew Sherrick, Buddy Cordova has this one for $55. Yeah, whew, man. I'm like, you can say whatever you want, like our reputation is like, I mean, I don't, whatever you're trying to do, okay? Now, those are now up for bid, and let's go ahead and put up another Kiss auction, or those are now no longer for bid. I'm going to go ahead and put up another Kiss auction. Kiss Fancy Fair. Kiss Fancy Fair is a 1985 Japanese unofficial, demos and various live from group and solo projects, $65 start. And I'll tell y'all what's going on. So we got a, basically a letter that is not live ink from Walt Disney. And I was trying to explain to this guy that it's not live ink and it's a pretty valuable item. It's a pretty valuable item. But also it was like, it's one of those things that it's borderline a very expensive collectible just because it's a letter from Walt Disney. And I told everybody it's going to bring like $1,000 just because it's a vintage letter from Walt Disney, even though it's not even really signed. It's a vintage typed Walt Disney letter. it's going to bring $1,000 just because it's from the desk of Walt Disney, but the signature is not live ink. But it's amazing if you look at it, how beautiful it is. And it's Walt Disney's signature is like 10 grand on a letter. And we have one that's not live ink. And I'm like, it's not live ink. And he's like, well, why would you list it? And I'm like, well, because it's a vintage collectible. You go find me another letter that came from Walt Disney's office. They're all on eBay for like $10,000, signed or not signed. It's from Fred Goodwin's collection. So that's what I was trying to tell this guy. And so, yeah, it's not live ink. And I've told anybody that's asked, I told him it wasn't live ink. And it just says typed Walt Disney letter. And I've told him, and when I've told the winning bidder tonight, I was going to say, this is not live ink before we ship it. I think everybody realized that it's just a Walt Disney letter. It's going to bring probably well over $1,000 still. All right. And I told him, I said, I will even show you where I'll send the winning buyer a message saying, just so you know, this isn't live ink. Yeah, so Troy Overmeyer and John Smetzer gets the last two. If it was live ink, we would have got a letter, and I would have tried to sell it here. But it's not. It's just a vintage letter. We got a lot of stuff like that from Fred's that came back bad. Some of them are secretarial. Some of them are not live ink, et cetera, et cetera. So, all right, there's Kiss. And, yeah, I mean, go find me. I told this guy and somebody else, I was like, go find me another letter with Walt Disney letterhead on it. They're all worth a bunch of money. It's a rare thing. You can't just go get a letter that Walt Disney sent somebody. There's a couple from the same theater. They're down at the Tennessee Art Museum here in Nashville. They're down on display. So, yeah, I'm like, I know what I'm doing. We have everything authenticated. If not, then, you know, this is just a cool letter. All right. So we have Kiss Fancy Fair. I'll go show it to y'all here in a second, just so everybody knows we're on the up and up, but I don't have to explain myself. Y'all know that. I think I know that. And then we have Kiss Fancy Fair. Let me go back over this. Sorry. I shouldn't let people like that bother me, but they start trying to... It's probably a customer that didn't pay their bills under an old name. That happens all the time. This is demos and various live material from group and solo projects. Kiss is going to go up for a $65 start. All right, we're back to business now. Kiss is a $65 start. And our next auction is this right here. And this is Journey. And this is a newer pressing. This is Journey live in Houston, 1981. And this is on Houston white and red vinyl. So it's on colored vinyl. It's Journey live, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. We got a $20 start on that. Yeah, $20 start. Hey, I was blocked. Let me tell you about one autograph group on Facebook. I was blocked in one autograph group because somebody said there's no way this kid could have all these autographs. When we bought Dale's Pittsburgh collection, there was a group on there, a pretty big autograph group, and they blocked me. And I even had stuff authenticated, y'all know, from JSA. And there's like, some kid is on here passing off all these Neil Young autographs. There's no way he could acquire all this stuff by himself, blah, 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 blah. And then there was posts being made, watch out for Collectco. They just got 1,000 autographs. There's no way somebody had 1,000 or 5,000 signed albums that just came on the market. And I was like, oh gosh, here we go. Nobody wants to believe how insane this Dale's Pittsburgh collection is. So I had to fight that off for about a week. And then I emailed the admin. I said, here's 20 letters from JSA where these are authentic. And he never did reply to me. So crazy. All right. Here we go. We got Sabotage, and we got Black Paranoid, and we got Master of Reality, and we got Self-Titled, okay? We're going to go ahead and get these knocked out. More of the Black Sabbath. And let me figure out if Kiss had a bid. No bid on Kiss. Final call on that. And then final call on Journey. It does have a bid for 20. Let's put up another single. And the next single is going to go up. And it is from Gene Simmons. And this is Radioactive. Radioactive. This is from the Gene Simmons solo album. It's going to go up for a $10 start. Gene Simmons Radioactive, okay? Before I do that, actually, because this one could get a little bit more time consuming, I think John's got us a great check condition crate over here we can get to. Let's go ahead and do that right now. But I've had a lot of people look at that letter, including JSA. I was like, man, this is a pretty remarkable item either way. So Walt Disney visited the Belle Meade Theater here in Nashville. He visited the Belle Meade Theater here in Nashville. It's actually a pretty cool. It's a pretty cool story behind this because I've done a lot of research on the actual provenance of the letter. And he visited the Belle Meade Theater in Nashville before it was closed down. And in the letter, he mentions where he visited the theater and he signed, here's an image from the Tennessean. And you can see right there where Walt Disney signed this wall from the Belle Meade Theater. And that's what, it took me I've looked up all the provenance of the letter because I was like, wow, look, there's where he actually signed that wall. And he talks about that in the letter. He's like, I'm glad I visited your theater. I remember visiting your theater and signing your autograph wall, blah, blah, blah. So it's pretty cool. And I found these pictures. I'm going to share it with the winning bidder. Probably something that'll end up in a museum, probably, this letter, because all their other relics of Disney from that theater have ended up in the Tennessee State Museum. So it's a pretty significant item, regardless. This has a bid for 10 and 10. And then Journey. The bid on Journey is with Michael Fairchild at 20, and that's a final call. All right, new check condition stuff. Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. EX, $22.99. Anybody from Nashville remember the Belle Meade Theater? It closed down in 91. That's where Walt Disney visited it in the 50s, I think. I think he went and visited it in the 50s, the Belle Meade Theater. That's where that letter came from, a state that Fred Goodwin got. Pretty remarkable. Errol Smith on Buddy Cordova. Thank you on that, Buddy Cordova. Here is Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. VG Plus $14.99. Slade, VG Plus $14.99. Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. And Iron Butterfly, Inagata DeVita, VG Condition, $9.99. VG Condition, $9.99. Over here, this is a buy now on this KISS auction, an 85 Japanese unofficial. That can be bought for a $65 buy it now. $65 buy it now. Speaking of autographs, see Led Zeppelin 2, 4 signatures up to sale for $35,000. I wonder where it's located at, because I know somebody that has one that he's supposed to let me know if he's ever going to sell it. It's a lot of money, though. All right, KISS can be bought. Is for a $65 buy it now. So that's an actual vintage bootleg from Japan. That was a Japanese unofficial from Japan, and Freddie Milford says, I'll take it for $65, okay? Thank you on that. Gene Simmons is at $12, and let's go ahead and sell the Journey here for $20, and Journey for $20 is sold to Michael Fairchild. Thank you on that. All right, so Gene Simmons over here is at $12 with Jamie Diaz, and Phil Elliott, you were second on KISS. Let's try to put up some that's going to get some bidding activity, eh? Let's try to put up some that's going to get some bidding activity. And the first thing I have is this, and this is KISS Vivint 3. This is KISS Vivint 3. Vivint or Vivint? Vivint, and this is live in Lucerne, Switzerland, 1984 green vinyl. And this is VG Plus, a $95 star. KISS Vivint 3. That's going to go up for a $95 star. That's now up for bid. And then Jamie Diaz put KISS. And I think that means he was a buy it now on that. Waiting for Chris Gardner's word on the Gene Simmons single. Also, Boston Third Stage. Boston's EX Condition, $32.99. And we have Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood. Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood. EX $17.99 for Jethro Tull. And then over here we have Then and Now, The Best of the Monkees. VG Plus $17.99. Then and Now, The Best of the Monkees. Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen. That's VG $19.99. And Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. VG Plus $17.99. Foghat, Fool for the City. Foghat, EX Condition. $17.99. Full for the City. EX $17.99. And Supertramp, even in the quietest of moments, that's VG $9.99. Okay, so Gene Simmons, Radioactive. And then over here, this is, I lost Chris Gardner. That's sold to Jamie Diaz for $12. This one here is a final call for a $95 start. That's live in Switzerland, 84 green vinyl. Final call on that one. And Uriah Heep, The Magician's Birthday. Uriah Heep is in VG condition, $9.99. And ZZ Top, Tres Hombres. That's VG plus, $24.99. ZZ Top, Tres Hombres. Okay? Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's go back over here to our sealed pile. And our sealed pile, really cool record here, America's Greatest Hits. Very nice copy, sealed with hop sticker. History, America's Greatest Hits. What a cool name for an album if your name's America. History, the history of America. That's going to go up for a $20 start. And then Brownsville Station, yeah, that's VG condition, $9.99. Brownsville Station, yeah. Let's see if I can see what this Led Zeppelin post is y'all are talking about. Let's put up another Kiss 45 as well. Let's find that. A signed Led Zeppelin 2. I see what y'all are talking about. Yeah, that's real. That's a real one. No doubt. That's for once in a while an actual real signed one. Typically, they're not. Okay, over here we have April Wine, The Nature of the Beast. April Wine is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Hall & Oates Ecstatic. Hall & Oates is EX, $17.99. And Genesis in the Beginning. Genesis is in VG condition, $9.99. Genesis, VG $9.99. Lord Such and Heavy Friends. This is Jimmy Page, John Bottom, Jeff Beck, Noel Redding, and Nicky Hopkins. VG Plus, $24.99. All right, this Kiss can be bought for a buy now of $95. No one's probably going to bid. Now there'll be about 5 people claim it. So that's now available for $95, or there could be 0 people claim it. So very cool America here, sealed with the hop sticker. $20 start on that. I think that's really sweet. Beautiful jacket, very little wear. Let's go ahead and try one of our first Kiss box sets of the night. Hopefully everybody's done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button everywhere you can hit a like button. But here's one of our first Kiss box sets. Northampton, Pennsylvania, March 19th, 1975. And that's live at the Roxy Theater in Northampton, Pennsylvania. March 19th, 1990, March 19th, 1975. So this is an unofficial. It has 2 picture discs and 2 red LPs. Both are VG Plus. It has a poster and an envelope with 5 photo prints. There was only 100 made. Kiss is $145 start, okay? Lord Such is sold to Chris Gardner. Thank you, Chris Gardner. That is sold to you. Also over here we have Madonna, self-titled. Madonna is VG Plus, $34.99 for Madonna. And then we have Aerosmith, Rocks. Aerosmith is VG Plus, $19.99. And Queen, A Day at the Races. EX condition, Queen, A Day at the Races. It has the original on her sleeve, $32.99 for Queen. Also, the Monkees, that's in mono, VG condition, $9.99. The Monkees is in mono, that's VG condition, $9.99. And Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, I Shot the Sheriff. Jamie Butler has the American for 20. Don't forget, we do have a Kiss Buy It Now, Kiss Vivant 3. And that's on green vinyl. It's a $95 buy it now. This is a $145 start. No bid yet. Mark Overton on Aerosmith Rocks. That's sold to Mark Overton. Thank you on that one. And Slade, Nobody's Fools. Slade is in VG condition, $9.99. The Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. EX condition, $17.99 for the Moody Blues. And Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Heart is in VG Plus condition, $19.99. Heart, Dreamboat Annie, VG Plus, $19.99. How much was Genesis? That was in the beginning. That was VG, $9.99. America's Greatest Hits. This is sold to Jamie Butler for $20. Thank you, Jamie Butler. That's sold to you. Yep, I got a Well, I got to start calling out Kiss Army people because we got about another month of Mondays for Kiss auctions. This is the 8th week, 7th or 8th. I think this is the 2nd straight month of Mondays we've been doing Kiss auctions. And I got to make sure I have everybody awake and with me. And I have a lot of requests, and I have some OG stuff too. But I'm like, man, we got to get some. We got to get the Kiss Army back on here. Hopefully, I hadn't burned y'all out for 8 Mondays in a row, and we probably have another 2 weeks or another at least month of Mondays to still do all these. I told y'all 2 months ago when we bought all those, I was like, man, this is an insane collection. We got Melanie Jennings on Genesis. And what is the Kiss? This is called Northampton, Pennsylvania, 1979. It's a 2 LP, 2 picture disc, red vinyl, 100 made, $145 start. Also, we have Howard Jones, Dream into Action. Howard Jones is EX, $22.99. Also have a crate of Japanese, which I'm going to start bringing over, and some other auctions as well. So let me knock those out. Got a crate of new vinyl pre-orders coming up next. Let me go ahead and start putting up Japanese stuff, though. I hope David Johnson's watching. David Johnson, you watching? Because some of our extra bonus auctions tonight, I didn't realize we had cheap trick stuff in. Japanese. Oh, man. I'll tell you the funniest argument that someone tried to make was with that Cheap Trick autograph we have. Another argument I won with somebody over an autograph. We had a Cheap Trick thing. It's a board with their signatures on it. It already has a letter from JSA. This guy was like, hey, you need to take this down immediately. Those aren't real signatures, blah, blah, blah. I can't believe they authenticated that. And I was like, dude, what are you talking about? It's JSA authenticated. It came with a record. We've looked it up. We've got all the research behind it. And he said, no, look, here's my exact same one. And a dude had another one, and it was different. You could tell the signatures were different. And I was like, yours is real. Those are real signatures. And then he later on apologized, and he was like, oh, I thought these were just prints. I've had real signatures the whole time. I apologize. And I was like, why are you arguing that something is not signed when it has a letter and you have one yourself? That'd be like, that's opposite reasoning there. Stephen Reeves on Howard Jones. That is sold. And Eddie and the Cruisers. This is VG $9.99, the Eddie and the Cruisers soundtrack. VG $9.99 for Eddie and the Cruisers. And the Pretenders. This is VG plus $14.99. Brass in pocket. Pretenders is VG plus $14.99. Legion Leaf, Fairport Convention. Nice. The VG $16.99. This has got some great music on it. VG $16.99. What's the one, the old traditional that's on here? Maddie Grove, so good. All right, Kiss can be bought for $145 buy it now. I'm going to put that right over here. And let me go ahead and put up some of the Kiss web store exclusives. John Robb says, Chad, I'm here for the Kiss web store exclusives. And I'm like, all right, we can take care of you on that. Let's go ahead and put up Love Gun. Love Gun is a true official web store exclusive 45th anniversary on Go Vinyl, and that is going to go up for a $65 start. 2022 US Go Vinyl sealed $45 start. That is now up for bid. And then we have Hojo. We sold that. Scott Dwallow on Eddie and the Cruisers. That sold. Troy was second, and Joseph Alves gets the Kiss buy it now for $145. Sold to Joseph for $145. Came with originals. Yeah, those I think are prints. And then he showed me he has a Cheap Trick. He had a Beatles. He had a Kiss. And I was like, the Beatles and Kiss are prints. You can just tell they're not authentic, especially the Beatles. And then, but if you find a Cheap Trick, they're real. And I have one from Hall & Oates as well. And that's what he couldn't believe, because he had a Beatle. I was like, well, yeah, the Beatles is definitely not real, and I don't think the Kiss was either. You could just look at it and tell. It didn't even look like their signatures. Lark's Tongue and Aspic, King Crimson. VG Plus, $29.99. Lark's Tongue and Aspic, King Crimson. Wow, that looks nice. And then The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, which is their greatest hits. VG, $12.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. And Neil Young, everybody knows This Is Nowhere. VG Plus, $24.99 for Neil Young. And we have Queen's Greatest Hits. EX condition, $32.99. Queen's Greatest Hits, EX condition, $32.99. All righty. So, everybody, here is the situation. I have a Kiss Love gun up for bid. Gerald Whitworth has it. It's an official pressing, a web store exclusive on Go Vinyl. We're about to officially get into some Japanese pressings. My question is everybody ready for that? Also, we're about to show some more new vinyl rivals. Probably going to knock out some more of these Black Sabbaths. Might take me a second because all the comments are crisscrossed, but we can figure it out. And then here's our first Japanese pressing. This is Cahoots by the band. Near Mint Minus and Pristine has the Japanese insert, a $35 start. Blaine Zapnick on King Crimson. Thank you on that one. And then the worst of Jefferson Airplane, a.k.a. their greatest hits, $12.99. It's in VG condition. Now, what I like about it is it's the gatefold original textured cover, okay? VG $12.99 on that. And we're probably going to try to knock these out one more time. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. I'm going to take another shot of blue juice. I'm all wired up. I spent all night last night getting the store cleaned up. You now can walk through here. I was getting tired of telling y'all I couldn't walk through here every day, so it took me all night and all morning. And then I photographed about 100 autographs for this week. JSA certified stuff we're going to be selling. And I was supposed to list about 100 things on eBay, but sometimes I'll take pictures. I'm like, no, I'm going to try my best to sell them to y'all one more time, and before I put them on there. The ones I have on eBay are like ones I've tried here multiple times that we have duplicates of, like Neil Young and John Prine and some of those. And, whoops. And let's try another Kiss 45, okay? And Phil Elliott, Love Gun was at 65. Y'all are going the wrong direction. This already has a bid for 65, okay? And then let's go ahead and put up another Kiss 45. And you can bet on this one. Put 45 or put Ace Frehley. It's beautiful. New York Groove. Very nice copy. $10 start. And the flip is Snowblind. And it has the jukebox strip. Yeah, and it has the jukebox strip. Nice. There's Ace Frehley. No, we plan on doing Sunday shows, as Paul's been out buying collections the last couple of Sundays. No, we're supposed to be here. I really hate we've missed 2 Sundays in a row, but we've been able to buy records, and I'm trying to go to 6 days a week and maybe do a coin auction about once every month and a half. So we've bought a lot of coins and knives and silver and gold, and that's all. Stay away from blue juice. Is I don't know how to describe it. Blue juice is I think it's I don't know what it is. It's dangerous. Stay away from it. If Madonna's OG, I'll take it. It was. And this, so does Samantha Harrison, okay? Yeah, let's read through those again. Plus eBay Karens. Oh, gosh. They can be the worst. So many people out there want to be an expert, especially on vinyl. And so many people want to be an expert on autographs. It's crazy. And it's something I had to deal with. That's why I always do 1 or 2 things. I only sell something if it's authenticated, or if I straight up tell everybody, hey, this isn't real. Or not if it's not real, or this is not worth having authenticated because it's too cheap. But if you do have it authenticated, it's not real, I'll still give you your money back. That's the only way I've been able to do autographs. Man, if you're not careful, it's like, golly, it's headaches. Slade, keep your hands off my power supply. VG Plus, $14.99 on Slade. We have Iron Butterfly, VG $9.99. Boston's EX $32.99, Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood, EX $17.99. Ace Frehley has a bid for $15. Love Guns at $70. Final call to bid on Cahoots, $35. Dio is $329.99. You need it, Brandon. That'd be a great purchase to start it for a week. Plus, I want to redecorate back here. Dio is $329.99. You get all the studio albums from 83 to 93. 83 to 93. Plus, if you deal with people who are so-called experts, it's a kangaroo court. They won't let you, like, I'm like, how about we go live, split screen, and I'll debate you. And then I never do hear back from them. Then and Now, The Best of the Monkees. VG Plus, $17.99, The Best of the Monkees. Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, VG, $19.99. We have Edgar Winter Group. They only come out at night. Edgar Winter Group is VG Plus, $17.99. Foghat is EX, $17.99 for Foghat. And we have Supertramp, Even in the Quietest of Moments, VG, $9.99. Uriah Heep, The Magician's Birthday, VG, $9.99. And Tres Hombres, ZZ Top, VG Plus, $24.99. Kind of surprised to see that still left in the bin. Blue London label, VG Plus, $24.99. And Brownsville Station, VG, $9.99. All right. Ace Frehley is sold to Mark Overton for $15. We got to sell Love Gun. It's sold for $70 to Gerald Whitworth. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $70. He's had it for the last 4 minutes. And then the band Cahoots is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. The band Cahoots is a buy it now for $35. $35. And here we go with all new auctions. It's coming up right now. I'd pay to see that. You'd pay to see me go split screen and debate somebody over an autograph. I could over a couple of these we've been talking about tonight. They don't want to do that though. Next auctions are going to go up right now. And let's go ahead and try another one of these. Let's do this right here. Here's something actually official. And this is a 78 South African import, rare. How about a South African import? This is from South Africa. It's in VG minus condition, a $35 start. A 78 South African import, VG minus, a $35 start on this. Kiss, Ace Frehley, that's now up for bid. Kevin J. Reitz on Cahoots for $35. Thank you on that. So to Kevin J. Reitz. All right. Now, Ace Frehley. And please, on this one, let's put AF, because I'm about to put another Kiss auction up, okay? So on Ace Frehley, let's put AF, all right? AF for Ace, a South African import. If you're one of these guys that's got to have every Kiss record ever made, you can't without buying that one right there. April Wine, The Nature of the Beast, that's VG Plus, $14.99. Hall & Oates Ecstatic is EX, $17.99. Queen is EX, $32.99. The Monkees, VG, $9.99. That is a stereo copy. Eric Clapton, VG Plus, $24.99. Slade was VG, $9.99. Moody Blues is EX, $17.99. Ace Frehley, and yeah, it has a Love Gun label. Ace Frehley, South African. Phil Elliott's in at $37. Thank you, Mr. Phil Elliott. Heart, Dreamboat Annie, VG Plus, $19.99. And The Pretenders is VG Plus, $14.99. Legion Leaf is VG, $16.99. Neil Young, everybody knows this is nowhere. And Queen, EX, $32.99. Neil Young is VG Plus, $24.99. And The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. Stephen, you wanted that, right? Yeah, I forgot to pull that for Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen. That is sold to you, okay? Were those 4 individual albums ever sold as a set? Not officially. No, they were always all sold individually. All right. Great check condition bin. I read through that one thoroughly twice. I'm actually getting woke up. That was all sticker price stuff. As y'all know, I am sorry, I was reading a message from somebody we hadn't got payment from. Putting out a lot of fires today, Jill. It's Monday. I'm dealing that we just sold an album from the band called Cahoots. I'm dealing with a bunch of Cahoots today. Let's see here. Let's grab the next crate and next auction. Chad I was reading a message that came in. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so there's Ace Frehley. Let's put this up right here. This is going to go up for bid. This is a Kiss Unofficial. This is live at River Plate Stadium, Buenos Aires, 1994. Yellow and white vinyl with 16-page book. That is a $95 start, okay? So AF over here for Ace Frehley. We're about to sell it, though. It only has one bid. And K for Kiss if you want to bid on that. Jamie Butler, if you want anything out of that last crate, let me know. And then... Oh, yeah, I'm over here pacing the floors. Jill's just over here spectating. I'm like, yeah, I'm pacing the floors, talking to myself, trying to keep up with bids, questions, drinking blue juice. We're going to try to knock out some of these... Black Sabbath pre-orders here, and I think I saw earlier I teased this crate and Gerald Whitworth says he'll take some, so okay, thank you, love you too. Yeah, and Brandon Johnson wants to see Dio. I hadn't forgot about you either, Brandon. I'm going to set this Pink Floyd puzzle right back there. Okay, yeah, Dio box. I hadn't forgot about you. Sorry. Brandon Jones. We have Brandon Jones. So this is called Dio, the complete albums, 83 to 93. It right now is a UK-only import. So you get Holy Diver, Last in Line, Sacred Heart, Intermission, Dream Evil, Lock Up the Wolves, Strange Highways. These have always been harder to get, and then these are pretty pricey. These are pretty pricey just because they're classic albums. Don't see too many copies of Intermission, and that's a 9 LP box. Brand new and sealed, limited edition. We got the original shipping box that came in, and that is $329.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Ace Frehley, and that's sold to Phil Elliott for $37. Thank you on that. And then Kiss over here is a $95 start. The Monkeys from earlier was a stereo copy. Would you put up one of the original sets if they're nearby? Yes, I'll do that right now. Let's get this one wrapped up first because this is still technically Kiss. And this is a final call, and it's a live at River Plate Stadium, 1994, yellow and white vinyl. That's a final call for $95. And there's only one no bid tonight, Kiss Switzerland, and that's 1984. That's also a $95 buy it now. So $95 buy it now. That's a $95 start, but I'm about to make it a buy it now, so we can go ahead and do some of the Kiss requests for tonight, okay? And let's tag the Monkeys. And the Monkeys is so topographic, okay? And John Robb wants Kiss Dynasty Alive 3, and you got it, okay? Let's pull up these Black Sabbath reissues. Let's go ahead and do this right now. All right. And let's start with Sabotage, okay? And we got several pre-orders on this. Sabotage is $29.99. We got one for Kelly Gabney. And I think I'm going to go ahead and start a new crate after that one. And then Brian G. Owens, okay? If you know for sure you don't have a pre-order down for these Black Sabbaths, let me know, okay? I'm going to go ahead and start a new crate, though. We've already filled up 2 crates full tonight. Chicago pre-order came in. Godsmack has come in, and we're also tagging Black Sabbaths. So there's Sabotage, and I know Gerald Whitworth wants one of each. And the other Sabotage is sold to Jeremy Todd. Thank you, Jeremy Todd. That's sold to you. And then the other Sabotage is sold to Brad Waits. There's one for Brad Waits. And then over here, we have one for Jamie McCord, okay? There's one for Jamie McCord. And make sure whoever's doing the sale, we write down everybody who's getting one, okay? Everybody who's getting one. So Kiss is a $95 buy it now. Kiss is a $95 buy it now. No More Tears is still out of stock. No More Tears is still out of stock. All right, let's do one of these right here. Kiss Originals. Let's see exactly what's going on here. What an interesting looking one. This is unofficial red vinyl. This is actually live. 3 LP. Disc 1 in Queens, New York, 1973. Disc 2 in Winterland, 1975. Disc 3 in Providence Civic Center, 75. It has a 20-page book, a huge fold-out poster, 3 prints and classic ads, limited to 100, a $245 start on that one. Kiss Originals, 3 LP, it's live, unofficial. I think all this information here is accurate, a $245 start, okay? That's now for bid. I don't know if that's the one that was requested. And then Mark Overton. Mark Overton. This is sold to Mark Overton. Thank you, Mark Overton, on that one. So from the post, I pulled one for Kelly Gabney and Brian G. Owens. Also tagged one for Mark Overton live. Okay, Mark Overton got one live. Also Brad Waits. And then Justin Garrett. And I think that was it, right? Should have been 4 Sabotage sold, maybe 5. Let me make sure on that one more time. So it was Kelly Gabney, Brian G. Owens, and then Jeremy Todd. And then over here we had Justin Garrett and Brad Waits, and then Mark Overton. Okay, so I put 2 over there, 2, 4, 6. We're good to go. That's all 6 people who claimed one. There was 2 in the last crate, right? Yeah, this post was probably worthy of a spreadsheet, but it's not as complicated as the Aussies. So that's up for bid. Let's grab another Japanese pressing. And the other Japanese pressing I have is Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. Beautiful copy. Near mint minus and pristine. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Cheap Trick, beautiful copy. Has the inserts right in here. And this is going to go up for a, make sure it's not a signed cardboard piece. That's going to go up for a $35 start, okay? This is Kiss, the Originals. And now, I know it looks like a Kiss Originals, but what it is, it's actually a Kiss collection of live tracks and lots of extras. And Matthew Sherrick does have a bid in for $245. So that will sell. Okay, now, let's see. I might have this on my laptop. Yeah, let me wait on Paranoids. Oh, and then Gerald Whitworth, I don't know if he's still watching, but earlier he wanted 1 each. So let's give him a Black Sabbath Sabotage, okay? Let's wait on the Paranoids. Here's Master of Reality, okay? Sweet Leaf. And so same thing. We've got one for John Smetzer. There's one for John Smetzer. There's one for the record guy. There's one for Jeremy Todd, okay? And then there's one for Jan Gunther. Thank you, Jan Gunther. And then there's one for Amber Mathis. There's one for Terry Gearhart. There's one for Troy Overmeyer. And then one for Shannon Price. One for Justin Garrett. And then one for Brad Waits. And now we have a waiting list, okay? Now we have a waiting list. And the waiting list is Jake Perganson, Matt Scheiker, Jamie McCord, and then here live is Ryan Mustaine, X-Wing 81, and Gerald Whitworth, okay? Gerald Whitworth, and that is 6 people on that waiting list. Kiss Chili is sold to Phil Elliott for $95. Chili, did you mean Buenos Aires? Did you mean this one here? If so, it's yours, okay? Let's put up another Kiss 45. Make sure if you want to bid, you put 4-5 for 45. This is Hard Luck Woman and Mr. Speed. And that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. Cheap Trick have the Obi. Yeah, it does have Obi. Let's go to the top cam view. There's the Obi on that. There and there, yes. All right, now we have Phil Elliott gets Buenos Aires for $95. Thank you, Phil Elliott. And then let's go over here to Black Sabbath, okay? And here is their self-titled, also $29.99. Also $29.99. And the first one goes to Jeremy Todd. The other one goes to Jan Gunther. Thank you. And then we have one to Justin Garrett. We got one for Brad Waits. And we have that many extras, okay? Those are $29.99. That's what I have extra in their self-titled. And then Gerald Whitworth, okay? Gerald Whitworth. So one more time on those, and I have extra. These are available right now, the 2-4. Great stuff there, Black Sabbath debut. So we had one for Jeremy Todd. We had one for Jan Gunther. And we have one for Justin Garrett, one for Brad Waits, Gerald Whitworth. We got one for Stanley Richmond. We got one for Buddy Cordova. I want the Black Sabbath. Rhinos are sold out. I can try to get you one, but they're sold out, unfortunately. I have them back ordered. There's a bigger chance of these coming into stock first. All right, Matthew Sherrick's back in at $255. Freddie Milford, you're out. Kiss was supposed to be a $10 start, but I'll take $7. John Durden has this for $7, going once, going twice. And Cheap Trick has a new bid for $35, okay? All right, we're officially cooking with kerosene. And I have 3 self-titles and 3 Sabotage left. Man, Sabotage has some great songs on it. Hole in the Sky's on here, Symptom of the Universe. Hole in the Sky is the song Metallica played at the tribute concert. All right, and I'll knock out Paranoid here in a minute when I step up front and grab my laptop. I'm going to go ahead and try to do all the new vinyl early and go ahead and do it right now because Laura's not here. Paul's already working on next. So I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and knock out all the new vinyl pre-orders while it's early. And then the rest of the night, we've got Vintage, Buy It Now, Best Offer, and we're going to start getting right into discount crates. I'm going to try to sell a bunch of Vintage on sale tonight. A bunch of Vintage on sale tonight. No problem, Jordan Durden, but you do have it. I'm about to sell it to you. Now Kiss is at $280. It's up to Matthew Sherrick, and we're about to sell Cheap Trick to Pat Lucero for $35. Thank you, Pat Lucero. I would like to thank everybody that's part of Collectco Nation for helping us have one of our best weeks ever. Thank you. If you're new, welcome. Make sure you followed us, subscribed. I've been doing this every night for over 6 years now. So if you just found out about us, welcome. We here every night selling, 100% customer satisfaction guaranteed. Ed will take care of you if you ever have any problems. And we have a great staff here. We got buyers or buyer, I guess Paul, but usually 2 or 3 of them go on the road. We got pricers, we got sorters, we got alphabetizers, we got everybody here. It makes all this. I listed everybody, and I forgot one person. I had to go back through and add them. Hope he's not mad at me. I did. I typed it and I made that post, and I was like, dang, I'm missing somebody. I tried to name off everybody here. And I forgot about our newest addition, Mr. Tony Murphy. And Tony is a great guy, and I think we can thank him for helping us get caught up with shipping this week. So Tony has come on, and they're doing a great job getting everything shipped out. Paul's leaving next Sunday to go on even more buying trips. And that's why we're here. That's why we're here. We buy and sell vinyl. And other stuff, and autographs when it's not a headache. Oh gosh, I like dealing in some stuff, and coins too, man. It's dealing in some stuff's a headache. I only do it on certain nights when I'm ready to do it, when I've taken a Tylenol. Cheap Tricks at $35. Kiss is at $280. Matt Marco wants both of the Sabbaths. You got it. He gets Sabotage and Self-Titled. By the way, we are about to get another big submission of autographs authenticated. We have, from these recent purchases, y'all probably have seen the REM poster, the Motorhead autographs. We're about to get about 300 autographs authenticated. Should have all that stuff by the end of the year back with letters and ready to sell. And I have some possibly ready for tonight. And then we got a Sabotage sold by itself to Tony Clem. Kiss is at $285. And then I think we're called up. Kiss is at $300, okay? So first thing we do is Kiss, and this is sold for $7 to John Durden and Pat Lucero. Thank you. You get the Cheap Trick for $35. All right. I worked on some I worked on, quote, posters, but a lot of them were signed last night. I found some cool ones. We have a poster signed by Ministry. I didn't know we have. We got a poster signed by the guy from Hanoi Rocks. It's awesome, too. I forgot we had that. I got a Creed poster. We've probably got about a dozen killer autographed posters I'm going to try to run this week. Really, really good stuff. With that being said, I got to go up front and grab my laptop so we can tag the rest of this new stuff. It's time for new auctions. I got some metal, some teaser surprise metal over here behind me we're about to get into. Let me step up here and grab. I had little handful of signed CD autographs I was going to throw up. I don't know what I've done with them, though. I had a few signed. Here they are. Is this them? Yeah, I got some really cool signed CD autographs here to run. And let me grab my laptop. It's up here on the counter, which the counter turns into a desk for about 24 hours. I got all kinds of paper stuff to show y'all. I got a lot of stuff. I got a lot of cool paper stuff to show y'all too. Books, magazines, all coming this week. So make sure you tuned in when you can, okay? Make sure you're tuned in when you can. Make sure you're tuned in when you can this week. Otherwise, you might miss something. While they're battling out over who's going to end up with the kiss, the last bid on that was 300 with Matthew Sherrick. 300 with Matthew Sherrick, and I think everybody else is done. If you are, let me know. Michael Monroe, that is it. And thank you on that. And then where are we over here? Okay, so Volume 4. Yeah, I think that's coming from a different place. It is coming in, but we don't have it yet. All right, I got some cool signed inserts here. Look at all these, or signed CD artwork. So all JSA'd. I had never shown these before. I think this is one of my favorites here. Bruce Hornsby in the range. That's just the way it is. Actually, it's scenes from the South Side, but a beautiful signature. He does a really good job. He really spells out his full name, Bruce R. Hornsby. And this is the CD artwork to Scenes from the South Side. It is JSA authenticated, and it's a $45 start. Bruce Hornsby, JSA authenticated, $45 start on that CD booklet, and that is now up for bid. I'm going to lay it right there for a second. Michael Monroe, that's it. Yeah, we got a signed Michael Monroe poster. And then what day's the ministry? Possibly tomorrow or Wednesday. I can't do them Thursday, and I usually don't like doing autographs on the weekend because we usually have a lot of other stuff going on. So it would be tomorrow or it could be Wednesday, but it'll definitely be a hot post up for it. Dio is available, unless I didn't see where Brandon Jones passed or said sold. It's available for $329.99. Yeah, I don't think Brandon Jones bought it, so yeah, it is available for $329.99. 100%. All right. Okay, and let's jump over here, and let me go over here. And who was I waiting on Kiss? Troy Audit, out, sold to Matthew Sherrick for $300. All right, let's keep this going. Bruce Hornsby's a $45 start. And now let's go ahead and put up one of those official web store exclusives I think somebody's waiting on. Check this out. Kiss, Alive 3. It's got the die-cut cover. It's a deluxe picture disc and die-cut jacket edition, limited to 500 units worldwide. Wow. 2023 picture disc, official, sealed, limited to 500. Some have sold for almost $500 before, and this is going to go up for a $245 start. Kiss, $245, and then Patrick C. Smith gets Dio. Now, Brandon, if you're watching and you're like, dang it, I was going to buy that. I thought too long. I can get more. Okay, so this one's finally sold. Thank you, Patrick C. Smith, $329.99. And if anybody wants me to order one, I'm still probably going to make a note right now, or whoever's watching, if they could make me a note, let's get another one ordered for him, and we will take a waiting list if anybody else wants one, okay? And now let's get started. I have a waiting list for Rammstein Rise, and I've got to scratch it off a lot. I've been doing a lot of waiting lists from memory, and it's not that I'm getting them wrong. I forget to take them off, and then something else will come in, and I'll tag somebody twice. I've been really bad about doing that lately, so let me take them off the waiting list immediately. Paul Brothers, you're now off the waiting list for Rise by Rammstein, and this is $44.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Thank you, Patrick C. Smith, for the Dio, and I have one Rammstein left. Kiss just has one bid, and that's $250. Final call to get a bid on Bruce Hornsby. And Guy Shard, I don't know if that person has reached out to us or not. I'll have to ask Paul if anybody's reached out to us about a Taylor Swift collection. I don't think they have yet. At least I hadn't seen anything pop up, but I'm not really in depth in the messages every day. But I don't know if somebody's reached out or not. So here is Maiden Voyage, Iron Maiden. And I don't think I have a waiting list. I think I just had a bunch of extras. Yeah, I just went ahead and ordered a bunch of extras because we're always selling them. That's Maiden Voyage on cloudy vinyl, $38.99. It's numbered on the back to 500, $38.99 on that. Bruce Hornsby in the Range is signed by Bruce Hornsby. Very nicely, too. JSA authenticated. The sticker should be right back here. Where'd they put the sticker at? Is it on the back? Oh, there it is, yeah. So there's the sticker from JSA and the card. That's a $45 start. Yep, that's a $45 start. Now, over here we have, wow, we're about to sell Kiss Alive 3 for $250, the limited edition picture disc. And then Freddie Milford wants a Ramstein. Unfortunately, only had one extra. So let's go ahead and put Fred Cardinale on a waiting list. Fred, I can have those in this week. So thank you on that, Fred. And then over here, so there's more. What color is it? Are these all cloudy? Let me show you what these look like, too, because they're making these in like 3 different colors. And I've had some people say, Chad, I want cloudy. Chad, I want lagoon. Or Chad, I want this. And because they're trying to get them all on different colors. So this is cloudy. Let me show you what they look like. Luckily, they don't come sealed. And so I can give you an idea. Really cool looking vinyl on these. And they make different colors. This is cloudy. Kind of looks like clouds. Cloudy. And that is Maiden Voyage Live in Nijmegen, which is Holland. Early Iron Maiden, 1981, $38.99. And they're hand numbered on the back. This is number 250 of 500. All right. Kiss has new bids, 260 and now 270. And Gerald, I don't know if he was watching earlier, but I did get you tagged for some of the Iron Maidens that were available. Iron Maiden is an unofficial. Yeah, this is a bootleg unofficial. Okay. And this is $38.99. Next, there was no post for these. No post for these. Technical Ecstasy in stock, $29.99. Technical Ecstasy, 180 gram remaster, another Black Sabbath Ozzy album, $29.99. And then Bruce Hornsby's A Final Call to Chris Bachek for $45. I've got, let me get this crate of Japanese stuff closer to me if I can. Okay. And let me grab a handful out of here. All right, next Japanese auction is Howard Jones, Dream into Action. Howard Jones, Dream into Action is going to go up for a $35 start. This is near mint minus and pristine, Japanese pressing. A $35 start, near mint minus. It has an insert with a solicitation card. Shrinks a little rolled over on the back. Very nice copy, though. $35 start on that. All right. Now we have Alive at $260, Alive at $270. Scott Smith says he wants one of those Iron Maidens. Stanley Richmond wants an Iron Maiden. Then Brian G. Owens on a Black Sabbath. Matt Marco on a Black Sabbath. Jan Gunther on a Black Sabbath. Alive 3's at $300. We got Jamie McCord on a Black Sabbath. And now my crate's full. And my next comment's going to be Mark Steele on an Iron Maiden. But first, let me swap out crates again. There'll be a lot of posts this week. I'm going to try something because there's other Sabbath and possibly Ozzy stuff I get. There's going to be some posts this week that say arriving this week. And if I think I can get them, I'm going to post them. For example, I think I can still get Black Sabbath box sets for Paranoid, Sabotage, and Technical Ecstasy. I think those are still in stock, and I didn't notice them because they have them under, I think, CD, even though I don't even think there's CDs in them. There might be like one, and they have to list it under CD, or they do list it under CD. So be on the lookout. I was like, wow, if I know I can get those, and they're in stock and not going to sell out, I'll go ahead and take a pre-order for them. So Maiden is sold to Mark Steele. Gerald Whitworth wants a Black Sabbath and Iron Maiden. We're definitely going to have a wait list now for Black Sabbath. So these are sold to Gerald Whitworth. MT Matt first on the wait list for Technical Ecstasy. So is Freddie Milford. And then Levi Hilton, Sabotage. Now, do you want the Sabotage I still have in stock right here, Levi? If so, thank you. And then Deckelman on the Technical Ecstasy waiting list. I still got 2 Iron Maidens. Bruce Hornsby is sold for $45 to Chris Baycheck. Thank you on that one. I think they're going to be like I think they're like $139 or $134. They're not too expensive. I think they're $139 or $134 approximately. Okay, now what happened over here? Gerald went out. Let's go ahead and sell this to John Robb. Thank you, John. That sold you for $300. Let's put up another Kiss. And I think we might have some people interested in this. I think this has been back there. I had this in the original hot picture when we bought this collection 2 months ago. This is a 3-picture disc of those 3 albums with 76-page book, a press kit, an envelope, 6 sheets of trading cards, limited to 100. Plus, it's live. These are live concerts, by the way. These are live concerts, not the actual albums. It's live in Queens, live in Winterland, and live in Rhode Island. Tons of extra stuff in here. We've already got nicely packaged. A $275 start on that. Okay. Now, a Black Sabbath wait list. Is that for the box set Solar? Is that for the box set Solar? And then, if so, I gotcha. Dave C. wants an Iron Maiden. There's 1 left. And then Philip Hope also on Technical Ecstasy. So the Technical Ecstasy waiting list was MT Matt, Freddie Milford, Justin Deckelman, and the one that just popped up, Philip Holt. Okay? This Maiden is $38.99. I got 1 copy left, number 376 maybe, or 375. $38.99. Okay, another autograph going up. If I can find where I laid those things. This is Al Stewart, legendary Al Stewart, signed CD artwork, A Beach Full of Shells, JSA authenticated. That's going to go up for a $45 start, okay? And Empty Cement put me on the box set, but not for individual albums, okay? So for Technical Ecstasy, all right. And Dave C says, never mind on Iron Maiden. Okay, so now there's 2 Iron Maidens left. All right, what is this next record? More Pink Floyds. All right, so Pink Floyd Volume 2, 2, 2, 1, and 1. Okay, these Volume 1, Volume 2 deals sometimes can get a little confusing because they split them into 2 volumes, and sometimes they get split up. But right now, Fillmore, I have a waiting list for Volume 1, Patrick Lear and Paul Brothers. Heading out, Paul? Awesome. Thank you. Patrick Lear and Paul Brothers on Volume 1, Pink Floyd. All right? So this is Pink Floyd live at the Fillmore, legendary Fillmore, early show here, or earlier. What is it, 71 probably, I think. So Volume 1, 2 people on the waiting list for that. That was Patrick Lear and Paul Brothers. And then for Volume 2, we have Volume 2, and this is George Scher, Patrick Lear, and Paul Brothers. Okay? So now all those are in. And that was for George Scherer, Patrick Lear, and Paul Brothers. So Patrick, you got a set, Paul Brothers got a set, and George Scherer needed a Volume 2. Now, I think I've already ordered more. They're on their way. So if anybody else needs one, let me know. Philip, I would get ready because I think Black Sabbath is coming up in this crate, okay? I hadn't technically shown Never Say Die yet. Stand by. Let's go ahead and make Howard Jones a buy it now. Howard Jones a buy it now. And let's take a waiting list for Pink Floyd sets. I think I went ahead and ordered extra sets because I had to get these caught up. And then I try to order where they're matched up where there's no confusion. So they'll be back in later this week. Howard Jones is a no bid, a $35 buy it now for Howard Jones. I've got a signed Al Stewart CD art booklet. It's a $45 start. What have I done with my sleeves? Here they are. And let's put this up for a buy it now for $35, okay? And then the next album's another big pre-order. Better Than Ezra, and I'm about to show that to you right now. Not before I tell you that Kiss is at 300 with Chad Sauls, and that means everybody else is out, including Mitch Shepard. Now, the waiting list for Pink Floyd is Nashville Tiger, Stephen A. Young, and Fred Carnell. Will Maidens be reordered? Are you talking about these? I always reorder them after I sell out. So if I sell out, then I order more, or if we get low. If we get low, especially if I think I need them for Metal Night, and we're going to have a lot of new people watching, probably like this week, as we got some insane stuff to auction again. All right, this was a long out-of-print record, better than Ezra. It is $59.99. The Top 40 1995 release featuring the #1 hit, Good. It's on emerald green vinyl. It's called Better Than Ezra Deluxe Edition, $59.99. And let's go through that pre-order and tag all these. I have Mike Massey. Walt Cruz wants 2 of them, so 2 for Walt Cruz. That's 3 total. Scott Smith and Brent Robley, Better Than Ezra. Scott Smith, Brent Robley. Fred Carnell and Autumn Betts. Fred Carnell and Autumn Betts. Also, Eric Fisher and Scott Beebe. Eric Fisher and Scott Beebe. And I have more over here. Don't worry. There's going to be some extras, I think. We're going to be close, though. David Howard and Brandon Lack. These are $59.99 each. And then over here we got Mike Brangle. Okay? Mike Brangle. And now I've got a handful over here, I think, to finish them out and see how many extras we have. So let's find out righty now. Better Than Ezra. These are sold to Cameron Martin and George Buchanan. So I've got 3 extras, okay? Al Stewart can be bought for a $45 buy it now. And the no bid pile. Yes, I saw your question earlier. I was trying to get to it. There's only one Kiss buy it now. Vivant 3. And that's live in Lucerne, Switzerland, 1984. That's available for a $95 buy it now. Howard Jones is $35. And then the Al Stewart autograph is $45. Okay? Better Than Ezra is sold to Saluki 47. There's 2 extra copies live right now available. So Mike Massey, Walt Cruz got 2. Scott Smith, Brent Robley, Fred Carnell, Autumn Betts, Eric Fisher, Scott Beebe, David Howard, Brandon Latt, Mike Brangle. Now, Scott Dwallow said, seriously, one of my favorite albums in the genre. Now to get Eve 6 Fly album release stat. Now, Scott Dwallow, does that mean you wanted one? I don't know if that means he wanted one or not. He said, seriously, one of my favorite albums. I guess that's not a claim. And then Cameron Martin and George Buchanan. Brandon Jones wants a Kiss. And thank you, Brandon Jones. I mean, an Iron Maiden. Excuse me, an Iron Maiden. Now, Kiss is at $350. I think everybody's done. Zach Shepard has it for $350. 2 Better Than Ezra's left. And now, Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. I know we're going to sell out. I didn't know how many of these I was going to get, so I didn't make a post. It looks like I could have actually got as many as I wanted. Now, not so much. I don't know how many I'm going to get after this, but I've got 5 available. $29.99. Never Say Die, Hard Road. Johnny Blades is on here, and that's $29. I already have it. Okay, so you already have it. I was going to make sure. Sometimes people will be like, yes, this is one of my favorite albums of all time, and they'll post that on a pre-order, and I'm like, does this mean they actually want it, or are they just commenting that it's their favorite album? So, Never Say Die is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. We have one for Philip Holt. I'm glad you got that in, Philip. And then Jan Gunther, Matt Marco, Jamie McCord. And now we will officially have a waiting list, okay? So those 5 are spoken for. Black Sabbath. So those went to Alonzo, Philip Holt, Jan Gunther, Matt Marco, Jamie McCord. Solarplex will be number 1. Gerald Whitworth will be number 2. What was the Kiss that was a no bid? Kiss that was a no bid was Kiss Vivant 3. That's live in Switzerland. Green vinyl with 24-page book and Obi. VG Plus, $95. Howard Jones is $35. And Al Stewart signed is a $45 buy it now. Very cool. And Hammer's up on Kiss. We're about to sell it to Zach Shepard for $350. Good Charlotte was a special request from Dennis Daly. Motel Du Cap. Dennis Daly, if you're watching, your special request came in, and this is $33.99. If anybody else wants a Good Charlotte Motel Du Cap, this was a special request. If you have anything you ever wanted to order, like you can send Ed an email or a message, or if you catch Laura watching live when she's here, she has access to our websites now, and they can order this for you. And then I usually show them and be like, hey, somebody wanted this. Does anybody else want one? And Kelly Vladarchek says she wants everything that Good Charlotte makes. So put down Kelly Vladarchek for everything Good Charlotte. And if anybody else wants anything, let me know. They'll make a note. I'll have them ordered by Wednesday. They will be in this week as long as they're in stock. Zach Shepard, thank you on Kiss. This is sold you for $350. The board's cleared. And I am about to put up all new Kiss auctions and other auctions, okay? Let me see which happens. Okay. Anything to have. So let's not go too crazy then on Good Charlotte. I will have to probably just get back with you. But if you for sure want that one, I'll put you down right now along with Fred Cardinale. Sorry, I'm working on my blue juice right now. This is absolutely delicious. It's worth every bit of a $12 or whatever it cost. All right. Awesome. Here we go. So first thing we have is our next auction. It is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing of Reflections, John Coltrane. Here we go. Reflections, John Coltrane. A Japanese pressing with obi. Beautiful Japanese vinyl. $45 start. It has the insert. It has this insert. It's a gatefold jacket with obi. Impressions, John Coltrane. A $45 start. Okay? Now, over here, we have Good Charlotte. We have Fred Cardinale, Good Charlotte. Okay, he wants on a waiting list. And then next Kiss auction, okay? So Coltrane's a $45 start. Our next Kiss auction is going to go up right now. And this is another Kiss Originals related item, okay? This is called the Originals 2. This is a 2022 picture disc, basically a sampler of Destroyer, Rock and Roll Over, and Love Gun. As a picture disc, a $75 start. Vladarchek, I think he was looking for that earlier. I can promise you, there's a sticky note up front on the counter that says Vladarchek proof set, and I think whatever year you need. He was digging over here earlier, so right over here to my right are 8 black tubs with yellow lids, and they're full of coins. And I think he's on a hunt to find that. That's going to be a tough find to find that. It's buried somewhere. He hadn't even asked me to help him look because he knows it's going to take a long time. I think he's officially looking for it. I saw him over here earlier in our coin room, kind of in our coin vault, where we keep our autographs and our gold and stuff. He was over there digging. So I'm sure that's like a needle in a haystack for him. So he's looking, I promise. He's looking. He probably hadn't replied to you because he's probably trying to find it first. He's probably trying to find it. So just pretend he's replied to you because he is looking for him. I saw him doing it earlier. All right. And then, so here's some other stuff. Young and Hopeless by Good Charlotte for Dennis Daly. And Good Charlotte self-titled and Young and Hopeless. Okay. There we go. So there's 2 Better Than Ezra's left and 1 Iron Maiden Maiden Voyage for $38. The no bids, give me 1 second. This always piques everybody's curiosity over here, that little corner. I get asked about that about every 30 seconds. I'm going to have to move them. But hopefully we can just sell them. How about I show them one more time and we can just go ahead and sell them? That would be best. So let me bring over a new crate first. And let's do... I have like a handful of other new vinyl. I'm going to show y'all some stuff that came in damaged, unfortunately. That happens quite often too. They're starting to ship stuff in mailers, and I'm like, golly, surely this place knows better than to ship stuff in mailers. So, but they are, and we keep getting damaged limited edition records. And then everybody's like, where's my record? And I'm like, well, it came broken in half, literally, so I can't sell it to you. It happens quite often nowadays. I'm like, golly. Okay, so first the no bids, and we'll start with the only Kiss. I'm waiting for Fred Cardinale to buy it. This is Kiss Vivant 3 Live in Switzerland, 1984, green vinyl. It's a $95 buy now. It's either a 2 or 3 LP. It's a 2 LP with book and obi. Okay? The other no bid was Howard Jones, Dream into Action, a Japanese pressing for $35, and then an autograph, Al Stewart CD book, authenticated, $45. Dale had a bunch of Al Stewart autographs. That's some of the last ones I have left. We had like 10 signed Al Stewart albums at one time. If y'all wasn't here for the Dale's Pittsburgh collection, you missed a lot of cool stuff. We have, this has a bid for $75. That's Kiss Originals 2. It's an unofficial picture disc. It's about to sell. And then John Coltrane is a Japanese pressing. And this is called Impressions, Impressions YP-8522. Nobody has bid. I'm looking for a $45 start. Now, I have another Kiss single. This is going to go up for a $45 start. Or excuse me, if you want to bid, put 45, it's going to go up for a $10 start. A really nice copy of New York Groove and Snowblind by Ace Frehley. We're about to go through some vintage, buy it now, or best offer, okay? And these are new arrivals. We've already got 4 crates filled up tonight. Lots of Kiss box sets to do. And here we go. The show must go on. Passing on the Kiss. Does anybody want to make an offer on that Kiss no bid? All right. This Kiss has a new bid for $80. Ace 10, Coltrane 45. Busy night. Busy night. All right. Let's see what's going on over here. Do. Ba-ba-da-da. All right, let me check this invoice for Ed before I do anything else. Who was that? Corey. Okay. Let me make sure that's right. Okay, I wanted to make sure. All right, here we go. Does Kiss have the mask? This is just an unofficial picture disc. Just this and this unofficial reproduction obi. It's just no mask. If it's supposed to come with mask, there's none with it. No, it's just one disc, a sampler of those albums. That's what's going on there, okay? Coltrane has bids, and let's go ahead and make Ace Frehley a buy it now for $10. Don't forget the new reissue Godsmack's in, long out of print. We've got them in stock right now for $33.99. These are new arrivals, best offer. These are new arrivals, best offer. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I watched, I got booted out of our chat over here. Give me 1 second. I watched The Naked Gun, the original. I never had seen it before. Funny stuff. I had to redo our chat over here. So I've just lost all of our comments. So I will say that James Young grabbed that for $10. Thank you. Now Kiss was at, dang it, I lost our bids. Who had this? And then Coltrane's at 50 with Karen. Fred Cardinal, you're out. Whoever had the high bid on Kiss needs to bid again for me. Okay. All new arrivals, best offer. Jimi Hendrix at his best, Volume 2. 1972 UK, $29.99. Hendrix at his best, $29.99. Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom. Hall & Oates is $19.99. Alan Parsons Project, Greatest Hits. Alan Parsons Project, the best of, $19.99. Over here, we have Stevie Wonder characters, $24.99 for Stevie Wonder. I got to get another bid. Whoever had the high, I have no idea who had the high bid. I've lost all my chats. Now Fred's back in on Coltrane at 51. And we have Brian Eno and David Byrne. The Jezebel Spirit, America's Waiting, and Help Me Somebody. A 12-inch single, $34.99. A 1981 promo, Greg Kihn Band Conspiracy. And that has the big song on it, Jeopardy. It is a gold stamp promo and white label promo, $24.99. Coltrane has a new bid, and now Stanley Richmond, there he is. Thank you, because I have no idea who had it. Over here, we have Mike Conway on Alan Parsons. Stanley, are you still watching? I'm assuming you have Kiss at $80, and I'm about to sell it to you. And now Coltrane's at 51. I think Karen just got outbid. Jethro Tull, this is their debut. This is $24.99. $24.99. This is Jethro Tull. I thought it came with mask. You're thinking about an official original Kiss Originals 2. This is not a official original Kiss Originals 2. This is a bootleg, unofficial picture disc from 2022 that is just a single picture disc, unofficial reissue. That is exactly what this is. And that is not an original. It's called the Originals 2. It's an unofficial picture disc. Unofficial picture disc. And then, Karen, you're out on Coltrane at 51. So if we need to redo that auction, I can. Donna Summer, Once Upon a Time, $14.99. He says he's good. I'm about to sell it to you for $80 then. I haven't heard back from the other bidders, though, so they must have got confused on what it was, too. Donna Summers, a 2LP, $14.99. And the Pretenders extended play is $19.99. So tonight we've got about 50 Kiss auctions. I would say that maybe 5 or 7 of them are officials and originals. The rest of them are bootlegs, and a lot of the bootlegs, they make to look just like the actual pressings, kind of like in this case, but this is not what this is. What you're thinking of is the Originals 2. It has all kinds of stuff with it. Yeah, that's a very, very tough. I've only ever had that a couple times. I think there's one in this collection somewhere. Bram Tchaikovsky is $19.99. And then over here we have Get Yourself Up, Head East, $19.99 on Head East. And Dire Straits Communique. Dire Straits is $26.99. Now, I put Ace Frehley in the Buy It Now pile. I'm getting myself really confused. It sucks when I lose comments. Somebody did buy that last Ace Frehley, right? Somebody did buy it. Or did they? Did somebody buy this? I have it in the sold pile. I don't think anybody bought it, though. I better leave it over here. I can't remember now. Man, I need some more blue juice. I'm off tonight. Coltrane's at $54. And also we have Rock Cats live at the Ritz. It's Monday. Man, I'm still suffering from Sunday fatigue. It was James Young. Okay, so somebody did buy it. Okay, thank you. Man, plus when I lose comments, it's like I lose my memory too. I lose an extension over here. This is an extension of my memory. And when this gets reset, I can't, it's really hard to obviously keep up with the show. Oh man, if I couldn't go back in time and look, I wouldn't be able to do this. It wouldn't be possible to do these streams. So, all right, thanks everybody for helping me, keeping me straight. Chad needs a cosmic brownie or something. Now Fred is out on Coltrane. This is sold to Karen for $54. How about we let's get up some new stuff. That might help my brain focus a little bit more. I've been told by everybody that works here, Chad, you do the best when you're focusing just on the sale and nothing else. And I'm like, I know that's very true. And I'm trying to focus on about 2 or 3 other things tonight. I'm trying to help Ed with some of these messages because I can remember prices. And sometimes people be like, I thought this was $9 instead of $7. And then I have to help Ed with that so they don't have to go back and watch 3 hours of sales to make sure something wasn't 32 instead of 28. And I'm seeing stuff come in, so I have flipped my phone over so I'm not looking at messages coming in anymore. Otherwise, I get very distracted. This is sold to Stanley Richmond, and this is sold to Stanley Richmond for $80. Okay. Now, we're ready for new auctions. And let's, of course, visit the Kiss. Let's do another box set here. I'm liking these box sets, plus it's going to free up some space for me. This looks really cool. Kiss, The Demons of Rock and Roll. And this is a 4-picture disc, 76-page book, 2 fold-out posters, a press map including 4 photos and a sticker. Disc 1 is live in Boston, 75. Disc 2 and 3 is live at the Roxy in Pennsylvania, 1975. And Disc 4 is live at Upper Darby, Pennsylvania, 75. So an amazing set here. All kinds of extras, picture disc, book, posters, a $245 start. That's up for bid. The Demons of Rock and Roll, a $245 start. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be right here, Billy Joel's 52nd Street, a classic album. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Billy Joel, near mint minus and pristine. Insert, cover and obi, $35 start. These are all new arrivals, buy it now or best offer. Heart Magazine. Heart is $24.99. Greg Kihn Band continued. That's a white label promo. Greg Kihn Band, that's a white label promo. $19.99 for Greg Kihn Band. Also, we have Cream, Live Cream. That is $34.99 for Cream, yellow Atco label. And we have Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Traffic is $19.99. This is Gabor Zabot, a 68 Terre Haute Bacchanal, Gabor Zabot, $49.99 on that. Oh no, I hate these inner sleeves like this. But Gabor Zabot, very cool, $49.99 on that. Kiss is a $245 start or $275. Kiss is a $245 start. Billy Joel, a $35 start. And let's put up another Kiss single, one of the last ones I have tonight. Paul Stanley, Hold Me, Touch Me, and Goodbye. And that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. It is Monday, August 4th. Hope everybody's hit the like button. Wow, 295 people watching. Everybody's awfully quiet, though. We have Aerosmith's Greatest Hits in shrink wrap, $29.99. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, a beautiful copy, $29.99. That's an original. Alarm Strength. Alarm is $24.99. And then over here, we got Aldo Nova with Fantasy. Aldo Nova's $24.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits is $29.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits is $29.99. And the Rolling Stones Sticky Fingers, $34.99. No zipper. It's early 80s pressing. Beautiful vinyl, though, $34.99. Stephen Parton on Aerosmith. Thank you on that, Stephen Parton. Sold to you. And then Gamma 1 is $19.99. Gamma 1. Also, Sammy Hagar VOA. Sammy's $24.99. And Chicago is $9.99. And that one is Chicago 11. Chicago 11. All right. Billy Joel is a buy it now for $35. 52nd Street, a near mint minus and pristine copy. You can also buy Kiss for $245, and you can buy Paul Stanley for $10. So a clean sweep across the board of all these auctions. If anybody wants them, Billy Squier, $35. Where's the guy who keeps asking for Billy Squier records? He's never on at the right time. Beautiful Japanese pressing. That would be the one to have there. Kiss can be bought for $245. That's the Demons of Rock and Roll. And then guess what? Chicago is just $10, okay? Now, first thing we have is MT Map picking up the Rolling Stones for Sticky Fingers. That's sold to MT Map. We got Aldo Nova. That's going to be sold to Chris Martin for $20. Terry Gerhardt on Chicago. And now Glenn, K is for Kiss box set, right? Glenn Butch Rhodes. K's for the Kiss box set. If so, that's sold to you. All right, and then thank you. And that means that Fred put GZ for $35. GZ, Gabor Zabot. This is sold to Fred for $35. Sig got Billy Joel for $35. Freddie, you were second on Kiss. Jamie, you were second on Billy Joel. Terry Gerhardt on BS. Terry, BS was for, let me know what BS was for. But Jamie, I actually may have another Billy Joel. I think there's more than one in this shipment. There is. I've got another one, pretty much identical to what we just sold. Okay? I've got another one pretty much identical. So I'm going to go ahead and give you one too. And I'll check to make sure I don't have a third one. Sometimes I get duplicates of these. These big sellers over in Japan were able to get like this. And John Stevens was third. Let me go see if I have another one. It was typo. Okay, so I can sell 2 more Billy Joels if I have them. I think I'm just going to keep 2. And the only thing left is Paul Stanley. There was no Billy Squire, was there? No Billy Squire in here. Nope. All right, let's grab another Kiss then. Let's see here. Here's an official web store. 2019, 45th anniversary, clear with black swirl, near mint and shrink, $45 start. I said Billy Squire. I might have said Billy Squire instead of Billy Joel. My bad. That's dyslexia at its best. Is Alice Cooper original? It should be. I can't give you an exact year, but it's not a like reissue. And it's a club copy. It does have a seam split up here. Looks like it's got a seam crackle. But yeah, it should have an original inner sleeve. Yeah, so I don't think... That might be one of the first labels that was on. It's either that or the one before it, the one I call the Burbank label. And let me go see if I have another Billy Joe over here as soon as I take a drink of blue juice. And then Chris Bocci, if you don't want Alice Cooper, it looks like Melanie does. We've had a spike in demand for Alice Cooper lately. I've noticed a lot of activity, a lot of requests, a lot of auctions. Let me go check my inventory over here. We got a lot of great Japanese titles. Here, I need to put this one up right now because it's relevant based on... Wow, there's some great ones over here. I do not have any more 52nd Streets. Unfortunately not. Nope. I got some great Japanese titles, but unfortunately no more 52nd Streets. All right, so here is our next one. This is Superman, the movie. It's a soundtrack. John Williams. Near mint, $35 start. There's 1 LP, 2 LP. There's the insert. There's the gatefold jacket. Superman with Obi, a $35 start. Music composed and conducted by John Williams. Very cool. Very nice. All right. So first thing we're going to do is Melanie Jennings gets Alice Cooper. I have a blowout sale on this right here. Here is a Cheap Trick complete studio album box set. $124.99. That is the original sticker price, right? 14 CDs, complete and pristine. It's now going to go up for a $25 start. Cheap Trick CD box set, a $25 start. I've had that up front since... It's been up front for a year and 6 months. So whatever it brings is what it's going to bring. It's been up there for a year and 6 months. Pulled my Pretenders from earlier, Ben. Nathan Carter, did you claim a Pretenders EP? You did, Nathan Carter, Pretenders EP. I just scrolled up, make sure I didn't miss anything else in there. That's right when I was losing my mind over the Ace Frehley. Yep, I got you now, thank you. And I don't think I've missed anything else, it looks like. All right, and now Superman's at $35, Cheap Trick, and then Kiss. Brad Waits has it for $65, okay? Let me see what else is going on over here. One more thing I need to check on. Let me tell Tanner something right quick. All right. Sorry. Still trying to put out fires over unpaid invoices. Complicated. Sorry, folks. Complicated business. Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, $14.99. The Doobie Brothers Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade. Rolling Stones is $34.99. Made in the Shade. Has the original on her sleeve with it. $34.99 for the Rolling Stones. We got Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy. Nice. All of a sudden, a vintage copy, an OG copy. Jailbreak, the boys are back in town. Tonight's going to be a night for a jailbreak or something like that. Kiss is at $80. What about Superman? Superman officially only has one bid with Alicia for $35, and we're about to sell that. And can I see the color on Kiss? Kiss is clear with black swirl, a 45th anniversary, near mint and shrink wrap. Cheap Tricks at $41. Stephen Tuttle, you just got outbid. And no condition notes on this. Now, let me retract something. Gregory, that is the original label. I don't have a year, but I think that's all the right markings for an OG pressing. It looks like it's a Terre Haute original. I see a T1. That should be correct for OG. It's not a club either. Master Disc, GK. That should be correct. $34.99. No condition notes. There's a letter R written on the back. But yeah, $34.99. This is a new arrivals crate, by the way. Buy it now, best offer. So sometimes I speak too soon and say OG. Sometimes I say OG label, but John hadn't took the time to run the matrix on the exact pressing. Otherwise, we wouldn't have hardly nearly as much new arrivals as we do. So, but it looks right to me, and I've had a bunch of those. King Crimson Beat, gold stamp promo with hop sticker, original on her sleeve, and that is nice, $36.99. That is a gold stamp promo. So Gregory has dibs, and then Patrick wants it. Then Dennis asked the price. Kiss is at $85 with Chris Frazier. The Cheap Trick box set's at $42. I got a Kiss box set to run next. A CD box that I'm reducing the price of. Genesis Live is $19.99. That's on the famous Charisma label. There is some writing, but that's $19.99. And then over here, we got the Alice Cooper Show. The Alice Cooper Show is $29.99. Thin Lizzy sold to Patrick Johnson. Nice copy. By the way, I still got the Vinyl Me Please editions. Kiss is a 45th anniversary. It's an official web store exclusive. Sold through the Kiss website. Clear with black swirl. And it is a final call to Chris Frazier for $85. They're still bidding on the Cheap Trick box set, and Alicia got the Superman soundtrack, one bid, $35. Thank you, Alicia S. All right, let's get that in a new sleeve. Thank you on that. All righty. Done. Now, over here, there's Cheap Trick, Todd's out, and we're about to sell those two. Let me show a few more records. Supertramp, Brother, Where You Bound, that's $19.99. And Heartbreaker, Original Artist, that's one of those comps like with the Fleetwoods and the Platters and the Shirelles, that's $9.99. And the Chambers Brothers, Love, Peace, and Happiness. This is some kind of foreign copy. Where is this from? $29.99. Direction. What an interesting label. Where's this from? England. That's a UK. That's UK. $29.99. And we have Linda Ronstadt, $9.99. John Missmer says, those clear black swirl didn't turn out as planned. If you get one of any actual swirl, you're lucky. Mine just has a small black blob on the LP perimeter. Yeah, these aren't, it's kind of, you're right. It's actually clear with a couple speckles of black. Yeah, last night I got to the store and I almost went and seen Superman. Me and Tanner was going to go see Fantastic Four, and they always, if anybody wants to go to a movie, they always want to go to a 6 o'clock show or an 8 o'clock show. I'm like, no, let's go to the 11:30 show down in Nashville. And they're like, 11:30? It's not going to be over till 1:30 in the morning. And so I almost went and seen the new Superman. I was like, I better get to work, and I picked work over going to the movies again. So, but there's that. And then Linda Ronstadt is sold to Topographic for $7. I'm also going to go ahead and say the Genesis for $15. That's Mike Bartlett, right? Thank you. And we have Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. That's $29.99. Stephen Tuttle, you get the Cheap Trick box set for $42. Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. And we have Heart, Little Queen, Barracuda, $24.99. So what about Kiss? It's done too, right? Kiss is, no, well, there was a new bid for $90. So who had it for the longest? Chris Frazier. Chris is out. Sold to Fred Cardinell for $90. Couldn't get a babysitter for Otis, no. Well, probably Addison would have went too. Tanner's wife, who is about to have a child at any moment. So, but they was like, we'll go, but we got to go to an earlier show. We can't do this like 2 a.m. stuff that you do. So, yeah. But man, it was amazing. I clicked on the IMAX in Nashville at the mall Sunday night, and there was not a single seat sold for an 11:30 show. And when I looked at it right because I was here at the store, I was like, man, I should have went and seen that. And I clicked on it at like 11:28, and the theater was still empty. So I guarantee they played that movie, and there was nobody in there unless somebody walked in late and bought a ticket at the kiosk. That whole IMAX auditorium was empty in Nashville at 11:30. And I was like, dang, that's just so weird. I can't believe they're even playing it that late, but they didn't sell a single ticket. You could have had the whole IMAX theater to yourself, like a private room. This is Kiss Foundations Forum. Kiss is live in Burbank, California, 1993, red vinyl with insert, VG Plus, a $45 start. That is Kiss live in Berkeley, 1993, a $45 start. Freddie Milford on Alice Cooper sold. Scott Markheim second. Marshall Bassett got Heart. That sold to Marshall Bassett. And Jefferson Starship Spitfire, $14.99. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. Living on the Fault Line. And Dire Straits, a 12-inch single promo. Tunnel of Love and Skate Away is $19.99. There's our next Kiss auction. I got more Japanese auctions as well, including a Obilus, perhaps. Is it Obilus Journey, Raised on Radio? I know it's Japanese. Sometimes the Obi can be tucked behind the cover. It's a cap. Yeah, it is. It does have the Obi. Okay. So $35 start. These Obi caps are tricky, especially if you're going to sleeve them. Because they go on the top here. Sometimes people tuck them on the side like this too. So they'll go into a sleeve easier. Because when you try to sleeve them, this part here always gets hung up on the sleeve. So a lot of people just keep them behind the jacket, these Obi caps. But it does have the Obi, so it is complete. Sometimes they came with like a replica backstage pass. Raised on Radio did. So I don't see that one with this one. Let me look down in the jacket, but I don't think it has it. And that's a $35 start on that. Have you seen my rendition? No, I ordered those today. Or I have the spreadsheet pulled up. I have them in my cart. I hadn't submitted it yet. But yes, I've got your note to order those. All right, and there we go. I think I'm just going to read through these one more time. There's like 3 more crates of new vintage arrivals I'm going to take offers on, and while we still auction off all this amazing Kiss stuff. So there's a whole crate. I have now condensed everything because of the box sets. A whole crate of Kiss auctions. There's one more new LP I have not shown, and that was this Cure, and this was the Black Sessions. The Black Sessions live in Paris. So this is a new arrival. This is The Cure. It's an unofficial from 2004. I think Melinda, let me figure out who was on a waiting list. The Cure, it was Unbought. Unbought. And I think I added somebody else today too. And that's why I just ordered more. Cure, Unbought, and then Melinda Gerhardt. Okay? And now I have one left, and I just ordered 3 more. So I'm going to have 4 in stock, counting this one, after Wednesday, unless it sells right now and we take a waiting list. The Cure Black Sessions, live, Paris, 2004. This one's been selling really well. It's a double LP from Parachute. Parachute's a great bootleg label. They only put out really higher quality sound. They make great jackets, etc. All right, and now Stephen A. Young got Dire Straits. Patrick C. Smith next. Fred Cardinell wants a Cure. And like I said, I promise like 3 more is on the way if anybody wants one when they come in. It should be coming in. Let's say I ordered them today. They'll probably be here Wednesday. There'll be 3 more. So now there's 2 left because Jason Fornerat's getting one. Christopher Yoakum on Foghat. Was that here in this crate? Christopher Yoakum. Let's read through these one more time quickly. Was there a fog hat in here? There's a head east. We're about to read through them one more time, okay? Cure is $44.99. We're about to sell Kiss, one bid, $45 to Buddy Cordova. So Jimi Hendrix at his best, Volume 2, $29.99. We have Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom, $19.99. Stevie Wonder was $24. Brian Eno, that's a 12-inch single promo, 3-track for $34. And Greg Kihn Band, Conspiracy, a white label promo, $24.99. This has Jealousy on it. And this is Buy It Now Best Offer Crate. Chris Marabrino wants a Cure. So that's 2 people now, unless Jeff or Sandy wants one, and then I might even have to order more. We have Jethro Tull, This Was, a gatefold, $24.99. Donna Summer is $14.99. Also, Bram Tchaikovsky, $19.99. Head East, Get Yourself Up. Head East is $19.99. Another Dire Straits, this one's Communique, or as I used to say, Communicate. Come on, I can't even remember how I used to say it. Communique. I used to call it Communique. Communique. Yeah, I used to say communique. Communique. I got corrected on that one. I finally learned that one. Communique. I used to say communique. I thought it was like communist. We have Kiss for $45 with Buddy Cordova. Journey, Near Mint, Raised on Radio with Obi. Buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. Nice. I'm going to go ahead and put it in a new sleeve, and we're going to put up another Kiss auction. And I think I'm going to go ahead and knock out another one of these box sets. If you're a Kiss fan, there's going to be a Kiss auction up for about the next 3 hours. There'll be some kind of Kiss item up for bid for the next 3 hours. So hopefully you can watch the entire time. Hopefully you can hop on and off and just wait for whatever you're waiting for. Hopefully you stick with me. But first, we're going to put this up. And if you want to bid, put CD. Here's another like blowout sale, kind of like I had on the Cheap Trick, okay? We had this marked, pretty big price on it at one point. Okay, that was from December of 2024. This is sealed, the Alive box set, which you get Alive, Live 2, Alive 3, and the Millennium Concert. Sealed from Best Buy originally. Hype sticker, a Best Buy exclusive. That's going to go up for a $35 start. And please, if you want to bet on that, put CD, okay, for the CD box. I've been trying to sell it for that and take offers on it for, I guess, a year. Well, 6 months. I guess 6 months. 8 months. What is this? 8 months. Yeah, I guess that's 8 months. Almost 8 months. Time to get rid of it. $35 start on Kiss. Okay? And then it's sealed too. First thing was Ed Riviera got Journey. How much was Dire Straits? $26.99. And then, what is the details of the Eno promo? So this is called Brian Eno and David Byrne, The Jezebel Spirit, America's Waiting and Help Me Somebody. It's a 3-track from My Life in the Bush of Ghost, an 81 promo, $34.99. Okay, and then Communique, it appears to be a U.S. original. It has the original on the sleeve. That's the first label. Very nice. It looks like a Jacksonville press. $26.99. Now time for the Kiss auction. If you want to bet on this, put Kiss. Okay, Kiss. Like you're going to go kiss your dog. This is Kiss Up the Hour. What's that say? Lower? Is that an L? Tower? Up the Tower, maybe? I guess that's a T. Up the Tower. This is Upper Darby, Pennsylvania, 1975. 2-picture disc and 2 purple vinyl LPs with poster, envelope, and prints. A $95 start on that. $95 start, Up the Tower. The CD box set has a high bid right now with $40. Now $45. Rock Cats Live at the Ritz, $19.99. Also, Heart Magazine, $24.99. We have Greg Kihn Band Continued, another Greg Kihn white label promo, original on her sleeve, that is $19.99. Greg Kihn Band Continued. Also, we have Live Cream, $34.99 for Live Cream. Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys, that is $19.99. Also, Alarm Strength. Alarm is $24.99. Adam, let's do 20 on Dire Straits and I'll sell it to you, okay? We'll do 20 on that. Gamma 1 is $19.99. Also, Sammy Hagar, VOA. Sammy Hagar is $24.99. The Doobie Brothers One Step Closer is $14.99. The Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. The Rolling Stones Made in the Shade has the original on her sleeve, $34.99. Dire Straits is sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. We also have King Crimson Beat. Man, Neil and Jack and Me. I love that song. Neil and Jack and Me. Hop sticker, gold stamp promo sticker, $36.99. Stock label, though. The CD box set's at $50. No one's bid on this Kiss. I'm looking for a $95 start. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. And this time, it's going to be a... Let's run Cyndi Lauper. She's So Unusual. These always do well. It's a Japanese pressing with Obi. A $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. Always nice. Unless I say it isn't. Of course, two big hits on that one. Time After Time. The Secondhand Unwinds. And Girls Just Want to Have Fun, which is Seth's favorite song. We have Joe Fino on Sammy Hagar. Joe Fino, are you a first-time buyer, Joe? If you are, just say yes. First-time buyer, Joe Fino. Thank you and welcome to Collectco. We need to get you registered, okay? So if you are a first-time buyer, we're just going to get you registered, and we'll give you some instructions. Kiss has a bid for $95, $95, and $95. So now there's three $95 bids. The CD box set is closing down. The last bid was Chris Frazier at $50. We have the Alice Cooper Show for $29.99. Supertramp, Brother Where You Bound is $19.99. The Heartbreakers, that is a compilation, looks like pop and soft rock from the mid-60s, $9.99. We have the Chambers Brothers, a UK copy for $29. Jefferson Starship is $14. And the Doobie Brothers is $14.99. We went through that crate thoroughly twice. First, the CD box set, Stanley Richmond's out, Buddy Cordova's out. This is sold to Chris Frazier for $50. Thank you, Chris. Great price on that. Now Kiss at $105. Cyndi Lauper, $35 start. And then Supertramp is sold to Mr. Terry Gearhart. Thank you on that. All right, Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Now it's stuck in my head. I like Time After Time. I love it when she goes, and the second hand unwinds. She dun 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 dun. And then I could be listening to that and then go right into Pantera Slaughtered. That's how my playlist is here at the store. Cyndi Lauper will be playing across the store in our sound system we have here. We got speakers that go all the way up front and they wrap around the store. It was installed when this was an antique mall. When I bought the building, we've been using it for years. And so, like, the music that plays here every day is a wide variety. It'll be Marvin Gaye, and then it'll be, like, Machine Head. And then it will be, like, a Frank Sinatra song, and then it'll be, like, a James Bond soundtrack. It'll be something really, really unusual to hear just randomly in the day. All of a sudden, James Bond music's playing. Dun-da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. And sometimes I come in, and they've turned it off. And I think they get tired of it because it's quite a bit of music. I think it's like 22,000 songs that I've acquired in my iTunes library, but it is on loop 24/7. I think every once in a while they get tired of hearing Rush and Metallica and Zeppelin, so they go up front and mute it. And I'm like, they turned my music off. And then some days I'll come in and they've got it cranking. They're absolutely blasting it. All righty, folks. Here we go. So, we are live right now. The Kiss box is at 115. Joseph Alves, you're out. Buddy Cordova has it. We're going to make Cyndi Lauper a buy it now for $35. She's So Unusual. I'm going to go ahead and make this a buy it now for $10. Random buy it now. Sealed Destroyer CD. Brand new and sealed. $10 on that. That's available. Cyndi Lauper is going to go in a new sleeve, and it's going to be sold to John Smetzer. Thank you, John Smetzer. That's done. I'm trying to clear up all my random stuff I found over the weekends while I was cleaning up around here. There's that. And then, pretty sure Kung Fu Fighting was on when I was in there this weekend. Yep, probably. Yep. Yep. If you ever come in the store to shop, that's my playlist playing. Yep. I got to be careful with some stuff. Some stuff has really bad language, and I've been in here before. It's been a long time, but I'd have stuff playing, and there'd be old ladies come in, and it'd be something like Tool playing and some of the vulgar stuff, or Pantera, and they would look up at the speakers and be like, my goodness, what are we listening to? And it would be like the most awful stuff ever. Or NWA would come on, and I'm like, oh my gosh, we got to turn. There's a little old lady in here that's being exposed to NWA right now. So, but I don't know. I just let it play sometimes. Robin, you were second on Cindy. I'll see if I have another one. Yeah, Godsmack comes out this week. It's a new reissue. It comes out this week. The pre-order was up, and I have them in stock. They're $33.99. I've lost Joseph Alves. I'm assuming he's done on Kiss. So I'm about to sell the Buddy Cordova for $115. All right, let's get another auction going then. Let me go grab some more Japanese pressings. The language on music don't bother me, but when you're playing it in a store, I'm sure some people, even though I don't use the language, but I don't mind. Some people's like, wow, they drop a lot of F-bombs in that. And I'm like, well, that's why people like it. That's why people like it. That's Foreigner Double Vision. Foreigner Double Vision is near mint minus and pristine. It's a Japanese pressing. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Double Vision. There's the insert, and there's that. All right, Kiss has a new bid for $120. Joseph, you almost lost it, but you're back in at $120, okay? That means Buddy Cordova, you're back out. Stephen Lewis Jr. wants a Godsmack. I've got a bunch of them over here. If anybody else wants one, let me know. So does Stephen Lewis Jr. All right, let's do another crate of vintage. Buy it now, best offer. Hope everybody's ready. First thing we have is Fog Hat, girls to chat and boys to bounce. Fog Hat is $14.99. We have Deep Purple Fireball. That's $24.99. The cover does have some wear. This is a green Warner Brothers label, $24.99. And Alan Parsons Project, The Turn of a Friendly Card. Alan Parsons is $19.99. Foreigner has a bid. Kiss has a new bid. Joseph, you're back out. Let's try another autograph. I have a Herman's Hermits. Yeah, Herman's Hermits. This is Peter Noon. Peter Noon from Herman's Hermits. He actually signed the front and back, but the good side is nice. It's not personalized. He signed it again on the back to Dale, so he signed it twice, but that is the front man to old Herman's Hermits, Peter Noon. I woke up this morning feeling fine. There it is, and it's JSA authenticated, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Herman Hermits, Peter Noon. $35 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? This is a new arrivals crates best offer. Mike Conway on Alan Parsons. That's sold for $15. Kiss is at $125. And the soundtrack music from Clint Eastwood's Any Which Way You Can, $19.99 for Any Which Way You Can, $19.99. Blackfoot Tomcattin, Blackfoot is $17.99. Also, we have Faithful by Todd Rundgren. Todd Rundgren's $19.99. Joseph, you're out on Kiss. I'm going to have to sell it pretty soon to Buddy Cordova if I don't hear back from you. And then the Tramps, Disco Inferno, $14.99 on the Tramps. And Joe Fino, you did get Sammy Hagar. I was actually about to make sure you know that if you're a first-time buyer, you need to register. Okay, so if you're a first-time buyer, please make sure you have registered and make sure you have registered on that. Okay, and then this is Andre Crouch and the Disciples, $19.99, 2 LP. Also, Moth the Hoople, Rock and Roll Queen. Moth the Hoople is $19.99. And The Doors, Other Voices. The Doors is $34.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Kiss let's sell Kiss to Buddy Cordova for $35. Or excuse me, let's sell Kiss to Buddy Cordova for $125. $125. And then final call to get a bid in on Peter Noon, signed Herman's Hermits. And let's go ahead and sell Terry Gearhart, the Foreigner, for $35. And it looks like he's also getting Disco Inferno by the Tramps. Thank you, Terry Gearhart, on that. That is sold to Terry Gearhart. Over here, we have the Righteous Brothers, Give It to the People. Righteous Brothers is $9.99. And Steve Winwood is $19.99. Steve Winwood has the original on her sleeve. $19.99 on Steve Winwood. Also, Genesis Duke, too many misunderstandings, $19.99. All right, let's do another Kiss. Hate that I lost Joseph there, but the show must go on. Here is our next one, and this is an actual original, just a really nice copy. Kiss Asylum, Shrink and Hop sticker, an 85 USOG Hop Hog with the original on her sleeve, nice copy, $25 start. Herman's Hermits, Peter Noon autograph. Henry VIII, I am. That has one bid for $35. Kind of a hush all over the world. Travis Woods gets Genesis for $15. And then Moth the Hoople was Rock and Roll Queen. A little bit of cover damage down here. Vinyl was clean, $19.99. Kiss, one of our first official originals tonight. And that has a bid for $25 with James Sanders. Okay? Also, King Crimson Discipline with insert. Wow, another King Crimson, 80s King Crimson, $39.99 on that. Kiss has several bids. And Alice Cooper, Special Forces, nice. Gold stamp promo sticker. Alice Cooper, nice copy for $29.99. Kelly Vlodarchek gets Herman's Hermits for $35. Nice, there you go. Maybe that will answer all your questions, Kelly. Maybe that will answer all your questions. Hey, we had the Hermits, now we got the Monkeys. This is signed by Michael Nesmith, one of the original members of the Monkeys. It's JSA authenticated. It's from his album, pretty much your standard, what's it called? What is this album? It's not that. It has something else written on it. Anyways, Michael Nesmith signed, and that's going to go up for a $45 start. And Joey Fino also wants a new Godsmack. This is a great time to be a first-time buyer or starting go invoice. It's Monday night. So we're going to do, counting tonight, I'm going to be here for the next 6 nights, every night, selling $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping. Godsmack is sold to Jay Fino. Yes, this is live ink. Don't get me started. Yes, that's live ink. Here a minute when things slow down, I want to show y'all that Disney letter because it's actually a pretty mind-blowing thing. When you look at it, I can educate a lot of people on what to be careful with autographs. But yes, that's live ink. And Adam Bernardi, I'll go ahead and say you bought the Hoople for $12. And then where are we on Kiss? Kiss is at $32 and $33. One of the original members of the Monkeys, a $45 start on that one. Okay? And now let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. Here's one I don't get too often. Roxy Music. Roxy Music. And this one's going to go up for a $35 start. Roxy Music. I actually have my tub of fake autographs over here next to me. I started photographing them last night. Oh my gosh, y'all should see all the fakes, all the bad autographs. It's scary. Roxy Music's a $35 start, has an Obi with it. That is now up for bid. There it is. Kiss is at $33.35. Billy Joel the Stranger, $14.99. Billy Joel the Stranger. The vinyl is extremely nice, $14.99. And Heavy Hands. This is a guitar comp with the Yardbirds, Taj Mahal, Santana. That's pretty cool. It's from Columbia artist, $14.99. And Elton John's Madman Across the Water, Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. It's the first MCA label, not the first press, but no condition notes. One of my favorites there. $24.99 for Elton. And we have the Beach Boys. This is a double pack. These are actually 2 albums in one. All Summer Long and California Girls, $26.99. So Kiss is at $35, now $37. Roxy Music's a $35 start. Also over here, I've got the Cars, Shake It Up, an original. Ooh, a white label promo. That's even better. A true original. White label promo of the Cars, Shake It Up. That has the original on her sleeve, $34.99 on that. Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, that's $9.99. And Gray Slick Dreams. Gray Slick is $14.99. and Donna Summer Bad Girls. That's a 2 LP, $14.99. A little bit later tonight, after we're done with all the auctions and discount vintage, I do plan on going through some CDs. I have all my miscellaneous tubs stacked. We're going to be going through stuff, trying to get stuff sold and at least gone through. So if we don't sell it here, I can price it and put it out for sale in our store. And I'm trying to get the front part of the store stocked up. So here in about a month, we can have another big in-store walkthrough sale. Always, we can go through a big walkthrough, you know, like I did about 2 or 3 months ago. All righty. We have Jason Forterat on the cars. Thank you on that. Great decision. Donna Summer sold to Lonnie Jolly for 10. And here is Michael Nesbitt. Signed, one of the original members of the Monkees. $45 start. You wasn't kidding about the CDs. They'll have them everywhere in the store. Oh, yeah. Yep, I could tell people were digging through them in the weekends because they were stacked up all over the place. We got about another 10,000 here in the back that we hadn't put out yet. Okay. We have Kiss at $38 of Alicia. Everybody else is out. Also, Small Faces, nice. There's Rod Stewart, $34.99. A little bit of cover wear at the bottom, $34.99. It's on the original label, gatefold jacket. You have a week. You have at least a week, and then you go into a grace period. So you have at least a week. So you got plenty of time to get all that worked out. No rush. Crosby and Nash is $19.99. And Supertramp, Crime of the Century, $19.99 for Supertramp. Jimi Hendrix at the Monterey Pop Festival, $34.99. All right. Let's go ahead and make Roxy Music a buy it now for $35. No bid on that. A Japanese pressing, I have it available for $35. A $35 buy it now. If anybody wants to get Michael Nesbitt, it's a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now for Michael Nesbitt. Autograph. And this is Asylum. It's a U.S. original Hop Hog with original inner sleeve, shrink and hop. It's just a really nice copy. It just got a new bid for $42. Over here, we have Alice Cooper Flush the Fashion, $29.99. We're in new arrivals, buy it now or best offer. The next dollar sale is going to be a while. I actually think the batch I have right now, we have way too, like we could have 3 $1 sales. So I'm actually going to try to sell them to somebody because we just don't have time to do a sale and get everything set up and transform our store in the time we need for more space. So I'm actually probably about to try to just sell them all to somebody, and then we'll have one this fall after we build up some more. But we have enough right now for 5 $1 sales. We've got way too many dollar records, so we just got to figure out a way to get rid of them. So hopefully, I have a cousin who does flea markets and stuff. I think he's going to come this week and just try to buy them. And otherwise, we can't store them anymore. We have them everywhere. We have a whole area over here. We're starting to tub some up and have to store them out on our porch. I mean, we just got them out. They're coming out of our nose, all these dollar records we've got. It's not really dollar records. It's stuff that we just don't want to put out for sale because it's not worth our time. There's actually some really good records in there. We just can't. Logistically, we just don't have time to price them and show them all. We only have so much time a day, and we try to put out the best stuff. So we're stuck with all these like $5 and $4 and $3 records, and we just got to figure out how to get rid of them. So I usually just sell them to somebody, or we have a big dollar sale. Supertramp is sold to Stephen Parton for $14. Mystery box 100 for 100. Oh, that would be a lot of shipping. That would be, if the buyer would pay shipping maybe, but I don't know. I don't know. I bet somebody would, but that's once again, that's a whole lot of work getting 100 records like that picked and pulled and stuff. REO Speedwagon, $19.99, High Infidelity. This has the original inner sleeve. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust, $24.99. And Willie Nelson, Before His Time, $14.99. So pretty much everybody's here is maxed out. Just doing all of our labor force is maxed out every week, just trying to keep up with all this. And if I had anything else that takes a lot of time to do, like mystery boxes, it's just almost impossible to do. We've tried it, and most people, they're okay. They're happy with what they get, but when I tell people they're dollar records, sometimes they're like, what is dollar records? And then they get a bunch of stuff they don't like, and they're like, oh, this is why they were $1. Razman gets heavy hands for $12. Kiss is officially sold to Alicia S. for $45. And UB40, Jeffrey Morgan's a $35 start. Crosby Steals and Nash is $19.99. That is available. The bad thing with bundles is we can't check them for condition. So they won't come sleeved, they won't come cleaned. They could be scratched or broken in half or just totally low grade. And then, if you end up with like a bunch like that, you may be like, what the heck? All these are scratched and beat up. And I'm like, well, we don't have time to check them. And yeah, it just turns into a mess. So it's best if we just try to figure out a way to get rid of them wholesale. Kiss. I like selling stuff that's guaranteed and we've cleaned them and we've inspected them. I hate sending people mystery stuff because it could be stuff that's dirty, moldy, cracked, broken, scratched, and I just really hate selling stuff like that because even though people realize it's a mystery and it's a gamble, there's a good chance you're going to end up with, some really bad stuff. But I think most people understand that, but still, I hate shipping stuff out like that. I like it all cleaned, guaranteed, nice. That's what I like to specialize in. Kiss, Creatures of the Night, 1995 U.S. original picture disc. 1995 U.S. original picture disc. Sealed, $125 start. This is an official release. We had the glow-in-the-dark vinyl last week. Here is the picture disc that they came out with, $125 start. James Goggin on Willie Nelson for $12. That's sold to James Goggin. And we have Genesis, Wind and Weathering. Genesis is $19.99. It's all Barbra Streisand. Well, actually, the last time I said that, there was a bunch of people that said, Chad, I'm looking for Barbra Streisand. Same way with a lot of that other stuff that we always thought was dollar records. That's why we're always very careful. Stuff I used to put out in the dollar sales, I found out people wanted. And I was like, you're kidding me. So we used to make bundles like a Henry Mancini and Barbra Streisand and all this other stuff. Burt Camford. There is a Tracy Songer is like, I want all the Burt Camfords you got. And I'm like, oh, wow. Okay, well, I've got about 2,000 or 3,000 over here. Wes Montgomery down here on the ground. Wes Montgomery is $19.99. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. This has the booklet with it. $19.99. Alicia, you did get Asylum, yes. Frank Sinatra, That's Life. Frank Sinatra, it's on his original label. That's $14.99. Kiss is $125 start. Final call to get a bid on UB40. Let's try another autograph out. This is signed. He was actually the guitarist in Big Brother and the Holding Company with Janis Joplin. His name is Sam Andrew. We've had a lot of stuff signed by him. He was the guitarist in Big Brother and the Holding Company. This is JSA authenticated. A $35 start. I have the Rolling Stones Black and Blue. The Rolling Stones is $29.99. That's black and blue. And then over here we have the Righteous Brothers Greatest Hits Volume 2. That is $9.99. Firefall self-titles $9.99. Robert Palmer is $17.99. And nice, good way to enter the crate. Johnny the Fox, Thin Lizzy. Original label. Very nice. Terre Haute pressing. That's spectacular. It's real and spectacular. $34.99. Here's one thing you'll learn if you're in the record business. Everybody loves all types of music. Even if you think something is not desirable, there's somebody out there that wants it somewhere. So I've learned that with everything. Everything I used to discard, we now have a whole different outlook on it. So I never talk bad about any kind of music, even though I do see other people joke about it. I'm like, listen, you'll be surprised. Somebody wants it. Just getting it processed, cleaned, and researched is the time. It's really hard to have somebody on payroll cleaning and looking up $4 records, and trying to figure out what year. Because a lot of people don't buy something unless they know what year and what pressing plant. And you really just can't do that for a $5 record. So it has to hit kind of a threshold of value before we put it out. Otherwise, you can't be cleaning $3.99 records and sleeving them and looking up pressing plants and stuff like that. Kiss does have a bid for $125, and then we have UB40 Jeffrey Morgan. Jeffrey Morgan is a buy it now for $35. $35. Fresh airs. Yeah, some did pop up, Steve. I don't know if you were watching. But I think some popped up the other night. You're going to have to let me know which ones you're looking for, because I guarantee I can find them. UB40's a buy it now for $35. So we only have a couple no bids tonight. UB40, Howard Jones, a couple autographs, and I'm going to leave all these over here so I don't lose them. I'm going to start trying to fill up some of our display cases of autographs. Now, Sam Andrew, that's autographed. He was the guitarist in Big Brother and the Holding Company. That's a $35 buy it now. Thomas Hujar gets UB40. And I think we're about to go ahead and sell Kiss, and then John Robb, I'm going to do yours next. Monavani, yeah, Monavani. Yep. And Henry Mancini, I used to say his name a lot jokingly, and then he does stuff like very popular film scores, like he does stuff like Pink Panther and some pretty iconic film scores. So, whew, this blue juice has completely dehydrated me. Pure Perry League, yeah. Well, those are out the wazoo. This is a first label, same thing as the last one. I'm pretty sure, though, Gregory, that's the OG pressing. Terre Haute, it's beautiful. Johnny the Fox, $34.99. It's a spectacular copy. Melanie Jennings wants the Michael Nesmith autograph for $45. Thank you on that. Pretty good buy for his autograph. It's about 3 times that much if it's on an album, by the way. Okay. And then Kiss is sold for $125 to Manny Ray. Gregory Roberts gets Johnny the Fox for $30. And now we're about to start. Let me find this one that John Robb is asking about. I think it's the Dynasty Web Store exclusive. There's a Japanese pressing. Aha! I couldn't find it earlier because it's in the bag. Yep. All right, so this is Dynasty. This one's opened. It's a 45th anniversary record store bag sleeve. It's got a bag, a tip-on jacket. It's wrapped in silver foil, picture disc, and foil poster, limited to 500. So it's a 45th anniversary, limited to 500. It has a record store day bag sleeve and silver foil jacket, original sleeve and poster. None are listed for sale, and one hadn't sold in almost a year. So it's a pretty scarce record, Dynasty. And to kind of show you, it's in a bag. It's like in a shopping bag, but it's like a plastic. It's like plastic, though. It looks like a bag. It looks like a Tower Records bag, right? That kind of looks like Tower Records shopping bags. So it comes in a sleeve. It's a silver foil cover. Wow, that's really cool, honestly. I hadn't really seen it. Wow, look at the inking on Ace's makeup. Yeah, so this isn't just like a bag. This is a legit, like, plastic sleeve. That's pretty cool. And that's going to go up for a $245 start. There's one seam split. Where's that at? Is that a seam split or no? It looks like the inner sleeve. Is that what is this? Okay, that's the inner sleeve. The inner sleeve has a little bit of wear right there. That's it. Just on the edges. And then it has the poster. Oh, nice. The poster's foil too. Yeah, no wonder that's desirable. That's an amazing package. So they have a plastic bag sleeve that looks like Tower Records. It has the inner sleeve, which is glossy, a foil jacket, a foil poster, and the actual item is a picture disc. So, Tower Records closed at the Mills Mall in Nashville. I thought all the Tower Records in the United States had been closed for 30 years. Am I wrong on that? All righty. Let's read through these again. So that's a $245 start. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. And we're going to jump over here with a little bit of loudness, okay? Got some Japanese loudness over here. I hadn't mentioned that until right now. This is Live Loudness Alive, Loudness Live in Tokyo. It is a 2 LP, near mint minus. It has the insert. It has the cover and obi, a $35 start. Yeah, I think Tower Records are only in Japan. That's what they said on that documentary I watched a couple years ago. I think they all closed here in the United States in the 2000s. They've been closed for decades. All right, here is a pretty cool signature. This is the legendary Eric Burdon. There is a house in New Orleans. They call it the Rising Sun. And it's signed by legendary drummer Ainsley Dunbar. That's a pretty good duo there. So Eric Burdon and Ainsley Dunbar, JSA authenticated, and this is called the Official Live Bootleg. Very cool. That's Eric Burdon from The Animals, and it's signed by Ainsley Dunbar. Go look up everything he played on. Oh my gosh. And then there's Eric Burdon. That is JSA authenticated, a $45 start. Kiss has a bid for $245, and Loudness is a $35 start. So, okay, let's read through these again. These are all buy it now, best offer. I've got one more crate of new arrivals to do, best offer, vintage stuff, and then we're going to hit up discount bins, probably best offer again, or possibly half off to get some stuff sold, okay? We have Fog Hat, Girls to Chout, Boys to Bounce, $14.99. Deep Purple's $24.99 Fireball. You can get details on Robert Palmer. That has the big song, Doctor, Doctor, Give Me the News. I got a bad case. $17.99. The vinyl is clean. Original sleeve. The cover does have wear. It has a little bit of a tear and some writing on the back. I would have to grade the cover VG or maybe even VG minus. The vinyl's clean though. $17.99. And everything in here is best offer. Any Which Way You Can. Clint Eastwood. That's $19.99. Also, Blackfoot Tomcatting, $17.99. Blackfoot Tomcatting. Todd Rundgren Faithful was $19.99. We have Andrea Crouch and the Disciples. That's $19.99. Final Call on Kiss, $245. $245 on Kiss. Eric Burdon has a bid for $45, and Loudness, I'm looking for a $35 start. The Doors, Other Voices, $34.99 on The Doors. The Righteous Brothers is $9.99. Steve Winwood, $19.99 on Steve Winwood, self-titled, his first solo debut. King Crimson, Discipline, with insert, $39.99. Also, Alice Cooper, Special Forces, Gold Stamp promo, $29.99. Are you the one, Chris, that asked about it? Bocce, you did, and I will sell it to you for $12, okay? And then Any Which Way, Clint Eastwood, that's sold to Christina for $15. Chris Kirkley on Steve for $15. That's sold to Chris Kirkley. And then over here, we got Billy Joel the Stranger for $14.99. Billy Joel, there he is. Madman Across the Water. Man, one of my favorites. Indian Sunset. Holiday Inn. And then don't forget about Levon. Tiny Dancer, $24.99. We have the Beach Boys California Girls, $26.99. And we have Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits. If Not For You, $9.99. Don't Stop Believing. Also over here, we have Gray Slick Dreams. That's $14.99. And Small Faces with Rod Stewart. And that's on the original label, $34.99, Warner Brothers. Nobody Knows. Let's 3-button Hand Me Down. I like that one. I know that one. And then there's one more on here I like. Wicked Shake. 3-button Hand Me Down. Can't remember. I went through, we had a box set one night, and I listened to all their albums because I love early Rod Stewart vocals. I mean, I think his early, when he's with Faces and Small Faces, and when he's doing some of that early stuff, I love it. And I listened to all their discography, and I found so many songs I'd never heard just listening for the first time ever all the way through their discography. Crosby and Nash, this is called Whistling Down the Wire, $19.99. Now, Tyler, you got dibs on Billy Joel, but you've essentially been out-offered. So it's yours if you want it for $14. If not, it goes to Melanie. And then Alice Cooper, is that coming up? this one here. Let's do a $2 bump, Curtis. $2 bump and it's yours. The Eric Burden autograph of Ansley Dunbar sold to Sandy Mile. Thank you. Great price on that at $45. Kiss, I have given this all the time of the world. John Robb's will be like any day now. Thank you, John Robb. That's so due for $245. And then Loudness has three $35 bids. Okay. Patrick bid $35. 2 minutes later, Alan Hagan bid $35. And then 2 minutes after that, Phil Elliott bid $35. Melanie Jennings, you're going to get the Billy Joel at sticker. Okay. So we have a three-way tie on Loudness. Let's go back to Kiss. And folks, this one looks pretty dang cool to me. Kiss Alive 76 box set. Wow. I'm surprised more people hadn't asked about this, or maybe they're waiting for it quietly. Kiss Alive 76 box set. What's going on here? 4 picture disc, a 76-page book, 4 coasters, a press release, a Kiss Army sticker, a handbill, an autographed, facsimile of course, letter, a poster, a letter sheet. So disc 1 and 2 is Philadelphia 1976, and disc 3 and 4 is at Hialeah, Miami, Florida. Hialeah. Thank you, Paul. They actually say that in on Seinfeld. Hialeah. You can bet on Hialeah or whatever. That's what, when George is trying to convince his parents to move down to Florida. I don't swim. You can swim with the dolphins. I don't swim. They come right up on the sidewalks. You can pet them. A $295 start. A $295 start. Kiss Alive. $295 start. Loudness 35, Loudness 36. Curtis is going to get Alice Cooper for $22. Thank you, Curtis. And then over here, we got Jimi Hendrix plays Monterey. $34.99. Jimi Hendrix. That is an amazing concert. Is this Kill? Oh, yeah. He comes out the Killing Floor. Oh, man. It sounds like he's literally on fire, as you can tell. Plus, he set... That's the concert where he set his guitar on fire during Wild Thing. He literally takes his Stratocaster, he's dousing it with lighter fluid, and he throws a match on it. He's going, come on. And he's sacrificing his guitar because he was high out of his mind. We have Alice Cooper Flush the Fashion. Alice Cooper's $29.99. Flush the Fashion. REO Speedwagon High Infidelity, $19.99 on REO Speedwagon. Nick Lowe Labor of Lust is $24.99. Jimi Hendrix is $34.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Over here we got Alice. We sold that. Loudness got a new bid for $36, $37, $39. We have an offer on Hendrix for $27, and Kiss is a $295 start. Let's put up another autographed CD booklet, and this time I have, well, this one's actually, I might have to confirm all the signatures on this one. I know 2 for sure. I think that, I know that's Chris Hillman from the Byrds, and then I think that's Jim Keltner, who is a legendary drummer. He played on like George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. He played on John. I think that's who that is because he always makes those doodles of his drum set. Let me look this up on the JSA website. But this is a fully signed Desert Rose Band, and Chris Hillman is on here for sure. I know his signature because we had 100 Chris Hillman signatures. I got to know that one forwards and backwards. It just says signed by 5 members. I don't know. That might not be his signature. I don't think he might not played on this. Do I have a lineup? Here we go. Herb Peterson, Chris Hillman, Bill Bryce, and Steve Duncan. Steve Duncan. No, that's not Jim Keltner. Okay. No Jim Keltner on that one. So I retract that. This is just the 2 biggest names, of course, is Chris Hillman and Herb Peterson. Bill Byerson. J.D. Maness, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 people on this cover. It's signed by 5. That's going to go up for a $45 start. Desert Rose Band. But we had a lot of stuff signed by Jim Keltner, and he would make a little doodle. He would make little doodles of his drum kits like that. Okay, so let's go back to the top. So who asked first about Jimmy? Joy Fino did. And Joy has had first dibs and out offer James. So that's sold to Joy for $30. Christina wants Any Which Way You Can for $12. Did I not already pull that for you? I could have swore I already pulled that for you. Or is it coming up? I know there was one. I've already pulled one. Or did I just do another one? Any Which Way You Can. Yeah, I've already pulled that for you earlier, Christina. Yeah. Okay, and then Loudness 41. I'm not ignoring your Seinfeld no jokes. I was no units left until Boca Vista. Yeah. You're telling me there's not one condo in all of Del Boca Vista? You can't get me sidetracked, though. Don't get me sidetracked on it over here. We have Crosby, Stills, and Nash for $19.99. Wow, final call to bid on Kiss Alive 76. $295 on Kiss. $295 on Kiss. Genesis was $19.99. Wind and Weathering. Wes Montgomery was $19.99. Rod Stewart, $19.99. And then Frank Sinatra, $14.99. That's life. Frank Sinatra, that's life. Rolling Stones was $29. And then the Righteous Brothers was $9. And then Firefall, okay? Now, the last bid on Loudness was Phil Elliott at $41. The Small Faces that's in here is under the title self-titled. It's called Small Faces. It does have some cover damage at the bottom. Yeah, it feels like it got a little moisture at some point down here at the bottom. Probably really why it stuck to a cover. Yeah, but everything else is nice. It's on the green label, 34. The Desert Rose Band CD artwork is a $45 start. Two big names, Hillman and Peterson on that one. And then over here, Christina on the Stones for $22. You got it. So to Christina Curtis. Okay? Don't hesitate to make offers. Y'all will learn that quickly. I'm here to sell records. That's our business, and that's my job. I sell records. So we've got these, our vintage pre-owned stuff. We market what we think we can get for it, and we take offers. Some people go ahead and buy them. Some people make offers. That's what we do. All right, first thing is I'm going to make the Kiss bot now, a $295 bot now. Wow, $295. I'm going to put that over here with a few other no bids tonight. Maybe somebody go ahead and grab it so we won't have to delay that any longer. And then let's go ahead and make the Desert Rose Band a bot now for $45 with 5 signatures on it. Desert Rose Band. And then Loudness is a final call to Phil Elliott for $41, and we're about to sell it. Let's go through another new arrivals bin of best offer, okay? I'm ready if y'all are. Hope y'all ready. Oh, me. Thank you, Collectibles Nation. Here we go. Maybe I should throw up this Random Striper album that's been laying over here all night. It's Random Striper album that's been laying over here all night. All the Kiss people. I have not seen, we've sold a lot of Kiss stuff. This is the second straight Monday, 2 Mondays, 2 months straight, excuse me. 2 months straight, we've sold a lot of Kiss stuff. Yep. Phil Elliott gets Loudness for $41. And there's a couple people I'm still trying to get payments on from stuff from, I think, 2 weeks ago. So I'm like, there's a lot left. We got a lot left tonight, holy moly. But that was an expensive item. I bet if we put this up right here, it will get a bid. This is a 78 USOG with poster, original under sleeve. It does have a cut corner. It's the Gene Simmons solo album. A $25 starter. Maybe Kiss Army just took a quick bathroom break and now they're back and ready. Gene Simmons, a $25 start. I have the poster. I have the original under sleeve. And so it's missing the merch insert. A $25 start on original Gene Simmons. Okay? And then the details on Genesis, that was Wind and Weathering. OG, no condition notes, $19.99. OG, no condition notes, $19.99. It appears to be OG. Some of these I glance at and I'm like, yes or maybe. I mean, that's the correct first label, yellow Atco. All right, and now let's go ahead and put up Japanese. Oh yeah, I got a bunch over here. Here's some of the Japanese titles I have. I've got Miles Davis, Duran Duran, The Monkees, Karate Kid, Monkees, Whitney Houston, Deep Purple, Wings, Queen, John Lennon, Billy Joel, Stevie Wonder, Earthshaker, Billy Joel, Clapton, NXS, Duran Duran, Deep Purple, Bruce Lee soundtrack, Duran Duran, Alabama, Honey Drippers, Deep Purple, Loudness, Blondie, Keel, Loudness, Michael Schenker. Let's do the Karate Kid 2 soundtrack. This looks pretty cool. The Karate Kid 2 soundtrack. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Karate Kid 2 soundtrack, near mint minus and pristine. Insert, $35 start, the Karate Kid 2. All right. Here we go. Gene Simmons is a $25 start. No bid yet. I'm going to put up the rest of the bootlegs next. All right, this is a new arrivals bin. I have not even peeked at it. Everything in here is going to be buy it now or best offer. Next thing, let's see what I have here. I am going to show y'all. I have another Kiss single. If you want to bid on this, put 45, as in Kiss 45. Hard Luck Woman and Mr. Speed, and that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Put 45 if you want to bid on that one. Let me do one more thing over here. And here we go. Nice start. Dire Straits self-titled debut, Sultans of Swing. No condition notes on the vinyl, $29.99 on Dire Straits. Balangamanch. I still never know how to pronounce that. This is $24.99. Marian Faithful, Dangerous Acquaintances. This is $19.99. Head East, self-titled, $24.99 for Head East. And Grand Funk Railroad, Good Singing, Good Playing. Grand Funk Railroad, $19.99. Humble Pie, On to a Victory. Humble Pie is $19.99. And we have Oh No, It's Devo, a 3-track promo, $29.99. Dire Straits is sold to Stephen Parton. Now, Steve McGee, you put K25. That was for Gene Simmons, right? Yeah, so you have that for $25. I'm about to sell it to you. Karate Kid is at X-Wing 81 has it for $41. So we're about to sell that. And then there was 2 other offers on Dire Straits, but I've already sold it to Steven. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, that's $34.99. Me and my Bobby McGee. Bram Tchaikovsky, Pressure, that's $19.99. Gene has a new bid for $26. Diego Sanchez on Humble Pie. Thank you, Diego. That's so to you. And then we have Hot House Flowers, People. That's $14.99. Now Gene has a new bid for $28. Let's make the Kiss single, Hard Luck Woman from Rock and Roll Over and Mr. Speed. That's a $10 buy it now. And Karate Kid is officially sold for $41 to X-Wing 81. Now, I'm sure they know in the back, but can you remind me again who is X-Wing 81? Remind me again of your handle or your real name. Just also to double confirm that they have it in the back as well. All right, we have Joe Jackson, I'm the Man. Joe Jackson is $19.99. And Donnie Iris, and this one does have Aaliyah. Back on the Streets, Aaliyah. Brandon Lack, thank you. I will probably still call you X-Wing, but they just so they 100% know in the back, okay? Now we have Gene Simmons 30, Gene Simmons 35, and next over here is What Happened, the English Beat. What Happened is $24.99, the English Beat, and Klaatu, Calling Occupants of Interplanetary Craft. This was the record that everybody thought was secretly the Beatles. They'd got it together secretly and recorded an album because there's no liner notes. Doesn't tell any members' names or anything like that, just Klaatu. Very mysterious record. $19.99. It does kind of sound Beatlish, but it's not. At least they won't admit to it. Chris Frazier gets the single for $10. Randy Klein, you were second. Gene Simmons all of a sudden getting new bids. And let's go ahead and put up another Japanese auction while they battle out Gene Simmons. We've got probably 2 more hours of KISS stuff to go through tonight. Lots of bootlegs. But first, we're going to get back over here to some of the stuff that I read off a moment ago. I hinted at some like 80s hard rock and metal, like Keel, and more loudnesses and Michael Schenker. So let me get these a little bit closer to me. And we'll do these all in a row here. First, here's Keel, K-E-E-L, The Final Frontier. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. It has the both Japanese inserts and a really nice cover and Obi. $35 start on that. The last bid that came in on Gene Simmons was Nathan Carter at $38, which means Gary Wellman is out. Mike Conway gets Klaatu for $15. Donnie Iris was $19.99. And Sean Lee Hooker gets Devo for $25. Thank you, Sean Lee Hooker. We have Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery. That is $19.99, Minstrel in the Gallery. And Robert Palmer, Pressure Drop. Robert Palmer Pressure Drop is $19.99. $19.99 on that. Gene has a new bid for $40. Keel has a bid for $35. And Hall & Oates, No Goodbyes. And the hop sticker says the best of Hall & Oates. And this is the best of through 1977. $19.99, the best of through 1977 at least. That's a compilation, No Goodbyes. $19.99 on that. And the Pretenders too, gold stamp promo sticker. We got a lot of these stickers on this collection. It looks like somebody got them at a record store, provided with the hope that you will play this for in-store play. Like we've had dozens of records just tonight with that sticker on it. So that is, with the original on sleeve, $19.99. Stripers on deck. Also over here, we got Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees, Lido Shuffle, $19.99. And we have Don't Fight It, Red Rider. Don't Fight It, $19.99. John Bobing wants Donnie Iris, Aaliyah. That is sold to John Bobing and Asia. There's your nightly dose. You can count on something Asia every night. It was the heat of the moment. $19.99. So Gene Simmons over here is at $40 with Gary Wellman, so it's up to Nathan Carter. Nathan, you've been outbid. Keel got a bid for $35. James Goggin offered $15 for Jethro. That's sold to James Goggin. Chad, if you get more Karate Kid, 1 or 2, there's a market to your Gen X. So I'm sure, yeah, that's a big one. Donnie Iris sold to John, and Nathan Carter wants the Robert Palmer, okay? And then we have Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. That is $34.99. And then Prince, Gotta Stop, Messing About, Party Up, Head, When You Were Mine, and Uptown, a 5-track. $79.99. Wow. 1981 promo, $79.99. It's a 5-track Prince promo. I don't recall seeing that one too much. Over here, we have The Vapors, $34.99, Nuclear Days. And we have Tom Verlaine from television, Dreamtime. Tom Verlaine, $29.99. Asia 12. Asia 14. Let's do the old Paul $2 bump. Let's do the old Paul $2 bump. We have Ultravox, Raging Eden. Ultravox is $19.99. Asia is sold for $14. Time, Only Time Will Tell. And then Soul. Those first 3 were all singles. And I think Wildest Dream. There's like 4 top 40 singles off of this album. Heat of the Moment was, of course, huge. Still is. Only Time Will Tell, Soul Survivor. And I think the other one was Wildest Dreams. Wildest Dreams on that one. All right, Nathan Carter. I didn't hear back from you on Gene Simmons. Always make sure if you're done bidding, you let me know. Because we got to sell that very soon. And let me verify a couple of new YouTube accounts I see popped up over here. Guy, give me 1 second. I'll show you the prints closely. I'll examine it myself. Man, how far are we from 20,000 subscribers? I know Saturday night I was really trying to get us to 20,000. We're at 19,973, so we've had about 5 over the weekend, or 5 since Sunday. We need 27 subscribers, and we're almost at 20,000. If you haven't already, please go over to YouTube and subscribe. We're so close. That will get that out of the back of my head when we hit 20,000. I won't be thinking about it again until we get close to 30. And maybe we can do that by this time next year. That would be amazing. First thing we have is Nathan Carter's out. Thank you for letting me know. I just want to make sure we missed a bid there. Gary Wellman gets this for $40. $40 on that. Now, Keel, the last thing, it's been up for a while. Alan Hagan bid $37. Chris Martin, just want to let you know, same thing. You were outbid on Keel. Want to make sure you know that. First thing is Tom Verlaine is sold to Jared Inc. for $22. And then the Prince record. John had it as no condition notes. Oh, yeah, it's near mint minus. It's really nice. It's very nice, yes. Very nice, okay? Now, let's go ahead and put up another auction. So, Kiss, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I've still got 22 Kiss auctions. 22 Kiss auctions. Here's the next official. I knew this was expensive. Gosh, this is very hard to get. This might bring an air horn if the right 2 people are watching. Kiss Double Platinum, the web store exclusive from 2020, official picture disc, limited to 500. They've sold for as much as $650. A $475 start. Double Platinum picture disc, $475 start. Guy Shard gets Prince. That's sold to Guy Shard. Thank you. He's out on Keel. Keel is sold to Alan Hagan for $37. The Double Platinum official picture disc sealed, $475 start. That's a tough one. Out of all the web store exclusives, that's one of the toughest ones there. And then next is Michael Snared on Ultravox for $14. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. This time, one I don't recall seeing too often, the Michael Schenker Anthology. You get music from UFO and Michael Schenker. It's a double LP, gatefold jacket. The vinyl is exactly what you would expect. Both LPs are very nice, near mint minus. It does have inserts with it. Let me find those. I think it does. Or is this them? Wait a minute. Well, it has a book attached. I guess it doesn't really have an insert. All the inserts are attached in the gatefold. Yeah. So there's all the, quote, kind of inserts. They're attached as a book in the gatefold. $35 start on that. All right. There we have it. Boom, boom. And I think I have an Emmylou Harris autograph. I do. This is signed by Emmylou Harris. It is personalized to Dale from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. To Dale, best wishes, Emmylou Harris. That's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Let's lay that right in the middle. All right, so Kiss, $475. Michael Schenker, $35. Emmylou Harris, $35. Back to the new arrival best offer crate. Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac is $34.99. This is extremely nice. Reprise Records, $34.99. Also, we have Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe, $19.99. And we have Robin Trower for Earth Below. Robin Trower for Earth Below, $19.99. Anthony, I replied to your comment. You have to contact us through message or email. No, there's basically no phone here. That is probably the worst way to try to contact us. You've got to send Ed a Facebook message or an email, and you've also you've got to give him a couple days, okay? Make sure you send us a Facebook message or email. Never try to call the store unless you've told Ed you're going to call, okay? If you need to talk to him, make sure he knows to expect your call, okay? There's no one ever up front, especially on Sundays, Mondays. Ed sometimes has it because the shipping people call, but it is, and plus if you call and then your message could get lost in translation. I would just always send us some sort of email or message, okay? I was invoiced $95 for that Janis Joplin poster. Auction Monday. Pretty sure I got it open bid for $75. I don't remember selling a Janis Joplin poster. Janis Joplin poster? Janis Joplin poster. We didn't sell a Janis Joplin poster last week either. Are you sure? And then over here we have Poe for $10. This one right here. Kristen Barnett. I'll do that for $15. And this is Tales of Mystery and Imagination. If you don't want it for $15, James Young does. Michael Schenker has a $35 bid. Kim Carnes with Betty Davis Eyes, Mistaken Identity, that's $9.99. And Jethro Tull is $19.99. Big Brother and the Holding Company. I was invoiced for $95 for Janis Joplin. It was $75, yeah. It was $75. I just seen it. It's laying right over here. I think it says $75 on the sticker. That was probably a keying in there. Yeah, right here. Big Brother and the Holding Company. Yep. Right here. Now, sometimes I can pull this up and fix it immediately. Right there. Yeah, that was definitely a keying in there. Or, are you sure that doesn't include tax and shipping? That might be with tax and shipping, so I have no idea though. But they will get that fixed. They fix everything. They fixed everything. All right, Poe is sold to Kristen Barnett for $15. Let's go over the 3 auctions. Michael Schenker Anthology is with is a 2 LP. That's compilation of UFO and Michael Schenker. It has 1 bid with Kathy Dumas for $35. I'm about to sell it. Now there's a bid for $38. Emmylou Harris is a $35 start. Emmylou Harris, a $35 start, okay? $35 start. It's signed, made out to Dale. This is a $475 start. We've already sold an original Kiss Double Platinum earlier tonight for about $90, I think. This is a sealed limited edition picture disc from 2020. It's limited to 500. It's $475. If you're looking for one, it's a great price if you're looking for this. If you're just looking for some kind of double platinum to play, that's not the one for you. That's not for you. This is a sealed limited edition web store exclusive Kiss collectible. $475 start. It's a final call if you want to bid before I make it a buy it now. We've already sold an OG double platinum tonight. Okay? Michael Schenker still getting bids. Right now, we have, buy it now best offer. Invoice is $95. No tax or shipping was extra at $8. Okay, the price should be, let me see if I can pull this up. It's supposed to be $75. It's always $8 shipping. There's no additional shipping. It's no additional shipping for the poster. So it should be on your invoice for $75 plus $8 shipping. Okay? It is on your invoice for $95. It should be $75, okay? They will change that to $75 sometime tomorrow. It's on your invoice as $95. It should be $75, yeah. It should be changed to $75, okay? What I do when I sell posters, sometimes I say no additional postage because it's still going to be $8, but sometimes we'll sell a frame poster or like the bar stools I've been selling, they're all additional postage, but they will change that to $75. You're right. It was a miscue. It's on there for $95. It's supposed to say $75, 100%. They will change it sometime tomorrow. They will change it from $95 to $75. We have a rock and roll alternative. This has I'm So Into You, Atlanta Rhythm section, $9.99. And we have Don Sepsky, The Rape of El Moro, $19.99. And for anybody else that is new, always make sure you contact Ed via Facebook message or email. Okay, you've got to contact him Facebook message or email. If you ask me live here, it's like talking to a wall because nothing's going to happen if you're asking me. I honestly don't even know how I could fix that for you right now because I think I got to go in, adjust sales tax rates and do all that. I have tried fixing stuff before and I have screwed up everything. So if you're not talking to Ed through email or message, you're talking to the wrong thing. Do not call. Make sure you send a message. If you call, there's about a 9 out of 10 chance it's not going to get picked up because he might not be here. And if he's not here, nobody's answering the phone unless it's during store hours. And if it's during store hours, my mom's going to pick up. You know what she's going to tell you to do? Message Ed. Because if we write it down and then it doesn't get to him, then someone's going to be like, I called the store, no one fixed my invoice. Ed never did get the message. Always make sure you message us. He'll fix it then. We have Mini Ripperton Perfect Angel. Mini Ripperton is $39.99 Perfect Angel. And the band, self-titled, the band is $34.99. I don't even know where is our phone number listed on Facebook? That's not good if it is. I almost need to say, here's our phone number, but don't call it. We have the band, because you're probably not going to get an answer. The band is $34.99. Or I need to get one of those services set up where you can it'll say contact Ed and here's his email address. Okay, and then Double Platinum. Double Platinum is a $475 buy it now. Sorry, we've went really off the rails here. But we've had a ton of new buyers lately, and I know some of them still watching. They probably have no idea how things work around here yet. So Double Platinum's $475 if anybody wants it, okay? Now, over here we have Emil Harris. That's a buy it now for $35. And Michael Shanker's at $60 with Michael Thrower. Michael has Michael for $60. Michael has Michael for $60, okay? Also over here, we have Allman Brothers Beginnings. This is a 2LP, $34.99. 2LP. Go to shopcollectco.com and you'll see a contact us, Anthony. Shopcollectco.com. And that link is in the description of this video right now. Hall & Oates, Beauty on a Back Street. Hall & Oates is $19.99. $19.99. And Genesis, and then there were 3. Genesis is $19.99, and then there were 3. And then Jimi Hendrix at his best, Volume 3. We had Volume 2 earlier, $29.99. Let's put up another Kiss. Okay, let's put up another Kiss auction. Sales tax it varies from state to state. So there's a thing called Nexus, and it depends on the threshold of how much we sell. For example, if we sell more than $100,000 in Alabama, we got to start charging sales tax. And we pretty much have it set up with all 50 states now because we hit a lot of those thresholds with every state, like Florida, and we ship a lot of stuff to California. Some states don't require it, some states do. It's a federal thing, it's a state-by-state thing too. We had an accountant set all that up, and now Tanner does all that. It's a major headache, but it's either you got to do it or you go to prison. Cow Palace. This is called Love Gunners. Cow Palace Love Gunners, and this is live at Cow Palace, San Francisco, 1977. Yellow vinyl with insert. Very cool cover. Kiss is going to go up for a $65 start. Melissa Bailey on Robin Trower for $14. Robin Trower for $14. That is so to Melissa Bailey. Thank you on that. And Frampton Comes Alive. Peter Frampton's $29.99. That's a 2LP. James Gang Passing Through. James Gang is $19.99. And Little Feat, Hoy Hoy. Little Feat, nice copy with the promo stamp, the promo sticker, the hop sticker with book, $34.99. I think we're done on Michael Shanker. Still haven't heard back from 2 or 3 people, but Michael Thrower has it for $60. I'm about to sell it. Roy Gallagher, Against the Grain. That is $19.99. And then we have David Byrne, 3 Big Songs. David Byrne is $19.99. And Hall & Oates Live with David Ruffin and Eddie Kendricks at the Apollo, $19.99. Margaret Gerhold gets the band for $30. Thank you, Margaret, on that. That's so to you for $30. Up on Cripple Creek, she sent me. Michael Thrower gets a Michael Shanker. And that sold to him for $60, I think. Let me confirm that again. Michael Thrower gets that for $60. There's Kiss, live at Cal Palace, Love Gunners. Going once, going twice. No bid. I'm going to start making them buy nows faster because we got a lot to get through. Okay? Diego Sanchez and Roy Gallagher. That's so to Diego Sanchez. Thank you on that. Okay? Next is the following. Another Japanese pressing. This time, Loudness. This is Shadows of War. Loudness is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has an insert and a solicitation card, a $35 start. All right. Here we are. As I'm stretching my leg. How are new records pressing notes can be affected by tariffs? I have not seen any price increases. Oh, I haven't seen anything. Not yet. I've seen stuff going up saying they are anticipating for it to go up, but I don't know if it actually went up or not. I know sleeves and stuff went up. They're like, we're going to raise the price of sleeves in case it does go up. And I was like, well, it hadn't went up yet. Why are you increasing prices? Kiss is a buy it now for $65. No bid on that one. Cal Palace. I'm going to get all the no bids together and keep them right over here for a second. Get them all together. But we've kept them the same here. I think they're more now wholesale, but Loudness has a bid with Michael Hamburger for $35, and our next Kiss auction. Unless there's no more Kiss buyers, then I'll just save them for tomorrow. We'll go ahead and try Animalize, though. This is a Japanese pressing. This is a 1984 Japanese import with Obi, and it also doubles as the lyric insert. It's near mint and pristine, as you would expect. Wow, Paul's using my own language. Near mint and pristine, as you would expect. A $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. This is an original Kiss Animalized Japanese pressing. There's the vinyl. And so the Obi doubles as the lyric insert. Okay? This is a $35 start. Kiss Animalized. That is now up for bid. Okay? And now Loudness has a bid for $35 as well. One second over here. Let me look at this. All right. $35, and then Loudness. Okay? I'm not going to go back through this crate in detail. I'm just going to read you what's left in here very quickly, and if you need a price, let me know, okay? Sorry, I was finished drinking in my blue juice. It's all gone. And Striper, let me go grab it right now. You got to remind me about stuff like this. And Striper, nice. It's on white vinyl. Okay, let's take a look at it. It's an 85 US limited edition white vinyl. It has the insert merch form. This white vinyl. Seth grabbed this one. He tagged this one. And of course, this white vinyl is really hard to grade. He says there looks like there's a bubble. Can y'all see that right there? There's a bubble right there. I can see it. Usually that doesn't affect too much. I know it looks like it would, but usually it doesn't. But other than that, it's beautiful. Okay? So let's do this. Let's put it up for just a $25 start. And just be aware that it has like a bubble right there on the track, about where track 2 starts. Okay, we haven't got the test plate or anything. If there's a problem, just let us know whenever you go to play it. 9 times out of 10, or actually probably a higher percentage than that, more than 90%, they usually don't affect playback. It's like just a little bit of a bubble. So that is a $25 start. $25 start on Striper. Okay, so Kiss and Loudness. Loudness, if I get to the bottom, there's not a new bid. I'm selling it to Michael Hamburger. Kiss is at $35.40, $35.40, $38, $42, $45. Striper has a bid for $25, okay? And Loudness is sold to Michael Hamburger for $35. 34% made up on the spot. That was probably... That was a statistic I probably just made up. That was a guess. That was a guesstimate. 90% of the time. 50% of the time, it works all the time. And then Kiss is at 48. But I've seen those bubbles, typically, the needle, it's like a weird anomaly. It just kind of plays right through them. I don't know what that is. Probably like an air bubble or something in the when they was getting pressed. Okay, Chad's got to stretch right quick. I did a lot of pushing and pulling on crates and tubs back here to clean up this store and tables, and I lifted Roy Rogers. Fred Goodwin has these boxes. They're like 1,000 Roy Rogers prints. Now, can y'all imagine what 1,000 posters in a box look like? Like, you know what a 500 ream piece of paper, right? Imagine a 24 by 36 poster, and there's 1,000 of them compacted into a box. I bet they weigh 100 pounds. And I was trying to deadlift them up off of the floor. And then there's some that are like prints of 500. And I got them all stacked on a cart. And it took every strength I could have to lift them. And I'm about to just try to post them and get somebody to come get them for a very low price. So... Kiss is at 50 with Buddy Cordova, and Striper has one bid for $25. White vinyl Striper, final call on that. Now Alonzo's at 26. Wow, it's at a great price. What songs are on Hall & Oates? This is live with the Temptations. This is Apollo Medley, Get Ready, Ain't Too Proud to Beg, The Way You Do Things to Do, and My Girl. Those are all, of course, Temptation songs. When Something Is Wrong with My Baby, Everything You Go Away, I Can't Go For That, 101, Possession, Deception, and Adult Education. Hall & Oates with the Temptations, $19.99. Striper 26, What Is the Striper? And then Kiss, Chris Frazier has it at $50. Buddy Cordova, You're Out. That was me, Greg, lifting heavy Roy Rogers posters, and I've hurt my back. Did I go back through this crate? I'm just going to read the titles. And if you need a price or more information, let me know. I'll tell you about the Striper in 30 seconds. We still got Balangamanch. Also, Marion Faithful, Head East, Grand Funk Railroad, Janis Joplin, Bram Tchaikovsky, Hot House Flowers, Joe Jackson, The English Beat still available, Hall & Oates, The Pretenders, Boz Scaggs, Red Ryder, Stevie Wonder, The Vapors, Fleetwood Mac, Kim Carnes, Jethro Tull, Atlanta Rhythm Section, Don Skepsky, Minnie Riperton, The Allman Brothers, which is their first two albums in one. Hall & Oates, Genesis, Jimi Hendrix, Frampton, James Gang, Little Feat, David Byrne, and Hall & Oates with the Temptations. Now, Chris, you went out, but I have you as the high bidder on Kiss at $50. And somehow Buddy Cordova went out too. So there's an error somewhere. Chris, you have it for $50. Striper is at 30 and now 30 again. This is an OG white vinyl Striper Soldiers Under Command, original white vinyl with insert and merch insert. Okay? If you heard or seen something there you want more information about, let me know. Joe Jackson is right here. It is $19.99. It's called I'm the Man. It has the original inner sleeve with it. $19.99 for Joe Jackson, I'm the Man. let's swap out crates. I'm going to very quickly show, well, I'll do it right now. Give me 1 second. Let me swap out. What was underneath here? All right, there's the 3 crates of I think John's 4 crates are now into 1. And I still hadn't tagged these paranoids yet. I got to make sure I have everybody down that wanted one, so I got to take care of that. But first, let me go through here. This also has tonight's no bid. So we had 4 crates of new vinyl. Most of it already sold, and that was pre-orders. But here's a big pre-order that we still have in stock, or new release. This is Godsmack 1000 horsepower, which is a new reissue. This has been long out of print, and it's in stock, and it's available $33.99. Okay? Right in front of that is Black Sabbath, and I think that's the only Sabbath we have left in stock. Their debut 2012 remaster, $29.99. So Godsmack Sabbath, the Iron Maiden Live Maiden Voyage Blue Cloudy Vinyl, numbered on the back to 500, $38.99. And then Better Than Ezra, that's new, $59.99. I've got 2 copies left, okay? Let's go ahead and sell Kiss Animalized to Chris Frazier. We got details for Genius. Did you mean Genesis, Chris, or Genius? Genesis. I think you mean Genesis, right? And then what are the other 2 Hall & Notes, okay? Here we go, and let's tag this Kiss Animalize, all right? There's that. Striper's now at 35. Joy Fino on Black Sabbath, okay? And then here, we got Roxy Music. Roxy Music is a Japanese pressing. That is a buy it now, no bid, the high road, $35. That is Lot Tail on Iron Maiden. Thank you on that. Okay, now let's go back to the last crate. There was a Genesis and the other Hall & Notes albums, okay? Genesis and then the other 2 Hall & Notes. Let's go back and find those. The first one is, and then there were 3, has the big song on it, Follow You, Follow Me. Gatefold, there is some writing on the cover. Original Atlantic sleeve, that's $19.99. Beauty on the Back Street, also $19.99. That's Hall & Notes. And then this one here is a compilation, No Goodbyes, the best of Hall & Notes through 1977. Also $19.99. They're all very clean records, no condition notes. Okay. Now, Striper, everybody's out. I got to hear back from Jim Earhart. Jim, the high bid is with Buddy Cordova at 35. It's up to you, and Alonzo's out. They're talking about Cow Palace here. This concert was the day Elvis died, August 16th, 1977, Regina. It's available. It's on yellow vinyl, and this is Kiss, and they did a concert out in California at Cow Palace the day Elvis died, and that is $65. So Roxy Music, the only other Kiss bootleg, there's one more after this. One of the very first ones. I've had this since 6 o'clock. Vivant 3, live in Switzerland, green vinyl, that's $95. And then another Japanese pressing, Howard Jones, it was $35. And then this gigantic Kiss box set, Kiss Alive 76, $295. And we have the double platinum for $475. So I've got 4 Kiss auctions. Highly unusual to have any left over. And then here is our next auction. And then I'm going to put up a Kiss right after this. Loudness Delusion. Loudness is a $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine. And I'm surprised I have any Kiss auctions left over. We still got a lot to sell tonight. Another 2 hours of Kiss auctions coming up. Jim Earhart's out on Striper. This is sold to Buddy Cordova for $35. Thank you on that. Kiss Alive is different live concerts. Yes, and it's already sold to Mike Torres, though. This is sold to Mike Torres for $295. Okay? Now, our next one over here I got another box set. Somebody asked for Canada earlier. I think it was Joseph. Let me see if I can find that. This one right here, Kiss Montreal, Canada 77. This looks very cool. Kind of looks like the Kiss Alive cover. This is live at Forum de Montreal, Quebec, Canada, 1977 with poster. Limited to just 25 copies. It also includes Kiss Alive 2 demos. Wow, only 25 copies. $125 start on Kiss. That's now up for bid, okay? The Kiss green vinyl was live in Switzerland with 24-page book, and it comes with an obi that you could put on the cover. Has an insert with it and a book. It's a green vinyl double LP, $95. Comes with this obi if you wanted to wrap around the cover. And it has a tour book. It's live in Switzerland, $95, okay? Burning Witches from the earlier crate. No, Burning Witches is still available. Burning Witches is still available. All right, so there's our next auctions. Kiss Montreal, Canada. And that was a starting bid for $125. And Loudness is a $35 start. That's where we're at on those two. Let's do some more discount, but this time it's going to be older stuff, probably half off. Okay. Do you have the Elder or Hotter Than Hell? You know, part of my bonus auctions where I just pulled the striper from, I do have a lot of original Kiss records. Most of these on Monday nights have been bootlegs, unofficials, or web store exclusives. Which ones did you ask for? Hotter or Elder? I might can come up with an Elder. I don't know about Hotter Than Hell. I haven't seen one of those. But if you give me a second, I will try my best. Burning Witches, I have it right here. Look, boom, so does Sean Druin. Thank you, Sean. That's so do you. You got it, Mr. Sean Druin. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is, that's our no bid. Oh, well, I have a few more over here. This is the small stuff. I do have some autographs. Emmylou Harris, it's personalized. Desert Rose Band. Sam Andrew from Big Brother and the Holding Company, and Al Stewart. And then 2 Kiss items. Paul Stanley, Hold Me, Touch Me, and Goodbye. Nice, $10. And a sealed Destroyer CD, also $10. Okay? So 10 and 10. And then these autographs, if you need more information or price, just let me know. Okay? Kiss Irvine, we can get that in rotation. And Lothal, you're out on Montreal. Joseph's bid came in first, okay? All right. So, first thing we have is Kiss Cow Palace offer for $50. Christopher Onzo wants Kiss Switzerland for $95. Cow Palace, what was I at on it? $65. Let's do $55, Gerald. I'll sell it to you. $55 on that. Loudness is a $35 start. Nathan Carter wants the Destroyer CD for $10. Okay. All right, let's put that right over here. And then Joseph, it looks like you can get that because they were out at $125. All right, let me set these over here next to me so I can keep all the no bids. And now we're ready for a crate. Let's find one. As soon as I throw away some trash over here. My trash bag is over full, so I'm going to use a crate temporarily. There we go. All right. Now Alonzo's getting new, now Loudness is getting new bids. Here we go, folks. Time to change things up a little bit. Oh, it's so nice. I can walk around freely over here without any obstructions. Always nice. It only took me 15 hours to clean the place up. Let's see, I think Tanner already went through those. I still got Paranoids to tag, but I don't know where that is. And would you take $450 on Kiss Double Platinum? I would. All right. All right. So this is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $55, and big pickup. Thank you, Mike Torres. The sealed Kiss Double Platinum limited edition picture disc, $450 to Mike Torres. Now we're back the way I like it. There are no Kiss records in the no bid pile except for the Paul Stanley single. And now Joseph gets Montreal for $125, and now Loudness is at $40. Now back to this. Let's do the last box set. That way I can empty this crate out. This is Kiss, 3 nights at Cobo Arena, January 25th, 26th, 27th, 1976. 4 picture disc, a 76-page book, a poster, 10 photos, limited to 100. Cobo Arena, 3 nights, a $275 start. Kiss box set, okay? There's that. Now, that's the way I like it. All the Kiss stuff's gone. That's our next auction. We just got to get somebody bought in on that. Let's go through a vintage half-off bin. No more, no less. And let's get some vintage stuff sold. I'm on the hunt for a Jay and the Americans record somebody wanted. He may be watching. Somebody made an offer on a Jay and the Americans. It's one of those deals where after it got buried, I was like, man, there's no telling where it is. And I still hadn't found it. And actually, somebody was watching Saturday night, and a crate came up that hadn't been up since March with some jazz in it. And we found some records a guy had been looking for since March. And I was like, that can happen. If you don't get them bought right away, they're either going to get put up front in the store and sold, or they're just going to get buried over here behind me for months or a day or 2 weeks. Loudness is at $40. I haven't heard back from MT, Matt, or Ed Riviera. Let's go ahead and sell Paul Stanley to Christopher Onzo for $10. Awesome. And we sold the Dio box set tonight. Big night. I'm going to move this right back here to get some decoration back here with Megadeth. There we go. And somebody asked earlier about Elton John puzzles. There's one right there. Captain Fantastic for $24.99. This crate is easy peasy. It's half off, no more, no less. I've seen several great titles. I think this is one of those like nonsense bins. What is a nonsense bin? This is basically a crate that should not be half off, and guess what? It's about to be half off. So everything in here is final call. Even if you try to offer me more, it's not going to happen. But if you offer me less, it's also not going to happen. Final call. If not, they're going to go into my discount crates in the mornings where they could be more or less. Or I take them up front because these have also never been put out in our store. Let's get started. First is the crust of Humble Pie, which is a Humble Pie Holland compilation, $12.50. Nice, right off the bat. Jay and the Americans, Sunday and Me. Jay and the Americans is $5. Jay and the Americans is $5. And then this is the Buckingham's Greatest Hits. The Buckingham's is $5. Leon Redbone, this is Champagne Charlie. Leon Redbone is $7.50. Niels Lofgren, Wonderland. Niels Lofgren is $10. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap's Greatest Hits. Gary Puckett is $5. And Quicksilver Messenger Service, Solid Silver, $10 on Quicksilver Messenger Service. Loudness is officially sold then, and Loudness is sold to Alonzo Breezy for $40. Thank you. That is sold to you. And now I'm going to go ahead and make Kiss Cobo Hall box set. Buy it now for $275. Yep, let's go ahead. That was the last big box set of the night. And now we're going to be chipping away at the crate. And let's do this one right here on the front. It looks completely unlike any other. So let's go ahead and do it. This is Kiss, live in Coventry, Queens, 1973. What a bizarre looking one here. $75 start. Kiss Coventry, Queens, December 22nd. And this is a $75 start. Nathan Carter, it was you. I knew somebody asked about Elton John. Nathan Carter, thank you on the Elton John puzzle. I have more if anybody else wants one. Captain Fantastic is $24.99. I can get more of those. I also have Iron Maiden Live After Death, and this is Metallica here, and Justice for All. The glare's kind of bad on it, but there's that. And now I need to go get another puzzle. They're all up front, though, so let's see. Oh, Joseph's getting the Kiss box. Great. So thank you, Joseph. Hey, I know Joseph's watching because he's always excited every Monday to see what's going to come in the hot pictures. He's like, Chad, where's those hot pictures at? And I'm like, I'm waiting for the right time to post them. Thank you, Joseph. That's so do you. All right. Back wall's clearing out. Yep, we sold Dio. We sold Elton John. I've replenished that. I need to go get a puzzle. That's going to bother me. Let me go up front and get a puzzle. I actually have them all stacked up front where I took pictures to post in the group tomorrow, probably for our 12 o'clock post. I've got puzzles and Funkos I was going to post. Let me go up here. I'm going to get one that's not in the pictures, though. I'm going to go get an old one. Probably Leonard Skinnerd. Yeah, let's get Leonard Skinnerd. And I'll get Elvis, too, instead of setting that Megadeth record up there. All right. I had some other Kiss toys to try to sell, and I did those earlier tonight, but there we go. Maybe these will sell right now. I've got Elvis Presley, 500-piece puzzle, $24.99, and I've got Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. It's $24.99. Those are all puzzles right back there, and the backless or the backs of Pink Floyd artwork, whatever you want to call that one, the babes, the painted babes. Next. Okay, Gary Puckett sold to Darren Chrisman. Thank you. Young girl, get out of my heart. You better run, girl. You're far too young, girl. That's a big hit from Gary Puckett. Sorry I had to sing. I know y'all's ears are now bleeding. John Embry, Hillbilly Rock and Roll. John Embry is $7.50. Bola Seat at the Monterey Jazz Festival. Bola Seat is $13.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. And the Shadows Silver Album. The Shadows, great instrumental stuff. That's kind of like the Ventures. If you're not familiar with the Shadows, $10 on that. And then we have Kiss Coventry. I'm going to make that a buy now for $75. Kiss Live in Queens, 1973, $75 on that. Kiss Coventry, $75 on that. Your master. Okay, here's Kiss Olympian. Live in Sweden, 1976. This is Kiss live in Olympianlund in Sweden, 1976, blue vinyl, limited to 100 copies with original on sleeve and poster. Kiss is a $65 start. That's now for bid. And over here in the Japanese crate, I have Loverboy, and this is Keep It Up. And Loverboy is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Lonnie Anderson. That's another Seinfeld reference. Lonnie Anderson. Lonnie Anderson? That's like episode... Man, that's early. That's like episode 2, I think. Yeah, that's the second... That's the second episode, I think. The Stakeout. $35 start on Lonnie Anderson. We have Loverboy Keep It Up, a $35 start. And there's that. Loverboy Keep It Up, $35 start. I was going to show y'all something. I was going to show y'all the email. Speaking of singing, let me show you the email I got from YouTube. It came literally during the sale. Copyrighted content has been detected. Y'all remember when I was playing Spencer Davis Group? Look. They turned off monetization for my video. I played, what, about 12 or 15 seconds? And they immediately sent me an email. immediately sent me an email. That's how fast it works. I played about 12, I think I played 12 or 15 seconds of Spencer Davis Group so we could hear that Hammond keyboard. And they sent me an email basically saying, please don't do this again. And it was like immediate. I was like, wow, that is algorithm, AI, high-tech computer stuff at work. Think about how many people are live right now on YouTube. And it picked up 12 seconds of me playing Spencer Davis Group, and they immediately sent me an email saying, please don't do this again. Your video can now no longer earn monetization. So, where did I get to in the half-off crate? Wes Bruce and Lang, that is $10, live and kicking. That's on the Windfall Columbia label, Wes Bruce and Lang. Also, Cliff Richard, Greatest Hits, as in greatest hits, but that's Holland, $7.50. And the Elvis album, Aloha from Hawaii via satellite, a 2 LP quad, $17.50. $17.50. And then we have The Shadows. The Shadows was called Robert Barnett. Silver Album. It's a double LP compilation. Silver Album. So Kiss is a final call. No bid. I'm looking for a $65 start on Sweden, 76. And Loverboy is a final call for $35. I have Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil. That is $5. And we have Dave Hamilton, Blue Vibrations. Wow, half off of $99.99. This probably shouldn't be in here. This is the stuff when I say nonsense crates. I should have double-checked that one. Dave Hamilton, that's now $50. Holbrook on WBL. WBL was Wes Bruce and Lang. That's sold, and thank you on that. And then over here, I have Joe Farrell, Penny Arcade. That is with Herbie Hancock and Steve Gadd. And this is $17.50. Also, we have Fats Narvo, Sonny Rollins, Warren Haynes, and Max Roach, The Amazing Bud Powell. On Blue Note, now just $20. So, Steven, Kiss is still technically up for bid, and now there is a bid locked in. So, if you do want it, you have to go through Buddy Cordova, okay? He has it for $65. Steven Rodriguez, though, if you do want Coventry, I will sell that to you. Coventry's available. But now if you want a Limpin, you've got to go through Cordova. He does have a bid locked in at $65. But Steven Rodriguez does get Kiss Coventry for $75. And while I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and make Loverboy a buy it now for $35. That's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus, and pristine, okay? And I'm going to put that over here with Howard Jones and Roxy Music. And we're going to try an 80s classic on Japanese vinyl, Culture Club. And Culture Club is color by numbers. And Culture Club is near mint minus and pristine. Comma, chameleon, something like that. And there is the lyric insert. There's the other insert. And there's the cover and Obi. All right. Jay Giles Band, The Morning After. Jay Giles is $13.50. And Bobby Bland, Reflections in Blue. Bobby Bland's $12.50. We have the Hello People, Fusion. The Hello People is now $10. It looks like the original Unipack on Philips. And Giants, that's the name of the artist. It is self-titled, $12.50. All right, so he's done. So, buddy, you do get Kiss for $65. Let's grab another one. We're chipping away at these. Let's do the next one in the box. And that is Hydraulic Rock, San Francisco, 1977. Kiss, live in San Francisco. And this is at Cow Palace again, August 16th, 1977. That's that same show we had earlier, right? With one large band Mylar Star card, 4 small Mylar cards of band members, and replica picks from tour. Wow, this has guitar picks down in it. $85 start. Let's see what's going on here. I think there might be some cool stuff down in this. It's got guitar picks. It does. Wow. So it's got playing cards and it's got picks too. That's a pretty cool item to have in there. And there's the cards they were talking about. And the fourth one, there's not just 3. The Gene's down in there too. All 4 of them are down there. And then it also has this. So it has this like really cool foil photo, 4 cards and picks. And this is $85 star. That's another Cow Palace bootleg. And I think in those recordings they mentioned Elvis, like we said earlier, whoever bought that other one. Okay? Very cool there. Scott Dwallow on Jay Giles. That's sold to him. And then Joy Fino picking up the Lover Boy. Joy's getting that for $35. And then Robert Barnett wants the Shadows for $10. We're in a half off crate right now. No more, no less. And then Kiss has bids for $85, $90, $95. All right, I'm going to do something also. Oh, no, what have I done with them? Well, I think I've already tried these, though. I have a few metal magazines here. I don't know if this is the right night for it, but I've got 3 metal magazines here. Iron Fist with King Diamond or Merciful Fate on the cover. The Devil's Music magazine. And a Metallica magazine, 30th anniversary. And this has free Metallica vinyl, 132 pages. This has some kind of disc in it, maybe. This looks really cool, actually. I don't know if this is supposed to have something with it or not. Is it supposed to have a record? If it's supposed to have a record down in it, there's no record. If it's supposed to have a flexi disc or something, it's not down in here. If it is, I can't. I hadn't found it yet. That's on a quick flip through the magazine. So, 3 metal-related magazines. We'll do a $15 start. Okay? And I think this is supposed to have some kind of single or flexi disc with it. So 3 metal magazines, $15 start on those. Okay? Trying to clear out some miscellaneous over here as well. Denise on the Hello People. And then David Hoy on Dave Hamilton. That was Bud Powell. You want this one here, right? Ray Red 73. And my crate is full, so let me swap those out. And I'm going to go ahead and shift these down. And I'm going to make Culture Club a buy it now for $35, okay? I'm going to make Culture Club a buy it now for $35. And I'm going to say we have filled up our 6th crate of vinyl tonight. Thanks, everybody. And I am grabbing another one here. And I am about to fill it up. And I'm going to take this stack of miscellaneous, all the miscellaneous stuff we've sold, and take it right around the corner here because we're about to start stacking up more different stuff like magazines, etc., etc. All right, and I did promise Donna and some of our other CD buyers, I did find a little batch of CDs to go through tonight, and or cassettes. I got a little bit of both for late night into show stuff between the hours of, we'll say midnight and 1 to 2. Culture Club is sold to Steven for $28. He makes an offer. He shoots. He scores at the buzzer. Sold to Steven. All right. And now the magazines have a bid with Robert for $15, and we're about to sell them. One second. One second, please. Okay. So Kiss is at 110 with Buddy Cordova. Oh, so you're out. All right. Back to the half off crate. There's no telling what else might be in here. There is a Snake Handler. The Heart Fixers. Cool on it. What an album cover. That's from 1986. $10 on that. Somebody asked me about Giants too. Giants was... Is that 80s Dan Huff? I see Greg Raleigh. I don't see the name Greg. I see Carlos Santana. Wow, I see Carlos Santana. I see Herbie Hancock, Lee Oscar, Neil Sean. This is most of Santana. Greg Raleigh, Neil Sean. That's Giants. Gold stamp promo, $12.50. I'm glad I paid attention to that lineup. But yeah, Mr. Thrower, that's on there. Back to this, we have New Ray of Sunshine, Dobie Gray. Dobie is $7.50. Over here, we have Norman Greenbaum with Dr. West Medicine Show and Junk Band. That is $10. Also, Jefferson Airplane Flight Log. Looks like it was at WFDM radio station. That is $15. And then Gary Wellman says he'll take the Giants. That's so to Gary Wellman. Robert Warner, you get the 3 metal magazines for $15. Thank you, Robert. And over here, I've got a stack of these cassettes I've been meaning to put up. These are all cassette singles from the following bands. These are Bullet Boys, Michael Sweet from Stryper, Aerosmith, Janie's Got a Gun, Tesla, and Bonham, Wait for You. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cassette singles, a $10 start on those. All right, and then Kiss, I was making sure Oso's out. I hadn't heard back from them, but the hammer's up. I got to sell it to Buddy Cordova pretty soon. It's been 3 minutes, $110. Next is William Drugovich on HF, and that's the Heart Fixers. Thank you, William Drugovich. That is so to you. And then over here, we have Grand Funk Shine On. Grand Funk is $20. And the Alan Parsons Project, Gaudy. This is in shrink for $10. Alan Parsons Project and Jay Giles Bloodshot. And this is on the original red vinyl. Jay Giles Bloodshot, that is $15. Phil Elliott's in on the cassette singles at $10. And he's out. And so first I'll show Sam Cooke, the one and only. It's on the Camden label. So it's still an older record, just probably not, well, I don't know. It says 60. I don't know when that was actually pressed. It actually looks like 68. $15 on that. Kiss is so to Buddy Cordova for $110. Camden, if you ever see Camden, Camden is a budget label, which was part of RCA. But what's weird about it is sometimes original albums, usually if you see Camden, it's reissues. But also, some original content was released on Camden. Like there's a couple Dolly Parton albums that's on Camden and not on RCA, but they're actually original studio releases, and they're like first presses, so they get kind of confusing. Thank you, Buddy Cordova. That's so to you, $110. Sometimes they put stuff out on Camden that they didn't want to spend a lot of money, promoting. Mike Conway on Alan Parsons. Thank you on that. We're in a great half-off bin. Let's put up another Kiss record since that one's over, and then I got more Japanese. But first, we're going to do this right here. Is this official? What is this? It's a real Kiss Alive, okay, or Kiss Unplugged. Wow, that's probably the original sticker too. $14.99 back in 1996. 1996 U.S. original with poster, a extremely nice copy. EX Plus, always been a harder one to get an OG of because it did come out in 1996. So that is with shrink and hype, essentially close to near mint, EX Plus, $125 start on Kiss Unplugged. That's now for bid. Phil Elliott gets the cassette singles for $10. Thank you, Phil Elliott. That's so to you. We have Phil Upchurch, The Way I Feel. Phil Upchurch is a 1969 original. That is $20. The Way I Feel. That's a very nice record on Chess or, Cadet. Cadet, $20. King Crimson. This is Lizard, now $20. It is a nice copy, $39.99. King Crimson Lizard, $20 on that. And we have Juicy Lucy. Juicy Lucy's a 1970 Terre Haute, $15 on Juicy Lucy. Billy Joe, Cold Spring Harbor. Wow. A 71 Monarch original, now $40. There's been some nonsense records in this half-off bin to get the discount started. So that's Billy Joe's first. And now there's a couple of things. It's not noted on this one, but Billy Joe's first album had a mastering problem. And actually, I think the true first pressings are slower than what they're supposed to be, or maybe too fast. It's one of the two. And you have to look into the matrix, and sometimes you have to listen to them. But I think the true first pressings were mastered slower than what they were supposed to be. But John has this as a 71 Monarch. Tough record to get, now a great price. Holbrook on Juicy Lucy. Christopher got the Billy Joe. Brian Colsar, you were second. Unplugged is on black vinyl. It is on black vinyl. And it has one bid for $125, and we are about to sell it. All right, and let's jump back over here to, we just bought a sealed collection too. I don't know if y'all heard me talking about that earlier tonight, but we bought a sealed collection. Our longtime customer, Pete Weisgarber, and we have a bunch of really great sealed records. We've already sold a couple tonight. I'm going to still focus on our Japanese stuff. I'm going to go ahead and put up, we've had a lot of interest tonight in Hall & Oates, and this is a great Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, and this is Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom. Vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. That's a $35 start. It has both inserts, and there's that. Okay, and now Kiss is a final call for $125, all right? Next is this, the Kinks, the File Series. The Kinks is a 77 UK, now $17.50. We have the Kink Chronicles. The Kink Chronicles is $20, 28 tracks. It's a 2 LP, $20 on that. And the Kink Controversy, 1966, $32.50. Wow. So 3 Kinks records in a row, and that's a 66 original, and they're all exceptionally nice vinyl. Also, we have Kaleidoscope, a 69 Pittman press. That is $20. And we have This Is Harry Belafonte. That's a 2 LP comp, $7.50 on that. Kiss Unplugged is So Adventure for $125. Let me try to find that other show that I think Glenn was looking for earlier. I've been flipping through here trying to find it. There's Largo. Kobo. Glenn, I'm still trying to find that show you had asked about. Let me go ahead and put this one up. This is a little bit different one here. This is Kiss, The Summit, Houston, Texas, September 2nd, 1977. And this is on green vinyl. It's a 2 LP with insert, a $65 start. A $65 start. Kiss, The Summit, Houston, Texas. That is now up for bid, okay? And then Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom. Hall & Oates is a $35 start, final call on that. Eric Van Leuven on the Kinks Files. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. And then also over here we have BT Express 1980. BT Express is $7.50. And Dave Edmunds, Tracks on Wax, $7.50 for Dave Edmunds. So Kiss was live in Texas, 1977, Houston. Houston concert, green vinyl. That's now up for bid. 123 Red Light, 1910 Fruit Gum. That is $7.50. And Linda Ronstadt, wow, big discount on this. It's now $30. It was $59.99. This is an 87 specialty press. There is cover damage at the bottom. But it's always been a tougher record to get. That's her. She's doing that whole album in Spanish. Canciones de mi Padre. Track listing on Hall & Oates. This one has Dance on Your Knees, Out of Touch, Method of Modern Love, Bank on Your Love, Some Things Are Better Left Unsaid, Going Through the Motions, Cold Dark and Yesterday, All American Girl, and Possession Obsession. Melissa Bailey picking up the Linda Ronstadt. That's always been a tough one to get. Also in here, we have The Mothers of Invention, Frank Zappa, We're Only in It for the Money. Wow, so another nonsense half off in here. Half off of $99.99. A 68 MGM press, early stereo press, contains several edited bits not on later versions with insert. So an early press, edited versions not on later versions, so different kind of mixes and cuts. And it has this kind of the spoof. They kind of did play on here with Sgt. Pepper's. Y'all know that one album they have that looks like Sgt. Pepper's. And yeah, what's the gatefold? There it is. It's kind of a spoof on Sgt. Pepper's, and it has an insert like Sgt. Pepper's did too. So there's that. That's always been a tougher one to find, especially in high grade. Over here, I have Roseanne Cash. That's in Shrink and Hype. for $5. And we have Amazing Rhythm Aces stacked deck. That's now just $6.50. First thing I'm going to do is make Kiss Houston, Texas a buy it now for $65. That is a buy it now. Let's see who grabs that. And now I'm going to make Hall & Oates a buy it now for $35. Big Bam Boom, Near Mint Minus, Shrink, or excuse me, Near Mint Minus complete with OB and inserts, $35 on that. All right. Phil Elliott grabs the Kiss for $65. Thank you, Phil Elliott. It is black cover with white print in the middle. Okay. That's probably why I hadn't been able to see it. There it is. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Kiss Irvine, numbered to 25. This is Rock and Roll Irvine, live at Irvine Meadows Amphitheater, June 15th, 1996. It's a test press edition. So it's a test press. They did 25 numbered copies with poster, $175. A test press. And that's going to go up for a $175 start. That's the notes on it that Paul has left me. And then we have Leslie on Roseanne Cash. That's sold to Leslie Holt. Also, Wheelie and the Poor Boys. That's now $12.50. Wheelie and the Poor Boys. And the Hollies, Hottest Hits. The Hollies is a 2 LP. That's now just $15. I think that night somebody was trying to offer me $20 for it. And I was like, well, it's sticker price, but you might catch it later in the half off bin. There it is for $15 less than what I was being offered. Rick Derringer, Glass Derringer, that's $10. And we got Mountain, the best of Mountain, $10. So Glenn is in on Kiss at $175, a test press edition. Let's go grab some more Japanese pressings I have over here. Time to refill my bin. We're going to grab Earthquake, and we're going to do this... let's try this Bruce Lee Duran Duran out. Got a couple more here to keep us busy for a while. Let me grab these right here. This one I don't see too often. This is Earthshaker, some of that hard rock as a Japanese pressing. Fugitive. It's a $35 start. Vinyl is Near Mint Minus and pristine. It does have the insert. Thick Japanese jacket with Opie. Earthshaker Fugitive, a $35 start. Adam Bernardi on Derringer. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. And then we have Ray Charles, A Man in His Soul. That's $17.50. Ray Charles, a deluxe 2-album set, complete story and photographs. That's a great Ray Charles comp for $17.50. I'll definitely be doing a recap. Yes. Ray Charles, Ray's Moods. That's $10. And we have Mike Oldfield, Amadon. Mike Oldfield is $7.50. And Mylon Lefevre and Broken Heart, Sheep in Wolves Clothing. That is $7.50. Sheep in Wolves Clothing. Nice. Let's go back and quickly. That was a thorough read-through. Now we're going to do through these half off. And, of course, anytime I run across a record, you can go ahead and claim it. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. So we're definitely going to say the price I'm saying is the final price. And there's way too much good stuff in here. Way too much to probably do a bundle. I mean, there's some like $100 records still left in here at half off. So Glenn Butch Rhodes gets the Kiss for $175. Glenn, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and put that right in the crate. Let's go ahead and keep rolling with the Kiss stuff. And let's do this right here. Let's do another almost box set looking thing. Largo 77. This is Kiss, the Definite Soundboard recording, Largo, Maryland, an unofficial test press. So this is another test pressing. This one's numbered 4 of 25, live at Capitol Theater or Capitol Center in Largo, Maryland, December 20th, 1977, housed in a 60-page hardback book. And this is a $195 start. Largo, $195. That's now up for bid. Okay, and now Earthshaker has a bid for $35, and Todd Saw wants both. Todd Saw wants both of the Ray Charleses, okay? You got it. And yes, let's knock this out one more time. I'm going to try my best to get this. This crate was full. It's now half full. I would love to read through it again and do one more half of the half off crate sold, okay? Let's do it. Thank you, Glenn, and thank you for everybody from Kiss Nation who has watched tonight. Another successful Kiss night. We're going to end up selling almost 2 full crates of Kiss auctions by the end of the night. There's not going to be probably anything left. We'll end up selling everything. So, and we've almost sold a lot of Japanese. So here we go. Let's read through these one more time. Give me 1 second. Let's go ahead and sell Earthshaker. J.D. Conklin's the only bidder on that. That sold to him for $35. That sold to him for $35. I don't recall seeing that one too many times. Thank you. All right. There's that. Boom. All right, sold to J.D. Conklin. Now, first thing we're going to do is say that went into the Japanese pressing. $195 on Largo, Maryland. And let me grab, I've already brought them over here close to me. Let's do Duran Duran Arena. Any full price vintage? No, no full price. The rest of the night's going to be all discount. All right, Duran Duran's Near Mint Minus and Pristine, a $35 start. It has the book and the insert. That is now up for bid. Let me put that right there. Let me do one thing over here. Give me 1 second. Okay, got it. And yeah, half off, no more, no less. Then we'll get into another bin. The crust of humble pie. The crust. The crust of pie. The crust of humble pie. $12.50. These are half off, no more, no less. Jay and the Americans, Sunday and Me. Jay and the Americans is $5. The Buckinghams Greatest Hits, $5 on the Buckinghams. Leon Redbone, Champagne Charlie. Leon Redbone is $7.50. Niels Lofgren, Wonderland. Niels Lofgren is $10. Quicksilver Messenger Service, Solid Silver. This is $10, Quicksilver Messenger Service. Over here, John Embry, Hillbilly Rock and Roll. John Embry is $7.50. And we have Bowl of Seed at Monterey Jazz Festival. This is $13.50. And now, the price I'm telling you is the final price for these. That's right. Final price for these. That is the half off price. Cliff Richard's Greatest Hits. That is $7.50. Also, we have Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. And this is one of the quad presses. So it's on the RCA, beautiful vinyl. They mixed that in quadraphonic originally. Really cool. That is $17.50. Okay, then over here we have Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil. That is $5. Joe Farrell, Penny Arcade. Joe Farrell is $17.50. And we have the amazing Bud Powell. That is a 1973 press on Blue Note for $20. That is very cool. That's $20. Also, we have Bobby Bland, Reflections in Blue. Bobby was $12.50. And a New Ray of Sunshine, Dobie Gray, $7.50 on Dobie Gray. Norman Greenbaum with Dr. West's Medicine Show and Junk Band, $10 on that. And Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, that's now $15. All right, so Kiss is a no bid. It can be picked up for $195. That's available if anybody wants it. $195 on Kiss, Largo, Maryland. And then Duran Duran is also a buy it now, no bid. Duran Duran Arena, a $35 buy it now on that. Very nice. With book and insert, $35 buy it now on Duran Duran Arena. So I'm going to put that right back there. There is that. And then we have Grand Funk Shine On. That's now $20. Has the 3D glasses still attached. So this came with 3D glasses that were perforated. A lot of people popped out so you could look at the cover. Glasses are still attached. It has the original inner sleeve. That's now $20. Let's put up another Kiss. And the next Kiss I have is this. It's Kiss Destroyer Demos and Live. Destroyer Demos and Live. There's the book that comes with it. It's an unofficial on smoky yellow vinyl, limited 250 numbered copies with unique promo sticker and 16-page booklet. High sound quality, $65 start. That's Kiss Demos and Live. That's now up for bid. Also, J. Giles Bloodshot, that's on red vinyl for $15. Sam Cooke was also $15. Phil Upchurch was $20 on the Cadet label. King Crimson Lizards, that's also $20. And then the Kink Chronicles, 28 tracks, 2 LPs, that's also $20. And then the Kink Controversy, that is $32.50, a 1966 press, $32.50 on the Kinks. Kaleidoscope is a 69 Pittman press, $20 on that. And this is Harry Belafonte. And Harry Belafonte is a 2 LP, $7.50. BT Express 1980, that's $7.50. Dave Edmunds Tracks on Wax, that is $7.50. 123 Red Light, 1910 Fruit Gum Company, that's also $7.50. Over here, I have Zappa. We're only in it, or excuse me, this one is, we're only in it for the money. That is $50. And then Amazing Rhythm Aces, that is $6.50. And then over here, one second, please. Over here, we have Willie and the Poor Boys. That's $12.50 on that. And we have the Hollies. That's $15. Hottest Hits. The Best of Mountain is $10. Mike Oldfield, $7.50. And Mile on a Fever, $7.50. There we have it. I was wondering if anybody was going to say anything. Almost did a test 1-2. Is there anybody out there? There's, in fact, somebody out there. We do have some claims coming in, okay? First, Saluki on Green Bomb, and that was right back here. Let's sell that to Saluki. And Tim Voldness gets the Zappa for $50. Donna BT Express is $7.50. This is a half off crate. Sandy Villa, Sam Cooke is $20. This is a half off crate. And then Holbrook CM is getting the Bella seat, okay? Christopher Yoakum wants the Grand Funk with the 3D glasses. That's sold to Christopher Yoakum. And we're going to sell J.D. Conklin to Duran for $28. So Sandy Villa and Donna, just let me know if y'all want those. She said she will take BT Express, okay? And Sam Cooke, maybe Sandy will want that. No, that is $15. My bad. That is the half off price, Sandy. That's sold to Sandy for $15. Sorry. When you put the price, I thought you were making an offer. It was $15 already. Yeah. This is sold to Donna, BT Express. Kiss does have a bid for $65. We're about to sell it to Oso. That's about to be sold to Oso. Okay. All right, and let's go grab another Japanese pressing. Generator is plugged and going. I just heard it shut off over here. It's fully charged. Yep. Thank you. Did I miss anything else? Playlist and condition of Hollies. Hollies had no condition notes, and it is $15. Carrie Ann, Games Were Played, Dear Eloise, Just Like a Woman, Long Dark Road, that's a great one. Do You Believe in Love, Bus Stop, that's a good one. The Times They Are Changing, The Mighty Quinn, On a Carousel, that's a good one. Don't Let Me Down, He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother, that's a good one. The Air That I Breathe, that's a good one. Stop, Stop, Stop. Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress, that's a great one. And then Pay Back with Interest, that's a great one. That's a great comp. 2 LPs, that is $15. Oso gets Kiss for $65. Time for 2 new auctions. The next auction is Eric Carr. It's called Kissology, or excuse me, Rockology. Eric Carr, this is a 2023 Record Store Day. Orange with black and white splatter, clear and black and gray and orange. So 2 LPs, 2 different colors sealed. Eric Carr, a $45 start. Michael Church wants the Hollies. Anybody else on that crate? Anybody else on that crate? All right. Now I got just one look. It's stuck in the long dark road. That's another one. It's a long dark. I can't unfortunately play music here because they'll send me an email and tell me not to do that. Kevin J. Reitz second on the Hollies. All right. And then Oso's in on car. Excellent. Let me go grab another Japanese pressing. I think I have one right here. I do. How about a Bruce Lee soundtrack? Bruce Lee in Tower of Death. That's going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful. There's that. There's the cover with Obi. And, ooh, there's something down in here. A solicitation card. Dang it. I was hoping it was a Bruce Lee autograph. That's rare. $35 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? Awesome. And let's keep this show on the road. One second, please. All right. Here we go. Bundle? I can do that. What's left in here? Yeah, let me do that right quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Boy, there's some good records in there, though. 29. If anybody wants these, I'll do them for $155. $155 on these. That's only $534 a piece. That's pretty crazy if you think about what you're buying in there. Some of those other titles that's still available. If anybody wants them, though. If not, these are going in the morning flip crate, and they're all going to get sold there for about 3 times as much money. So, your call if you want them all. If not, I really want to keep them for tomorrow's flip video bundle. I'll get about 3 times that much. But $155. Carr is at 62. Nathan Carter, you're out. Oso, you're out. Bruce Lee is a $35 start. And let's go find another crate. All right? Steve May said bundle 35. We are not even on the same planet. maybe a galaxy, but yeah, we're pretty far apart. All right. Let's see what we have over here. And what we got over here. And what we got over here. Let's find another crate. Let's see. What is these? James Gain cars. Gloria Fix. That's some stuff left over from a flip crate. I've got to do some digging, I guess. Let's see what I got right here. We can do this crate best offer. I think this is some recent Paul stuff. It is. Yeah, let's do these best offer. I think this is some stuff I posted. Now let's do these best offer. These are probably pretty good titles here. All right. And cars at $65, okay? Cars at $65. All right, give me 1 second. Um, okay. All right, so Bruce Lee's a buy it now for $35. No bid on that. Japanese pressing, you can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. Bruce Lee, that is a buy it now for $35. And actually, let me put this back over here. Otherwise, I'm in a pickle. All right, there's that. And right now, the car is at $69. That's Eric car, sealed record store day. Oso just bid $70. Right, so we're at $70 on that. We are about to put up another auction, probably a Japanese pressing here. There was Bruce Lee. I'm going to try Culture Club Kiss and Be Clever now. This is another Japanese pressing. We're going to put it up for a $35 start like the other Culture Club. This is near mint minus and pristine. And this is now up for bid. I'm going to put it right there with the insert and the cover and Obi. Tim Voldis gets the Bruce Lee for $35. Thank you, Tim Voldis. All right, now this crate is going to be buy it now best offer. I think there's some really good titles in here that Paul had marked a while back or recently. There's Klaatu. We had that earlier. There's another one. $19.99. This is a really nice copy. Klaatu. And these can be bought now or best offer. So buy it now or best offer on these. Klaatu. Pete Yorn Nightcrawler. Pete Yorn is a 2019. That is $24.99. Jeremy Bryant's in on Culture Club. Oso, you're out on Eric Carr. We have Travis, the Invisible Band. Travis is a 2021 pressing on forest green colored vinyl. That is $29.99 for Travis. And St. Paul and the Broken Bones, Young Sick Camellia. That is a 2018 US, $49.99. Adam, I'll do Klaatu for $15. I'm pretty sure we sold a new one out of new arrivals tonight at Sticker, which I think was that same price, but I'll do $15 on that. And Michael Hamburger offered $130 for Largo. First, let's sell this to Adam Bernardi for $15. Largo, Maryland. What did I have that one priced for? $195. Largo, Maryland. $195, $130. How about we do $155 on it? And so far, there's no kiss left behind if you buy that one. $155, I'll sell it to you. $155, I'll sell it to you. John Kaiser got that last bundle for $135. No, he offered $135. Man, I don't know if I want to discount that one too much. Let me look at them one more time. There's two Kinks records that equal 100, so there's two Kinks records, a King Crimson and a Fill Up Church that equal $180. So sticker price on 4 records out of that crate is $180, John. So that's 4 out of the 29. So I'm probably going to keep it at $155. So I highly encourage you to buy it. But if not, like I said, that's okay. Because I think... So Michael Hamburger wants Largo for $155, and that's the same price for the bundle if John Kaiser buys those. Eric Carr's at $75, now $77. Let's go ahead and sell this to Jeremy for $35. And we're only a few records into this crate, but we got a lot of side action coming. There's stuff being thrown at me everywhere. Thank you. That's so to you. I did not see it. I'll take it. Okay. Yeah, that's a great... That's maybe one of the best bundles for what's in there for the price. That was probably pretty dumb for me to even do that. So go ahead and say, Chad, you just shot yourself in the foot multiple times. But that also means that everything in there just sold. So we're moving vinyl. That sold for, all those in the last crate sold to John Kaiser for $155. Yeah, there was King Crimsons in there, a couple Blue Note records. There was a couple Kinks, OG pressings and comps. There's a Joe Farrell with Herbie Hancock, the Elvis. The Humble Pie comp was really cool. And now that whole crate is gone. I just put them over here next to me. $155, John Kaiser. And somewhere the shipping department is sharpening their knives so they can kill me. They're like, Chad, we're just getting caught up. It's up to Oso on the Eric Carr. Kristen has it for $177. Back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. Pete Yorn and Scarlett Johansson. That's a 2018 EP. And that is $14.99. $14.99. Also, we have Sunrise, a private press folk rock gospel, $24.99. Chad, you just shot yourself in the foot, but I'll bet $80 on Eric Carr. Thank you. So Christian Driscoll, there's a new bet on Carr. Oso says he's in at $80 after he let me know I just shot myself in the foot. I do that quite often sometimes on here. I start bringing out records and I'm like, why am I discounting these? They're great records in great condition. And I'm just in a hurry to sell stuff. And there's one thing about business. The cheaper you start making something, the higher chance of it is to sell it. And I just love to sell stuff. And I love selling stuff. And sometimes I sell it for the wrong price. Sometimes we get a really good price. And so the way I see it is it always balances out. At the end of the day, it always balances out for what we need to make on these. Some of them is like, you sold that for just $10. And it's also like, you sold that for $400. And so it kind of balances out. I was about to put up another Eric Carr. I grabbed the wrong record. Hold on. Let's do an actual Kiss boot over here I still have. And this is actually official original Kiss record. This is Kiss Dynasty. It's a 79 Japanese repress. It is with the booklet. It's in VG Plus. Just a $35 start. It does have some scuffing. $35. This is a official pressing, a 79 repress. Now, 79 was the year this came out. This is just happens to be a repress. $35 start on that. Wings of Light. That's a rare 79 US gospel disco. VG Plus $29.99. These are some pretty recent records from my memory. We're now just doing best offer on them. Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver. VG $9.99. And Paul Westerberg Stereo. That's a 2019 Record Store Day. That is $39.99. Paul Westerberg Stereo. And the Phoenix Singers, and that's an actual white label promo in mono, $9.99. Kiss Japanese Pressing, a $35 start. Eric Carr, Rockology, we're looking for a new bid, and it just came in with Kristen Driscoll at $92. We have Travis, the Invisible Band Live, sealed for $34.99. We have Steve Winwood. I will do $8 on that one, Steve. We have Donovan. This is Move By Yourself. Donovan Frank Ryder, Move By Yourself, $79.99 on that one. Leslie's in on Kiss at $35. And we have Sarah McLachlan, Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. This is unopened, $34.99. Steve is going to get the Steve Winwood for $8. That's sold to Steve Mason. Strand of Oaks in Heaven, a 2021 pressing on acid pink vinyl, $24.99. And we have The Wigs, Enjoy the Company, VG Plus, $14.99 with that nice hot dog cover there. Chad needs a bottle of water. I'm going to step up here and grab one right quick. I love bottles of water, especially after I've had blue juice and I'm pretty much dehydrated. Those things are like a sponge. Pretty much like a sponge. All righty. All right. We have PW for $20. Paul Westerberg. I will do that for $35. And then SM for $25. $44.99. And SM was Sarah McLaughlin. Leslie, I'll do that for $28. I'll do that for $28. I am going to go ahead and sell you Kiss for $35. Oso, it's up to you on Eric Carr. Oso's always got a bad lag out there in California. Oso, about 3 minutes ago, you were outbid, and his bid just came in at 95. Okay, so he's still bidding on Eric Carr. And Kristen says he's out. Sarah McLaughlin sold to Leslie for $28. And Eric Carr is sold to Oso for $95. Okay, did I put up another Kiss auction? What did I just do right then? I thought I was introducing it. Oh, I did. I just sold Dynasty. Wow, that was fast. I sold that one so fast I didn't even remember it. So let's try the other Eric Carr. Here's Eric Carr again, while maybe they're still both watching in case they need this one. Unfinished Business. And this is on purple and yellow vinyl to $150. Wow. It's an unofficial, numbered to just $150 with poster, sealed, official release. This is official, a $95 start. Excuse me. $95 start. And then let's go ahead and put up Kiss. We'll do a Kiss now by itself. And let's do this one right here. Do we want to sell these together? Okay, no, these are supposed to be separate. All right, so here's Kiss Thunder Rock Red Vinyl Gene Edition, numbered to 200, number 21 of 200, January 27th, 1976. And that's Kiss live at Cobo Hall in Detroit, Michigan. And that's live 1976 on red vinyl, number 21 of 200, EX condition, a $75 start. That's our next two auctions. They are live. Also, we have Kanye West, EX, $44.99. Kanye is EX $44.99. And the Rolling Stones Tattoo You, VG Plus, $19.99. Why Don't You Start Me Up, VG Plus, original on her sleeve, $19.99. The Police, Ghost in the Machine. There is some cover wear on this, $24.99. JD's in on Kiss. Wow. First time I've seen your name all night, JD. I was actually about to mention you, and I've been missing two other people that usually bid on every one of these auctions. You have made an appearance. JD is at $75. Eric Carr is a final call to get a bid in for $95. Also, we have Shadowfax, Folk Songs for a Nuclear Village, $14.99. Terry Gearhart on the Rolling Stones Tattoo You, Why Don't You Start Me Up. Diggable Planets, Blowout Comb. It's on clear with purple blob. That is $39.99. Colored vinyl, Diggable Planets. Also, The Police, a Abbey Road Half-Speed Master. That is sealed, a 2022, $44.99 on The Police. And Danger Mouse and Black Thought. This is on red vinyl with CD. Danger Mouse is $29.99. Garbage, No Gods, No Master. Garbage is a 2021 Record Store Day pink vinyl. That's $24.99. Melody Gardot, My One and Only Thrill. VG Plus, $29.99. Melody Gardot. Also, Absolutely, Dijon, brown vinyl, EX $32.99. And Billy Joel's 52nd Street, EX edition, $12.99. Kiss is sold to J.D. Conklin for $75. And then my crate's full. Let me swap these out right quick. This crate is really full, honestly. Oh, very full. That's our 7th full crate tonight. Amazing. A lot of Black Sabbath came in today. 4 crates of new vinyl. Pretty much was all pre-sold. Steven, let's do a $5 bump on The Police. $35 on that. And then Garbage, Leslie, I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $19.99. Let's make Eric Carr a buy it now for $95. Numbered to $150. Wow, they didn't make many of those. At least that first run, which I think that is. And that Police is pretty expensive, new retail. And we'll go ahead and run another Eric Carr. And this is Eric Carr Rockology Picture Disc. An official release, limited to 1,000, commemorating Eric Carr's last concert with Kiss. $75 start. When we tagged this, there was only one for sale in Canada, and it was $152. And we're going to sell it for a $75 start. And Stephen Parton got the Police for $34.99. Eric Carr Picture Disc. Let me do it this way so y'all can see what you're bidding on a little bit better. We've got a sleeve on the back, and I have the other Eric Carr as well. And then we're going to put up another Kiss, Police 34. Yeah, you mean $34.99, right? And then Kiss Alive 2, the Show of Shows, Civic Center, Springfield, Massachusetts. This is Kiss live at the Civic Center in Springfield, Massachusetts. 1978, red vinyl with huge poster. Side 1, disc 1, side 2 has a pressing defect, which makes it VG. And there's a seam split on the top of the cover. $55 start. Okay? Diggable Planets was $39.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. And I'm just going to read the titles one more time and make sure everybody's got everything they want out of there. Okay? Let's see what's going on. Oh. As soon as I get done stretching. All right. And then Regina asked some more Cow Palace. I was looking. I do not. Stephen Parton gets Ghost for $15, and Kanye was EX $44.99. All right, so we got Conway, Diggable Planets, Billy Joel, Dijon, D-I-J-O-N, absolutely, Melody Gardot, Danger Mouse and Black Thought, Shadowfax, The Wigs, Strand of Oaks, Donovan, Travis, Phoenix Suns, Paul Westerberg, Wings of Light, Sunrise, Pete Yorn, this was St. Paul and the Broken Bones, Travis and Pete Yorn. Diggable 27 for Troy. Troy, let's do 30. That will be 10 off. I'll do 30 on that one. Final call to get a bid on this Eric Carr for 75 and this Kiss here for 55. And don't hesitate to make an offer on Kanye either. I'll strike a deal with you. All righty. Whew. Chad's getting sleepy. But guess what? We still got a few more Kiss to wrap up. And then some more discounts. Diggable sold for 30. I think I went to bed about 11 and I woke up. No. I naturally woke up about 3 after I went to bed at 11 this morning. So, and I'd been up since the day before. I'm pretty tired right now, honestly. Plus, we've had a very busy night. A very busy night. That Walt Disney letter sold for, I checked it just a second ago. It did sell, right? The Walt Disney letter sold for $2,225. I figured it would. $2,225. Wow. So we got to blow an air horn for that. And then Kiss and Kanye, 35. All right, that's sold to Troy for $35. Kiss has a bid for 55, so we're about to sell that to John Kaiser. And the Travis title, there's two. There's two by Travis. The first one is The Invisible Band Live. This is sealed for $34.99. Record Store Day clear vinyl. And Travis, this is $29.99. 2021 forest green vinyl. This one's open but near mint. They're both from Kraft. I still got Grateful Dead for $5.75. I had it up front to start photographing it. I was going to put it on eBay for $1,000 best offer. I usually mark stuff up there pretty high and then take offers on eBay. Danger Mouse, that was right here. Troy, $29.99. And then, Steven bid first on Kiss. He did. My bad. You've been outbid on, or John, you tied Steven. He bid first at 55. So you're out. Let's make Eric Carr a bot now. Is the numbered Eric Carr the 2 discs with blue and yellow? Yes, so it is. And now this one's a bot now for $75. Okay? John, I do have the dead poster. Like I said, framing and letter, I think the framing and letter would almost cost you what I'm asking for it. So, yeah, Eric Carr's on the purple, yellow, numbered to 150, 95. Steven, I'm sorry I missed your bid, but now you've been outbid by John, who has it for 60. And Troy gets Danger Mouse for $20. So do you, Troy. Thank you. Anybody else? Man, we made a lot of deals on that crate. Don't hesitate. This crate was posted in the group. Is the Disney guy a regular buyer? No, he's just a crazy stalker. He's just a crazy stalker. No. I tried to reason with people. But that's a pretty significant item just as a vintage collectible. My question is, how did they get the ink? How did they print the signature on there if it's not live ink? That's what I was trying to figure out this morning when I was showing it to people. I think what they did, they have a plate. They have like a metal plate that has Walt Disney's signature. And like they like a secretary would probably ink it, and then she would press letters, and she would press it. I think that's how that worked. Now Kiss is at 60, 60, 70. Well, all of a sudden, we got a bidding war there. What's the dead poster? It's up front, but I can go grab it because I got to go grab some stuff up there anyway, including I had a piece of art. I had a piece of art on eBay, too. We have a... I had a Captain Beefheart. This is a pretty remarkable item. I just don't know what it's worth. I mean, I started it at $5,000 just to see what would happen. But this is original. That's Captain Beefheart, Don Van Valley. I think that's how you say his last name. It's a doodle. Looks like a dove, maybe. Pretty abstract. But that's original artwork. It's on the back of a popcorn box, but it's JS8, of course. That's a pretty remarkable item, actually. And then we have 2 other signatures of his, but I just don't know what it's, it's just like whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. Pretty rare, though. Yeah. Art Vandalay. Printed stationery. Yeah, but so how did they do it, though, Pat? Did they take a plate and print his name on there? I'll go show you because it's a really interesting item when you look at it. And now Kiss is at $70 with Steven Rodriguez. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. And John Kaiser, you're out. So, and then Oso Adventure wants Eric Carr unfinished business. Okay. That's sold to Oso for $95. All right. Travis. I think we're done with that crate. Let's go find some more. Yeah, that's what I was telling everybody because I think it's just a print like where they pressed it. So, all right, let's go grab that Grateful Dead poster, and I'll grab this Disney letter and some other stuff I have up here. All righty. Alrighty. Maybe we can sell a few big high-end items tonight. Just did one with the Disney letter. And then let's see here. Here's the Grateful Dead poster. It's Providence Civic Center, 1973. It's framed, and it comes with a letter from JSA. It's signed by Randy Tutton. And John Kaiser asked, and he's made an offer. What was that, $575? If we do $550, of course, I'm paying for postage. That would help out tremendously with postage on this, Mr. Kaiser. So, if you want to do $550, that's, you know how well we're going to pack it. And I'll be willing to do that. Let me find the letter over here. Let me make sure I still got the letter handy. That's a pretty significant deal there. Here's the item that we've been talking about all night. So this is, without a doubt, Walt Disney's signature. It's in his hand. It's just not live ink. But this letter is pretty valuable just as a vintage letter. Like, I think it brought a couple $1,000s just because what it is. It's a original letter from the office of Walt Disney. So, but man, I don't know. Like, I've looked at this, and you know, it's just like, golly, how is that not? How did they make that? You know, that's what we've been staring at for. I've been looking at it for weeks, ever since I got it from Fred. And Fred bought it from this theater. You know, from this theater when they were closing down in Nashville, Bell Mead Theater in Nashville. But it's just like, I mean, if you just look, it's like, look at the tale of Disney and stuff. It's just like, how, that's amazing that that's not, you know, actually on there. So it's like just incredible. And trust me, and I've looked, and I thought, well, if it's a print, if it's like a plate, I went through Google Images and I could not find another print on a letter that looks like this. Every one he signed, it looks different. So, you know, I don't know. That's why I put it on eBay. You know, some things just don't get passed, and I'm just like, gosh, how is that not? You know, so I'm going to reach out to the buyer, and I'm going to let them know everything before I ship it. And I'm going to let them know, like, man. So, I mean, but we just sold that for $2,250. So I think either way, it's worth it. But we got to blow the air horn for John Kaiser. He's picking up the Grateful Dead. He's going to pick up the Grateful Dead for $550. Thank you. Let's get out the air horn. Let's get out the air horn. So thank you. The air horn is being blown. And here it is. And that's for the Grateful Dead poster. $550 to John Kaiser. Now we got to wrap up Kiss. Where are we on Kiss over here? Kiss is a final call to Steven Rodriguez for $70. We were done on this. That's sold to Steven for $70. Okay? And so this is definitely an authentic signature, but what they're saying is it's not, it's printed on there, okay? So it's not like that was forged or signed by a secretary. That is 100% the pressure points and the artistic design of Walt Disney's signature. The ink on the actual paper is not live hand, so it's evidently some sort of stationary print. But my question is, how in the world did they make it look like that back in 1956? That's my question, and that's why I just wanted to put it up on an eBay auction, and it looks like an autograph collector bought it, or an autograph dealer, so we'll see what happens. But man, it just, I've stared at it. So right here where it says sincerely, that looks like it's printed on top of it, or the signature is on top of the sincerely. So, but yeah, I was like, and how were they doing that in 1956? So you can tell it was hanging. It was hanging on the wall down there in the theater for years, is what Fred told me. Because I found this, and I found an Eddie Rickenbacker signature. So no, it wasn't the guy that was on here earlier. No, he was just arguing with me about its value, and I was trying to say if it has value, regardless if it's live ink or not, just because it's a Disney letter. You know, that was my argument. All right, let me take John Kaiser's poster in here, and but so Walt Disney visited that theater. A lot of interesting facts. He visited that theater back in. Well, I'll read you what it says, because I was trying to connect all the dots. And I was also trying to do research on how much he actually signed back then. You know, you got to think this guy's very busy. A lot of people don't sign stuff as much as you think they would. So, so he mentions, Disney says he's congratulating them for their anniversary. And he says, I remember very well the day I signed the autographed plaque and had the pleasure of meeting you. And he's talking to this E.J. Jordan, who was the manager of this theater. And I actually started looking into the Belmead Theater, and I tracked down a picture of Emmett Kelly. Here's Emmett Kelly, and he's talking about this board right here, the autographed board, and you can see where Walt Disney signed it, and that's what he wrote in the letter. He's like, I remember the day I signed, and here's a picture of it at the Tennessee State Museum. There's the signature, or where he signed it, and he doodled Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse, and he mentions that in the letter. He's like, I remember very well the day I signed the autographed plaque. So yeah, so we'll see. It's a cool piece regardless. I think it has quite a bit of value. Now, the last JSA and PSA slab Disney letters sell for like 10 grand. One had sold for 37,000. So a significant letter signed by Walt Disney can have huge value. But also, where are you going to find a slab? How often are you even going to get a chance to find something like this? Where are you even going to find a letter stamped or not stamped from Walt Disney's office? Who was big enough to even get a letter from this dude, you know, especially by this point when he was, you know, already world renowned. All right, so we'll see what happens with that. Stay tuned. We're going to go through another half-off crate, and I got more KISS stuff. But always be careful. Nothing's authentic unless it has a letter from JSA, PSA, or Beckett. And you also got to look how people alter stuff. Altering meaning taking cuts and applying it to pick guards. And nowadays they take cuts and they glue them to pick guards and say they're pick guards. You also got to make sure it's the original source of what it was being authenticated with too. So, all right, we have KISS. We just sold one of these a minute ago. It was the Gene edition. And this is the Paul Stanley edition, Thunder Rock, Cobo Hall, Michigan, January 27th, 1976. Cobo Hall, that is a $65 start. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid. Both Travis albums for $40. Let's sell those to Jeremy Bryant. But always assume nothing's authentic unless you're willing to take a chance and buy it, or unless it has those letters with them. These are sold to Jeremy Bryant for $40. Thank you, Jeremy. If anybody has any questions, let me know. There's that, and it already has a bid, and we're back in business. What's really cool, we have one more thing on this letter. So Fred also got one made out by Eddie Rickenbacker, and it was live ink, and we had it authenticated. That was a World War I ace pilot made out to the same person. He also visited the theater, and he also signed that plaque that used to hang in the lobby, which is an amazing piece. That's the first thing I thought of when I found out about that plaque. I was like, my goodness, where's that plaque at with all those signatures on it, especially with doodles? You could cut out that doodle from Disney and just mat it, and it's a significant item, an actual hand doodle of Mickey Mouse, and that's an unbelievably significant item. And let's grab another Japanese pressing, and we're going to do ABBA, the album. ABBA is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus of Obi, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. ABBA, the album. This is near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. There's that. There's this. There's the cover and Obi. And speaking of autographs, that's one of our few no bids tonight. I've got Al Stewart, Emmylou Harris, and Desert Rose Band. Also Sam Andrew from Janis Joplin, Big Brother, and the Holding Company. Those are the ones I had. We sold several already tonight. Let's go through another half-off crate. Half off, no more, no less. And let's get the party started. Kiss OG's done. I might can come up with a couple more after we get through the rest of the bootlegs. You'll have to give me a second, though, okay? Let me pull this up over here. Bobby Hutcherson, Conception, The Gift of Love. That is in shrink, $10. Bobby Hutcherson. Kenturas. Wow, this is a nonsense half off. An 81 U.S. private press progressive hard rock, half off of $124.99. So $62.50. $62.50. Adam Bernardi first on Hutch. Final call on Kiss for $65. Strong City Records. Let's Work. $5 on that. $5 on that. And the Sinceros Pet Rock. The Sinceros has the press kit with it. $7.50. Ralph Towner Diary. Ralph Towner's a white label promo. Might hit some jazz in here. $7.50 on Ralph Towner. Love Broke Through. Phil Keaggy, $10. Love Broke Through. Phil Keaggy, $10. Rocky and Other Knockouts by Ferrant and Teicher. That's $5. John Kaiser getting the big nonsense discount on Kentaurus. Nice pickup there. Sell that to him, half off sticker. I shot myself in the foot again. The Tony Bennett Bill Evans album. Early blue label reissue, $12.50. I have other... So we just sold the Dead poster. I'm going to try to bring out some more this week. I've got more Fillmore psychedelia stuff like that. I just got to get to them, try to photograph them. The best way, though, is now I can lay them up here and we can do the top camera. But, y'all, I like to make sure we know what we're selling, et cetera, et cetera. Keaggy is sold to Adam Bernardi. And that was, where was that at? That was right here, yep. And then Kiss is sold to J.D. Conklin for $65. And if anybody wants ABBA, it's a buy it now for $35, okay? Buy it now for $35. Done. Sold. Let's go over here to this. And unfortunately, my Van Valet didn't get any bids. We have Makeup City Cassiopeia. That's now $20, a 1980 US. 1980 US, $20 on that. McCoy Tyner Together. McCoy Tyner is $6.50. What do we have next in Kiss? We have Kiss Down Under again, Australia Unplugged 1995. And this is an unofficial from 1995. It's outtakes from Melbourne Hilton Hotel, July 2nd, 1995, red vinyl, a $45 start on that. McCoy Tyner is sold to Adam Bernardi. Esther Phillips Alone, again naturally. Esther Phillips is VG Plus, $15. And Hudson Ford Daylight, a 77 UK prog album, that's $7.50. And Freddie Hubbard Skydive. Freddie Hubbard is in VG Plus condition, $7.50. Wow, a lot of jazz stuff in here. Wilderness Road, a 72 country rock psych album, now just $5. It was VG5. Loudness, we sold several. We sold Shadows, Live. We sold that other. We've already sold 3 or 4. We sold 4 tonight already. Let's see if I have a duplicate. I think I have 1 duplicate in here, though. Yeah, I got 1 duplicate. And I'm going to grab some more Japanese here. I need to do this. Let me grab Loudness. All right, so here's the next Loudness. $35 start. Live Loudness in Tokyo. It's a 2 LP. Whoops. Just knocked the autographs off the table. It's got a couple scuff marks right there. I don't know if y'all can even see those. They're there. And then this. And the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Loudness Live. Yeah, this is, Paul said this is outtakes from Melbourne Hilton Hotel. Yes. Outtakes from Melbourne Hilton Hotel. These are the kind of autographs, I don't know what to do with them next. If I don't sell them here, I guess. I'm going to start trying to put some out in the store and then list some on eBay, but man, we've got 1,000 we could list like that. So it's just like, it'd take half a decade to finally get all that stuff listed. We have New Era, a rare rock lounge soul album, VG, $12.50. And Buddy Cordova has Kiss for $45. JD's in a Loudness at $35. Also, we have Roy Ayers, Center of the World. Roy Ayers is VG Plus, $10. Soft, Hard, and Heavy, Heavy Feather, a 72 Nashville Rock, VG, $17.50. Jimmy Fastfingers Dawkins, a 71 US repress, VG, $12.50. Carl Carlton, Can't Stop a Man in Love, Carl Carlton, VG, $5. Exotic Mysteries, Lonnie Liston Smith, EX, $6.50. And we have Freddie Hubbard, Keep Your Soul Together. This is EX, $11.50. Tony DeGrati, Sweet Remembrance, EX, $6.50. The 10 Commandments for Children, VG, $5. Soul of the East, a 1960 US, that's VG, $5. Boy, some interesting stuff in here. For Adam Bernardi on Freddie Hubbard. I'm assuming we're done on Kiss and Loudness. We're about to sell both of those. John Hammond, I Can Tell, a 67 US, EX condition, $9 on John Hammond. Graham Parsons, GP. There is some cover damage. It looks like it's kind of ripped or torn right through here. It is in VG. It's a 73 US, $10 on Graham Parsons. Graham Parsons is $10. We have Up and Away, Gene Russell, and that's VG for $5. Also, we have Freddie Hubbard, The Love Connection, VG Plus, $7.50. Is Kiss a concert or talking? It should be out. It should be, no, it's music. Yeah, it's outtakes. Yeah, it's actual music. The Exceptions, X-Septions, that's EX for $14. And Have Trumpet Will Excite, Dizzy Gillespie, VG plus $10. I just remembered something. I got to get the letter for that poster for John Kaiser. John, let me find that right now. There it is. Let me go put that in a board and bag for John Kaiser. John, there's your letter of authenticity from JSA. That was signed by renowned poster designer Randy Tutton. Let's go put that away. November 2023. So I had this authenticated. I sold it to a local customer, and he had it hanging, and he had to move, and he decided he didn't want to move it and risk breaking it. And he sold it back to us. So that's the second time I've sold that poster. And the first time, though, I didn't have it. He brought it back and had us authenticate it. So I sold it to him raw, and I guaranteed him the signature was real. When we did a big submission with JSA, he brought it in. We had it authenticated for him. He paid for the authentication, and then we bought it back from him with the letter. So he just. But I think that letter was about $125. They're not cheap if you have to get a full letter. Stanley Cowell, Talking About Love, VG650. So they have to put the sticker on the item. And sometimes if something's framed and you don't want to take it out of a $500 frame, you know, you can get a letter for it. And they just photograph the image and photo match it. But it costs a lot more. We have John Hammond Country Blues. John Hammond's $9 Country Blues, and Inverted Image Chris Anderson Trio, VG $10. Inverted Image. All right, so let's sell these. Buddy Cordova Kiss 45, and Loudness is sold to JD Conklin for 35. No, that was a real poster from 73. One has not sold on Heritage in 19 years. That poster had not come through Heritage in 19 years. And 19 years ago, it sold for $560. That's what I was saying. I think that was a steal. I think that was closer to a loose poster like $1,000 or more. Probably more than that. And it was framed with LOA. So I think I shot myself in the foot again. John Kaiser has made me shoot myself in the foot about 3 times tonight. See, I photographed it because I was going to put it on eBay for $1,000 or $1,500 best offer. He bought it before I could even get it on there. Kiss, Gods of Thunder. Kiss is live in Sao Paulo, sealed for a $45 start. It's kind of like that Disney letter. As soon as I listed it, people was trying to buy it from me. There was a guy in France said, "Would you take 1,000, buy it now?" And I was like, "No, sir. It's going to run its course because I don't know what it's worth." So... And I don't really even know what it is, to be honest with you. It's still a mystery to me, honestly. I will be thinking about that Walt Disney letter for a long time because it's honestly, I think, a coin toss if it's really live ink or not. That's my honest opinion. So SC is sold to. What is SC to David Hoy? Stanley Cowell, nice, $6.50. So this is Kiss, Gods of Thunder, live in Sao Paulo, 1994, a $45 start on that. Gene Clark, wow, that one doesn't come through too often. It's an OG Terre Haute VG, was $25, now $12.50. Yeah, I think that album in high grade is probably, if you found a really nice copy, that might be a $100 record. $12.50 on Gene Clark. Freddie Hubbard is EX, $8.50. We have Hits, YTS, that's sealed for $17.50. The Chris Anderson Trio, that's also sold to David Hoy for $10. So I got you down for Stanley Cowell and Chris Anderson Trio. Earthquake is $7.50. Preston Rose on Gene Clark. I've got a couple albums signed by him. Those are pretty cool items I still have. And Freddie Hubbard sold to Adam Bernardi. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. And this is Huey Lewis and the News 4. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Huey Lewis and the News 4. Japanese pressing with Obi, a $35 start. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 on Huey Lewis. We also have Crazy Horse Loose. Crazy Horse is $10. And Crack the Sky. That's like a jazz fusion kind of record. $12.50 on Crack the Sky. Also, John Butcher, Wishes. That's in shrink. $5 on that. Crystal Grass, The Love Train. Sealed for $7.50. Maybe the Rain Will Fall, The Cascades. $5 on that. And The Brains is sealed for $17.50. All right, I'm going to make this last of the Kiss bootlegs for the night a buy it now for $45. Picture disc, Gods of Thunder. So let's get all the no bids together and see what we're looking at. Japanese and Kiss tonight. And here they are. There's only 2 Kiss, counting the ones we just did. So Gods of Thunder, $45. The Eric Carr Rockology is $75. Now that's the only one left because Buddy Cordova just got that for $45. So that's the only Kiss left. The official 2020 Eric Carr Rockology picture disc, $75 or best offer. Let's get it sold and everything's gone. JD, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Huey Lewis for $35. And we also have 3 Japanese that didn't sell. First, Nathan Carter on John Butcher. And the 3 Japanese that didn't sell was Howard Jones, Dream into Action, Roxy Music, The High Road, and I'm about to put this up. Alabama, 40-hour week, a Japanese pressing of Alabama, $35 start. Okay? So we got Howard Jones and Roxy Music. And there's Eric Carr. Which I really want to sell. That means we can have another clean sweep of Kiss stuff tonight. That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. I was concerned at first, but Kiss Army faithfuls, we had some late nighters get on, clean up the back end. We had some people on early that were hungry. And we've sold another 50 plus the 45s, over 50 Kiss auctions again tonight. Those are all gone. Okay? And then HJ for $28. JD Conklin on Howard Jones for $28. Okay, where did I do with that? What did I do with that? There it is. All right, that's sold for $28 to JD Conklin. All right, awesome. Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to read what's left in there, and then let me see if I have more. There's only one new LP that I didn't show tonight because I thought it might get a little tricky. And that was, I think I have a wait list for Paranoid, Black Sabbath. I do. No, I've got everybody. Let me go up front and see if there's a list. Okay, because Paranoid is the only thing I didn't show, and I think there may be a wait list up front. So I have these in stock for $29.99, 2012 remasters. War Pigs, Planet Caravan, Fairies Wear Boots. Oh yeah, Paranoid. Oh yeah, Iron Man, $29.99. Let me see if I have a waiting list for this. I didn't do any of my other, golly, I forgot about all this other stuff I had ready up here. Well, there's always tomorrow. Let me see what I have up here in my waiting list. I've got waiting list up front here for Motorhead Duck, Ozzy Duck, Soundgarden, Rush, Ozzy, Paranoid, Todd Kilgore. There was one. Todd Kilgore. I could have showed these a long time ago. I just the waiting list I didn't have keyed in my system. And I probably could have sold these and had a waiting list earlier. Maybe I'll walk back here and y'all have commented a bunch of Paranoids. But there was one person on a waiting list, Todd Kilgore. Everybody else on the post got one, and that's it. Okay? So I've got 4 Paranoids in stock, and I'm going to put that with a new vinyl. And I'll show you what's all left of our newest releases tonight. It's really just Godsmack, Better Than Ezra, and Black Sabbath. That's pretty much it. The only Eric card that's left and the only Kiss item that's left is Rockology. Limited edition picture disc. And this is a $75 price tag. Right now there's only one for sale in Canada and it's $152. So really good price for that. And let's make Alabama a buy it now for $35. 40-hour week. That's available. Okay. And now, rest of the night, I might do a little bit more vinyl, but I really want to just go through miscellaneous. And I was really working on, I'm definitely going to at least bring over one more crate. But I've got the last of my project over here I'm working on, which is going through a lot of this miscellaneous. It's just randomness. I mean, it could be vinyl. It could be 45s. I'm trying to kind of clear off this shelf. Probably hit some CDs. Might be some Kiss stuff. Here's our next Japanese pressing. The Best of the Doobies Volume 2. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. It's a near mint minus and pristine pressing with inserts. And there's the cover and obi. Oso asked first about Eric Carr, and he actually made the high offer. This is sold to Oso for $65. Thank you. And then here's what's left in this half-off crate. If anybody needs a price, if you hear an artist and you're like, whoa, 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 what was that? And I do think I have some OG Kiss stuff over here. Like, well, let me just see what I got. And I don't know if Michael Thrower or some of the other people. I was like, I can get to my bonus stuff at the conclusion of everything else tonight. But it took, as usual, till midnight. But I should have a bunch of Kiss. Yeah, I should have a lot of vintage Kiss stuff in here. What was asked about? Hotter Than Hell. And then an Elder. Yep, those are always pretty requested. I have Lick It Up, Crazy Nights, Animalize, Asylum, Crazy Nights Picture Disc, Love Gun, Peter Criss, his album Let Me Rock You, Love Gun, Dynasty, Creatures, Killers, Unmasked, Rock and Roll Over, Destroyer, Lick It Up, Asylum, Creatures, Asylum, Animalize, Dress to Kill, Gene Simmons, Alive. And that's just part of them. How about we try Kiss Killers? This is always a popular one, and it's going to be a low start. It's going to be a low start. Kiss Killers is an 82 Netherlands VG minus. It's got a lot of scuffing on it. VG minus. Just a $10 start. I don't know if I've ever started a Kiss Killers, an original, for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? And then let's see what we got in here. We have what is this? Ice Cream Tea. Ice Cream Tea. The Sinceros. Ralph Towner. Rocky and Other Knockouts. The Tony Bennett Bill Evans album. Makeup City Cassiopeia. Esther Phillips, Alone Again Naturally. Hudson Ford, Daylight. Freddie Hubbard, Skydive. Wilderness Road, New Era, Roy Ayers, Soft, Hard, and Heavy, Heavy Feather, Jimmy Fastfinger Dawkins, Carl Carlton, Exotic Mysteries, Lonnie Liston Smith, Tony DeGrati, The 10 Commandments for Children, Soul of the East, John Hammond, Graham Parsons, Up and Away, Gene Russell, Freddie Hubbard, The Exceptions, Have Trumpet Will Travel, Dizzy Gillespie, John Hammond, Hits, HYTS, Earthquake, Crazy Horse, Crack the Sky has no condition notes, EX Plus or better, $12.50 on that, Crystal Grass with Christy B, The Cascades, and The Brains. Now, if you want something, let me know. If not, I'm going to try to offer those as a bundle so John Kaiser can buy them. Or maybe somebody else, whoever wants them. Yeah, I'm about to get into some CDs. I just got to make sure Donna's watching because I didn't tell Donna. I wanted to see if she actually tuned in. I do have a stack of jazz CDs back here. I don't know if Grog's watching either, but I got a heck of a jazz CD stack over here I got to get to. Okay, Kiss has bids for 10 and 15. Let's make the Doobie Brothers a buy it now for 35. That is a buy it now for $35. And let's get that in a new sleeve. Whoa, China Grove. Da-da-da-da. Roll me over, Romeo. That's Van Morrison. I don't know why I was singing. Should have done a Doobie Brothers track. Oh, Blackwater, keep on rolling. Mississippi Moon, won't you keep on tall? Chris Frazier, you're out on Kiss. JD has it for 15. All right. We had this Funko come in today. Michael Jackson with his glitter suit. It's actually got glitter on it. That's a new Funko, $14.99 for MJ. Let's see what's going on with these singles here. These singles, we got, let's see. These are $6.99. Mariah Carey, Vision of Love. Van Halen, Why Can't This Be Love? Winger, 17. Arrested Development, Southern Fried Funk. Thompson Twins, Lay Your Hands on Me. Wham, Edge of Heaven. Phil Collins, I Don't Care Anymore. Genesis, Tonight, Tonight. John Cougar, Mellencamp, pop singer. Genesis, Misunderstanding. Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion. Alan Parsons, Don't Answer Me. Bruce Springsteen, Cover Me. Rick Astley, Giving Up on Love. Sunfighter, China, Paul Cantor, Grace Leak, and ZZ Top. And that is Arrested for Driving While Blind. Okay, Jay Castillo wants to Crack the Sky. Kiss Killers is sold for $15 to JD Conklin. All right, let's go. Let's go down to Junior's farm where I want to grow old. Let's try to bundle these. We got, here's how many that's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32. All right, there's 32 records left in here. We're going to offer these as a bundle for a nice price of $125. 125 divided by 32 is $3.90 each. Genesis single. James, there was actually a couple. We had ZZ Top, Paul Cantor, Grace Leak, Rick Astley, Springsteen, Alan Parsons, Kylie. There's Genesis Misunderstanding, pop singer. There's also Genesis Tonight Tonight, and Phil Collins if you're interested. And then we have Wham, Thompson Twins, Arrested Development, Winger, Van Halen, Why Can't This Be Love, and Get Up. And we had Mariah Carey, Visions of Love. So 125 for those 32 records. Who's going to be our bundling? Who's going to be our bundler? Let me step up front. I might find something else I can grab when I'm up there. I know one thing. I'm going to grab my chapstick. This blue juice has dehydrated me like heck. I've already had 2 bottles of water back to back, and it's like my body's like, more. Ah, Burt's Bees, yes. Let me grab this stack of paper stuff I've been meaning to go through for a while. That's burning my lips. That's because they're pretty much Chaptola. Let me grab this stack of paper stuff. See if we can get some cool stuff here sold. All right, and he wants Misunderstanding. You got it. For $6.99. And let's make, I'll say all those are still available. Might have to do a bundle later on them. Let's put all those right there. Somebody asked for Kiss Rock and Roll Over to be put up. Let me find that. ZZ Top was arrested for a while driving blind. And somebody said Rock and Roll Over. Let me see which one I got over here. I did say that, didn't I? I did. All right. Well, here we go. I have a 1976 Rock and Roll Over original keel pressing with inner sleeve. It's a strong VG, a $15 start. a 76 USOG. It's an original Kiss rock and roll over with inner sleeve, a $15 start. Hey, at least grog's on. We can start the jazz CD party now. And I actually just offered all these as a bundle. And we have the ZZ Top sold to Gary Wellman. I will read you the artist again, but I actually just counted these out as a bundle, hoping somebody would buy it, but no one's bought them yet. We had the Brains, the Cascades, Crystal Grass, Crazy Horse, Earthquake, Hits, John Hammond, Dizzy Gillespie, The Exceptions, Freddie Hubbard, Up and Away, Gene Russell, Graham Parsons, John Hammond, Soul of the East, The Ten Commandments for Children, Tony DeGraudy, Lonnie Liston Smith, Carl Carlton, Jimmy Fingers Dawkins, Soft Hard and Heavy Feather, Roy Ayers, New Era, Wilderness Road, Freddie Hubbard, Hudson Ford, Esther Phillips, Cassiopeia, Tony Bennett, Bill Evans album, Rocky and Other Knockouts, Ralph Towner, The Sinceros, and Strong City. Actually, there was a lot of jazz in there. And Kiss has a bid with Buddy Cordova for $15. Gary got ZZ Top for $6.99. Here's a few random cassettes. I have Samantha Fox, Touch Me, Madonna True Blue, and The Very Best of Foreigner. Those are $6.99 each. Hubbard and Gillespie titles. Gillespie was Have Trumpet Will Excite. It is VG plus $10. That's the half off price. So this was a half off, no more, no less crate. So 59 US mono, VG plus $10. And then I think there's two from Freddie Hubbard. The first one here was Skydive, VG plus $7.50 with Ron Carter, Billy Cobham, and the other Freddie Hubbard wasn't there one more? I think there was one more. Yeah. The Love Connection, VG plus $7.50. Grog gets Dizzy Gillespie for $10. All right. Final call on Kiss. There's three cassettes. The Best of Foreigner, Madonna, and Samantha Fox, $6.99 each. I'm going to go take this Disney letter and put it on Ed's desk before it gets lost, since it's literally now a $2,000 item just laying around. Don't want that to get misplaced. I'm going to lay it on Ed's shipping receiving desk. I give him little stuff all the time. Please ship this, please ship this, please ship this, please ship this. Oh, my legs are... I did a lot of pushing and pulling on tubs and boxes last night. I don't think I've been this exhausted in a long time. Feels good, though. That means I was using muscles I hadn't used in a long time. All right. And then take Skydive. This is sold to Grog. And that was for $7.50. So let's knock $20 off the bundle. So I was at $125 for 32 records. Let's do $105 for 30 records. So now if everybody wants everything left, that's $3.50 a piece. $3.50 a piece, $105 for 30 records. Info on Kiss and condition of Kiss. Kiss is a U.S. original, 76 rock and roll over, a strong VG, maybe VG plus. It has one bid for $15. One bid for $15. Okay, now, what else is laying over here? A couple CDs, that's stuff we've already been through. I still don't know what this is. I got to get this online too if nobody buys it soon. It's actually an original Megadeth handbill from down in Tampa Bay. It's a real, like, that would have been hung on probably like a poster board, like in a lobby, post office, a fraternity house, something like that. So that is $95. Megadeth. I got to get that online. And I'm cleaning off my shelves over here. I got two shelves over here of miscellaneous that we've been chipping away at for a while now. Okay. Kiss is now at $20. And I'd really like to go through another half off crate if we could sell this bundle while I keep showing some miscellaneous. What else do I got over here? I think I've shown these before, but here's a lot of original, like 90s era country music magazines. George Strait's on the cover, Clint Black. There's several big names. There's like a year in review, Garth Brooks, Sarah Evans. $10 for whatever's there. How many are there? 3, 6, 8. 90s era country music magazines. That's from Fred stuff. $10 on those. $10 on those. Kiss has a new bid for $25. What else is over here? These are $45 the auction. All Monday, July 28th paid orders have been shipped. So every order from Monday, July 28th has shipped. Right now, we are working on Tuesday, July 29th. So if you pay July, Tuesday 29th, when they come in the morning, they're going to start shipping your orders. So that's where we're at on shipping, just to give you an idea. We are shipping stuff. We are 7 days out right now. But the rate they're doing 250 packages a day, gosh, we'll have hopefully, you know, and everything. Greg Beddinger, you're out on Kiss. Let's grab this stack of CDs over here. Anybody still watching, willing to say hi, Chad? I'm watching from San Antonio, Texas. Well, I grabbed this first stack of CDs for $6.99. Oh, there went my knees. These are all $6.99. We got Miles Davis at Newport, 1958. I got Miles Davis Kinda Blue for $6.99. Wes Montgomery, The Best of Wes Montgomery. Something Else, Cannonball Adderley. Cannonball Adderley Jazz Masters 31. Them Dirty Blues, Cannonball Adderley Quintet featuring Nat Adderley. Miles Davis, Volume 2 with Horace Silver, J.J. Johnson. Bags Groove, Miles Davis. Cooking with the Miles Davis Quintet. Miles Davis Love Songs. Bags and Train. And Wes Montgomery Far West. Wow. Grog, you just need to say, I'll take all of those. And I'm hoping we're done on Kiss. It's up to Greg Beddinger. I hadn't heard back from him, though, in over 3 minutes. Buddy Cordova has it for $25. And Grog says Miles. And Donna is watching. I asked earlier, I said, I'm about to bring out these jazz CDs if I know Donna's watching. And then, sure enough, I didn't hear anything till right now. And then Grog says Miles. Greg says Rock and Roll Over Pass. Okay. And now there's a new bid from Gary Wellman. And then Grog says Cannon. And then Hi Chat, I'm watching from 100 miles north of San Antonio. Welcome Stephen Parton and Steve Riley. He says he's here. He's still alive and watching. And Debbie Wilson's from San Antonio. Donna wants Cannonball Adderley. He says make an offer on all. Well, first of all, you got, I guess, first dibs on Miles. Are you talking about just for Miles or the whole stack? And then you've got dibs on Cannonball. And then Donna put Cannonball, and then she put Miles. So the only thing that really didn't get claimed there then is Wes Montgomery, Milt Jackson. That's only 3. Okay? Because then those Cannonball, okay, the whole stack, all right? You technically have dibs then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, knowing that Donna's probably going to buy them at sticker, I'll do them for $6 each. I should just say they're $6.99, but I'll do them for $6 each and say $72. $72. I'll knock off all those pesky 99 cents. Yeah. All right, so 12 times 6, those are sold to Grog, $72. Y'all stand by because there's going to be more. Kiss is still getting bids. It's at $30. We got Dallas-Fort Worth. We got New Hampshire. New Hampshire. Welcome. Welcome. We bought some CDs off Mr. Tony today that works here for us now. He said, hey, I got some CDs I don't want anymore, and Paul bought them this morning, so let's do a handful of those. Tony typically has some pretty good taste in music. So we have David Crowder Band, Remedy, David Crowder Band, Chris Tomlin, and If Our God Is For Us, Phil Keaggy, 15 classic Keaggy recordings from the 80s and 90s, REO Speedwagon, You Can Tune a Piano, But You Can't Tune a Fish, Watermark, Mandisa, True Beauty, Casting Crowns, The Altar and the Door, Chris Tomlin, Hello Love, Carsey Job, and Imperial's Legacy, 77 to 88. Kiss is sold to Buddy Cordova for $30. Okay? Got viewers all over the country, as usual. Welcome, viewers all over the country. Love to see it. All right. So there's a stack there. Those are all $6.99. We had David Crowder, Chris Tomlin, Phil Keaggy, History Makers, REO Speedwagon, Watermark, Mandisa, Casting Crowns, Chris Tomlin's, Kari Job, and Imperial's Legacy. All right, let's go grab some more right over here. Very similar to that last stack. And these are all $6.99. And the first thing I have is David Fathead Newman, I Remember Brother Ray. Dexter Gordon, Doing All Right. Hank Mobley, Soul Station. The Best of Nina Simone. Sonny Stitt, Just in Case You Forgot How Bad He Really Was. Freddie Hubbard, Hubtones. Jimmy Smith and Wes Montgomery, Further Adventures of Jimmy and Wes. Herbie Hancock, Maiden Voyage. Back to the Blues, Greg Fingers Taylor. Ken Simmons, Solitaire. And Saturday Night, Miles Davis in Person. And it's all grog. It's all grog and Donna back and forth. Look at that. Donna, grog, Donna, grog, Donna, Donna, grog, Donna, grog, Donna, grog. That's amazing. All right, so the first thing is Donna got Dexter. Donna got Dexter Gordon. That's so did Donna. Okay, and then Donna also got Hank Mobley. That's so did Donna. That was the only Hank Mobley, I believe. It was. Okay. And then Grog got Short. And Short was for, did he correct that? Stitt. Yeah. Yeah, so he got Stitt. Sonny Stitt, that's so did Grog. And then Donna was first on Nina. And then Donna was first on Jimmy Smith, Wes Montgomery. Grog got Person Davis. What was Person Davis? Miles Davis? I bet it was for Miles Davis. Person Davis. Well, that gives you dibs on Saturday Night. And I guess that's it. So that still leaves Ken Simmons, Solitaire. That still leaves Back to the Blues, Greg Fingers Taylor. That leaves Herbie Hancock, Maiden Voyage, Freddie Hubbard, Hubtones, and David Fathead Newman, I Remember Brother Ray. So those are still available. And that means this Davis is so to Grog. Okay. Nice little battle there. Let's go get some more. Where's Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers? You never know. It might be in the next stack. I'm going to go get another stack out of this tub we just bought, though. Oh, there went my bag. What time's Taco Bell close? I think I need some Taco Bell and a nap is what I need. Taco Bell and a nap. Freddie Hubbard is sold to Donna for $6.99. You got it. Old Blue Note record there. Here's some more. These are $6.99. Rick Springfield, Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. The Highwayman Live, American Outlaws. Look at that. Sealed. DVD. That was a mess up there. That's what, $35? Strata Fat East. Record Store Day. Billy Currington, Doing Something Right. Tony Bennett Duets and American Classics. Beach Boys, The Very Best Of. Elton John and Tim Rice's Adia, Broadway cast. Riding the Storm Out, The Zombies. Colin Blunstone and Rod Argent of The Zombies live in London. the Yardbirds BBC sessions. We Won't Get Fooled Again, The Who. The Very Best of Chicago, that's a 2 CD. I've Seen Fire and I've Seen Rain. James Taylor's Greatest Hits. These are all $6.99. Taco Bell never closes. It does here in Lebanon. I wish it didn't. Grog got the Highwayman set. Thank you. Seal, too. Also, we had Robert second on that one. David Hoy on SE. David Hoy on SE. What was SE, David Hoy? Strata East? Probably Strata East, yeah. David Hoy. Grog was second on Strata. Leslie next on Highway. Robert Warner first on the Yardbirds BBC. Donna on Chicago. James Young on The Who. Chris Frazier on James Taylor. Then Stephen Parton. And Troy on the Adia soundtrack. Nice. Okay, so that lists Rick Springfield, The Zombies, REO Speedwagon, The Very Best of the Beach Boys, Tony Bennett duets with Bono, Michael Bublé, Costello, Celine Dion, Dixie Chicks, Billy Joel, Elton John. It goes on. And there is Billy Currington. Okay, I got those kicked sideways because that's the jazz and that's the other stuff. All right, I think, just a fair warning, there's like one more handful of nothing but jazz, okay, that we had called out, or somebody had brought me. They left it up here on my desk. I don't know who brought it to me, but we have Miles Davis, Ballads and Blues. We have Miles Davis Bluing, Miles Davis Live, The Bird Returns, Charlie Parker, Sonny Rollins, Tenor Madness, Stan Getz, Oscar Peterson, The Assistal, Stan Getz, and we have Stan Getz and J.J. Johnson at the Opera House, Jazz at the College of the Pacific, Dave Brubeck, and Bird Up, the Charlie Parker Originals. Those are all $6.99. Look at all the purple on my screen. My entire screen right now is purple with Grog and Donna throwing haymakers at each other. It's Donna, Grog, Grog, Donna, Donna, Grog, Donna, Donna, Grog, Donna. That's the order. So let's figure out who got what. First is MD for Miles Davis. So Donna, you got dibs on 3. I have a feeling she's going to take all of them. Grog was first on Charlie Parker. Grog was first on Peterson. Okay. Donna was second on Charlie Parker. Now, technically, there's this one too, Grog. Bird Up, the originals of Charlie Parker. You may want that featuring Miles Davis, Dizzy Gillespie. You technically have dibs on that one too. Sonny Rollins is sold to Donna. Grog got possibly both Getz. And Donna next on Oscar Peterson. Grog got College. And Donna got all 3 Miles Davis. And Donna wants both Stan Getz. No, this is pending to Grog. Stan Getz and J.J. Johnson at the Opera House, and the Assistal Stan Getz. So Donna, if you want Bird Up, the Charlie Parker Originals by Davis, performed by Davis, Gillespie, Max Roach, John Lewis, that's yours if you want it. Okay? And I'll take Opera. And now, Donna, there's a Getz left. And everybody else was next or last. Everybody else was next or last on those. There's only 2 left from that handful. All right. And from the last jazz stack, there's only 4 left. Donna takes these last 2. Okay. All right. Pass on Essential. Okay, so never mind. So Essential is still available. The only one left out of there. Let's grab another handful. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for, give it up. Stop. Dun, 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 dun. Pink Floyd. Stop. the later years. $6.99, Pink Floyd. Patsy Cline, 12 Greatest Hits. Phil Collins, Hits. Studio. Alice Cooper, Easy Action. Jars of Clay. No, this is City on a Hill, Songs of Worship and Praise. Jars of Clay is one of the artists. Nice. The Lord of the Rings, original soundtrack, Fellowship of the Ring. The Joy of Christmas, 20 Family Classics. Perfect for Grog. You ready, Grog? Kenny G, Miracles, the Holiday album. Nice. Stryper, Can't Stop the Rock, the collection. That's like a Stryper compilation. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, Night Castle. The Guess Who Anthology. Grand Funk Railroad Greatest Hits. And Grand Funk self-titled, The Red Album. Those are all $6.99. First thing we have is Shakedown got Pink Floyd. Next is Stephen Parton got Phil Collins. Or is that for Patsy Cline? We need a clarification. We got Phil and Patsy for Stephen. And then Leslie, same thing for you and Michael. Grog, though, is definitely getting Lord of the Rings. All right. Grog definitely getting Lord of the Rings. Then we have some backups possibly on the PCs. Donna, Kenny G, then she passed. So he wants Phil Collins. Okay. So if Michael or Leslie want a Phil Collins, it's possibly yours. And then we got Claymore on Stryper. Okay. All right. Phil for me. I think that's what Michael wanted too. Nathan Carter on the Guess Who Anthology. I watched, so Saturday night, really Sunday morning, I watched The Naked Gun, the original. And then I watched The Anchorman, and I didn't like it at all. It wasn't, I kind of slept through it, The Anchorman. Then when I woke back up, it was literally Sunday morning early. And, well, it was still like, it was early, like 6 a.m. before I was up and getting up. And to really go back to bed later. But I rewatched on Netflix the documentary about Woodstock 99. I wanted to watch that again because I hadn't seen Limp Bizkit. I seen Limp Bizkit since the last time I watched it live. And yeah, the Anchorman, that wasn't funny at all. I was like, this is horrible. So, the music's great, but, all right, let's take this right in there. That's our huge stack of CDs, so before I have a crash, and before I bring out any more, this, plus I got to move this other miscellaneous stuff, so, let's do that. Oh, I better not do that. There we go. Yeah, I was like, this movie, I don't know who thought any of this was funny, but, I mean, it's just goofy kind of stuff, but it's like, yeah, anyway. Let's see here. Okay, more CDs are coming. First thing is Phil with Guess Who. And then I have seen Woodstock, yes. I have seen Woodstock, yeah. Oh, yeah, I watched that a bunch. My cousin had that on a double. He had that on a double VHS, and we would watch it a lot. I have, for some reason, all of my cousins, just the way I guess I fell in the, you know, they're always older. So, like, my first cousins I hung out a lot that lived next to me, they were like 30 years older than me, it seemed like. Yeah, I guess they are 70. Yeah, they're like 25, 30 years older than me. And so I got a lot of my music influences from them. So, yeah, I love the original Woodstock film. Woodstock 99 documentary is great on Netflix, though. It's weird, though. They don't say one word about Metallica on there. It must be for copyright or something. But that entire show, they do not mention the word Metallica one time. And, of course, I think they came on after Limp Bizkit. So, all right, here comes some more CDs. I think Metallica is one of those bands you really can't talk about them unless you... Alice Cooper and Grand Funk. Those are sold to Scott Yoakum. Christopher Yoakum. Christopher Yoakum. Thank you. $6.99, $6.99. Naked Gun's a classic. I can see why it's still kind of... It's funny, for sure. And then next, I probably will not watch another movie until next Saturday night or this Saturday night if I have time. So I got to get something on my agenda. All right, here comes some more CDs. Linda Ronstadt, dedicated to the one I love. The Very Best of the Highwayman. Little River Band, self-titled. Try. John Mayer Trio. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Pink Floyd, Animals. Pink Floyd, More. Nice. Bob Seger, Greatest Hits. ABBA, Number Ones. Robert Plant, Fate of Nations. Animal House, and Robert Plant, Band of Joy. Metallica 94. They was at 99 Woodstock, too. Craig, wasn't you at 99 Woodstock? Have you watched that on Netflix? I was thinking about you, Craig, when I was watching that. I was like, I wonder if I can see Craig Thomas out there. Of course, I really don't know what you look like in 1999. I was like, I wonder if Craig Thomas, where you was at. But yeah, they played both Woodstocks, 94 and 99. I've watched let's go over here. Let's see, who got these? All right, so Stephen Parton on HM, Highwayman, right? Yep, that's so to Stephen Parton. And then Grog on Mayer, John Mayer Trio. That's so to Grog. Pink Floyd on to Shakedown. Now you've got dibs on Animals and More, Shakedown. Denise, you were next. Then Burt Jordan. Then Michael Church. Stephen Parton on BS. And that's Bob Seger. And then he wants Animals. Okay. So Shakedown got Pink Floyd, Animals. That looks like a nice version there. And then More is sold to Denise. Denise on More. Okay. And then we had Shakedown was first on Pink Floyd, so he had dibs on both. But he got Animals, and then Denise is going to get More. And so that leans Robert Plant, Animal House, Robert Plant, ABBA, Meatloaf, Little River Band, and Linda Ronstadt still. Wow, some great titles still left there. Yeah, Metallica. Yeah, I was about to say. I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy. I didn't want to challenge knowing that you were actually there, Craig. But I was about to say they were definitely there because I've watched it on YouTube before, and I just looked at it on Wikipedia. But yeah, that documentary on Netflix, they show Kurt Hammett for like 10 seconds in one of those MTV interviews. And that's it. And they never do even mention Metallica. They just show a clip of Kurt Hammett. But the word Metallica is not spoken in that documentary. I was like, wow, how do you leave out, not even mention it? And they do show Flea butt naked up there on stage. He came out on stage not wearing anything. So it was a huge blur. Are you saying you was under the influence of something? Is that what you're trying to say? We have Chris Tomlin arriving. Avalon, A Maze of Grace. Michael English, Heaven to Earth. Third Day Offerings. Newsboys Shine, the hits. Rich Mullins, Here in America. Songs to Rich Mullins. A tribute to Rich Mullins. And Scott Springer, Hello Forever. Chad, did you claim Meatloaf? You did. I missed that. I thought I missed something in there. Jason Fornerat got Meatloaf. Okay, let me make sure I did anything else. We got, I can't believe no one got Animal House. Can't believe no one got Animal House. There's Meatloaf. Okay. I got more. I got to go up front. Travis in the Clan of Western Civilization. Find those on YouTube. No, I've never watched those. I thought that was I thought that was a dramatized movie. Are those documentaries? That's always been a hard word for me to say. Documentaries? Yeah, I can't get that word out half the time. Also, I'll read one Wikipedia page and I consider myself an expert, so be aware of that. I'll be like, yeah, I've read the Wikipedia page. I'm an expert. We have the following. What is this? Anne Boleyn Devotion Vital V2 Deluxe. I'm not for sure what that is. Jeremy Camp Carried Me. A lot of Christian, alternative Christian and alternative Christian rock in here. Jeremy Camp Carried Me. Chris Tomlin, See the Morning. Chris Tomlin, Love Ran Red. A lot of Christian rock and alternative Christian music in here. Casting Crowns live song. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. REO Speedwagon 2. REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. REO Speedwagon 2 and Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. Those are all available. And we also have, I think I got a couple boxes up front I've never had before either. Or gone through. Yep. Here's one more stack. Let's go through these. First, Alice Cooper. Do you want, I guess there was only one, wasn't there? Yeah. Sell that to Stephen Parton. Okay, Leanne Rimes Blue. That's a classic 90s country album. The Rolling Stones 40 Licks, 2 CD. The Carpenters Gold 2 CD. Boston's Greatest Hits. Chuck Berry, Rock and Roll and New Year's Eve. The Essential Heart. Brad Paisley, Part 2. Celine, All the Way, A Decade of Song. And the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, If You Want to Get to Heaven. Shakedown on Boston, Greatest Hits. Leslie Holt on the Rolling Stones. Burt Jordan was second. So Leanne Rimes, Carpenters, Chuck Berry, Hart, Paisley, Celine, and Ozark. Okay? And I think that's all that. Let me go up front. I got little like shoe boxes that have popped up. We have like little CD trees that grow in the back, and they sprout out little CD boxes full of little CDs. So let me go up front and see what's going on up here with these little CD sprouts. I wish I had a gigantic pizza in front of me. No, Chad. No pizza. No pizza, Chad. No more pizza. No more pizza. Everybody chant it with me. No more pizza. No more pizza. All right. Let's see what the CD gave us. The CD trees. Y'all don't have those where y'all live? We got CD trees here in Tennessee. Which artist do you think sounds so much better on vinyl than any other format? Yes. Yes, always sounds better on vinyl. Tom Petty. I always hear people say Tom Petty. Like if you're not a Tom Petty fan, you listen to Tom Petty on vinyl, you'll become a Tom Petty fan. But also I was like, Tom Petty's one of those guys, it's kind of like Ozzy. I've never heard anybody say they don't like Tom Petty. I've never heard anybody say that before. Now, somebody will probably say it right now just for the fun of it, but I've never really heard anybody say they don't like Tom Petty. We got Bad Company, 10 from 6. The Clash, the singles, whoa. Clash, self-titled, nice. That just woke up Craig Thomas. Bruce Springsteen's Greatest Hits. Def Leppard, The Vault. Def Leppard, Hysteria. Aerosmith, Get a Grip. Poison, Flesh and Blood, nice. Alice Cooper Classics, nice. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell 2. There you go, Jason Fornerat. There's Bat Out of Hell 2. Bat Out of Hell 2. Well, that was a good little handful. Do I got any more of those? I got one more handful. All right. First, we got Grog on Clash self-titled. That's nice. And then Stephen Parton on Def Leppard both. That was for Hysteria and for Greatest Hits. And Jason Forrat next on Hysteria. But I still got Meatloaf 2, Alice Cooper Classics, Poison, Flesh and Blood, Aerosmith Get a Grip, Bruce Springsteen Greatest Hits, The Clash Singles, and Bad Company, Tim from 6. Jason Forrat gets Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell 2. There we go. And then we have AC/DC, Who Made Who, the soundtrack from Maximum Overdrive. AC/DC, there's old Ball Breaker. Back in Black, I Hit the Sack. Creed, With Arms Wide Open. That's Human Clay. And David Lee Roth, A Little Ain't Enough. Wow, that was a pretty good crop from our CD tree. Let me go up front, see if I can pull another one off the limb. I got another little box up here from the CD tree. That was a pretty good crop. That's a cash crop. That's a cash crop. Wow, there's 2 more CD sprouts up here. Let me go pull another one off. Pluck, pluck. All right, let me put them in the box, in my little basket, my bushel of CD basket. My little bushel. Nice little bushel here. Little bushel. Little basket. CD bushel basket. With arms wide open. All right. So first we have High Infidelity, REO, and Who Made Who. All right. First I'll give you the AC/DC Who Made Who. And then REO was in one of those other stacks, wasn't it? Yeah, REO was right here. High Infidelity. That sold to James Young. And then Juanita Clash. Juanita Clash. The singles. Craig must have fell asleep. And then here's where we're at. We got Dave Matthews Band. I've never seen that one before. Stand Up. Dave Matthews Band, Stand Up. Bare Naked Ladies, Born on a Pirate Ship. Matchbox 20, More Than You Think You Are. Matchbox 20, Mad Season. REM Monster. Bare Naked Ladies, Maybe You Should Drive. Counting Crows, August and Everything After, Mr. Jones. That looks like Dave Matthews Band. It is Dave Matthews Band Every Day. And Black Crowes War Paint. All right, Shakedown, you're first on Dave Matthews Band. I know you want this one. There's another one that fell in there too if you want that one too. And then REM is so to Stephen Parton. So we got Bare Naked Ladies, Matchbox 20, Mad Season, Bare Naked Ladies. Counting Crows is so to Chris Frazier. And Dave Matthews Band and Black Crowes. Also, I have Black Crowes, 3 Snakes and 1 Charm. Black Crowes Southern Harmony. Black Crowes Amorica. Black Crowes By Your Side. And Black Crowes Self-Titled. Wow, that's like their classic lineups there. And is there anything else in this CD box? This CD box is empty. Let's go get another one off the tree. I think I got one more up there. Then I got to look up and see what time Taco Bell closes down the road. I might have to make a run for it. I could use a big steak quesadilla right now. I think I'm going to miss them, though. It's already what? Honestly, I've walked away, and I don't even know what time it is. There's no timer up here either. Is there a time up here? What time does this say? It's 12:58. Yeah, I think if they close at 2, I got time. If they close at 2, I have time. If they close in 2 minutes, I don't have time. I couldn't even get down there in 2 minutes if I was Flash. Well, I bet the Flash could get there in 2 minutes. The superhero, red costume, Mercury wings on his head. Well, at least the original Flash. They don't do that on the new Flash anymore. The original Flash had Mercury wings on his head. Okay. Next. Full hour. Oh, no. Are these CD? Oh, these are 45s. My bad. Never mind. This is a whole box here of 45s, so those are going to need processing. I thought those were CDs they laid up there. That's a whole box of 45s. Never mind. I bet I can find some more, though. Whole hour of streaming time. Baseball books. Let me see. I don't know if I can even get to them over here. I did bring a few things up here. I got some original... Check this out. I got some original press photos from 2001: A Space Odyssey. These are from Fred's collection. These are original press photos, but this is from the 1974 reissue. So they are reissues from 74, but really cool. There's a Kubrick shot from the movie. These are from Fred's collection, but they're 74 reissues. $15 for those three, if anybody's interested in that. Pretty cool items there. Actually, I like that shot. Look at that. Wow. Revolutionary movie. Definitely watch that. There was one night I actually stopped the show. I was like, all right, I'm stopping the show about a half hour early to get work done. And honestly, I have a stack of autographs here, but I can't remember if they've been checked or not. I think they have, because I think this Charlie Sheen is a forgery, I think. No, I don't know. I can't remember if these have been checked or not. But I went through so many boxes last night. Yeah, I can't remember. The Beatles, Jim Morrison, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jackie Robinson. I'm joking. I was going to say who's paying attention. Adam Bernardi wants the 2001 The Doors, Nick Drake. We have these three sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. Yeah, I can't remember. Obviously, they're not for sale because I got to get them checked. Or they failed and I forgot to put them with the bad stuff. So at this point, I don't even know who signed some of those. I guess here's some of them. John Loudermilk, Connie Smith, Melba Montgomery, Johnny Dollar, a lot of Harper. I already found the Harper Lee. We got it up front. It's in a matte. Yeah, I think this is recent stuff I found. Yeah, this is recent stuff I found. This is Ross Martin, Beverly Hills, California. Ross Martin. Robert Conrad. Is this members of yeah, Ross Martin and Robert Conrad. That's from a Western. Yeah, I think this is stuff I've recently found that I hadn't checked. Yeah. Because these are authentic. We just hadn't checked them yet. I don't know where they... I think. To Fred, Phyllis, Lois Lane. I think that's from one of those Superman serials. I can't remember. I mean, I can't... Let me just put all this away. We'll show it, but I can't remember if this stuff failed. This stuff might have failed as secretarial. No, it shouldn't, because here's Debbie Reynolds, and we had 100 Debbie Reynolds. There's another Robert Duvall. That's probably bad. There's Debbie Reynolds. But these all got to go to JSA. I don't know who that is. There's Captain Kangaroo. Johnny Dollar was a signed cut. Ronald Reagan. Pat Boone. This is signed by Janet Gaynor. I don't know. Here's more sci-fi related stuff. These are press photos from Alien. Alien. More press photos. There's another photo. There's another space if you want that one, Adam, for $5 to go with your other ones. There's another one. Alien, Alien, Alien. So we got 5 Alien press photos for $25. Are these from Alien too? Is that from Alien? I've never seen Alien, so I don't know. For the Love of Benji. Space Camp. All right, so this other Space Oddity is sold to Adam Bernardi for $5. That is a press photo from Ronald Reagan. So, see, that's a press kit from Space Camp. This is not signed by Ronald. This is not signed by the president, but it is an original press photo. $10 if you want it. It's got the information stamp on the back. It's an original photo from 1962. It's an original photograph. I do have 2 original Ronald Reagan campaign posters framed and hanging right next to me. I actually have 4 in the store. I have 4 Ronald Reagan movie campaign posters, I think. I do. I know. Aliens on my to-do list. Aliens on my to-do list for sure. Let's see here. John Kaiser, if you don't want the Reagan photo, Mega Blast does. There's one of them. There's the other one. Yep. And then, let's see. I got old Adlai Stevenson. It's gigantic though. God. It costs, oh no, it costs $200 or $300 to ship it. That's been hanging up there for like, I bet that's been hanging over there for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. If you probably took it down, it'd probably leave a spot. That's a gigantic poster. That's like, I don't know, 5 foot tall. You can see where I marked it down probably 3 years ago. But that frame has got to be expensive. So, let's see. Whoops. This thing's kind of crooked. Let's see. There's a Vinyl Wonderland. That's all discarded stuff. I think that guitar there is that's signed by Kid Rock, and I think that's the Creed signed guitar I've been missing. It is. I've been wondering where that is. I now can get a better angle. I might have to start using this camera to try to find stuff in the store. Yeah, that's signed by Kid Rock, and underneath it, it's signed by Creed. These, this is Chad Williams' personal collection. This is Eric Clapton, not for sale. Batman, not for sale. Batman, not for sale. I had a Goldfinger or a GoldenEye poster that fell down. So a GoldenEye poster fell 20 feet and it didn't break. We're way up in the rafters now. And then it's kind of blocked, but this one here is gigantic. This is this is a different GoldenEye. It's a Subway poster. It's gigantic. So. Sorry for the detour. And then here is our outhouse with the wasp nest on it. I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to operate this thing. It kind of has a lag. And then it's the opposite direction of where I want to go. But yeah, there's our outhouse, which turns into the bathroom. And there's Kid Rock's robe. There's posters. Grog's not a fan of Ronald Reagan. He's an you're talking about an American patriot. We're about to get to me. Yeah, there's my top of my head. Hey everybody. There's my shoulder. Let's not get me on camera. I mean, I don't mind, but this isn't the Chad show. This is the Collecco show. All right. This is sold to John Darden for $10. Nobody on the alien photos. These autographs have to be checked. I honestly can't remember. Those are either bad or I hadn't had them checked. And then I have a couple movie posters. It's going to be hard for me to open them because I don't have space here. So we won't wait on those. It's old westerns though. What else do I have? I think these are old handbills. Cracker, the Toasters, Power Man 5000, Rollins Band, the Church, Widespread Panic. Those are all handbills or old flyers from, where are these, up in Pittsburgh? Probably from Dale's collection. Yeah, these are like original, you know, I mean, they're Xeroxed, but they were made back in the day, you know. I mean, to me, they look original. So, you know, they're just old handbills that were Xeroxed. That's about as most I can tell you about them. So, Grog gets Cracker for $5. I still got the Toasters and Power Man 5000, Rollins Band, Church. If anybody wants those for $5 a piece, be my guest. What else do I have? The alien photos, yeah. Also, I need to look at what time Taco Bell closes for real. What time do they close? Wow. Wait a minute. Cumberland, West Main. Wow, they don't close till 3. Whoa. Okay, so I got time to finish up here, do my video, and then go eat. Widespread Panic for $5 to Grog. You got it. Yeah, let's look at the alien photos again. So these are, I think these are originals too. So they did press kits for movies. Is this one from Aliens? This doesn't look like Aliens. That looks like, was that Close Encounters? I don't know. I don't know if those are from Alien or not. I have no idea. It says copyright 1980, so I don't think that's Alien, no. And then Alien was 79, right? Yeah. Alien was 79. Okay, so that's from Alien. This one isn't, but it's stuck to the back of it, For the Love of Benji. So there's Alien. I don't know what this is, but on the back is definitely one from Alien. And then there's another one from Alien, and there's something kind of stuck to it. That's from Alien. And there's Flash Gordon. Okay. And then these are Alien, 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 Alien. All right, so the only one I don't, it's stuck to, you can tell they had these mounted somewhere. These are almost like, these little things here, the colored ones, these are almost like lobby cards. But you can tell they were taped to probably a lobby wall. And I wish I could separate this. I'll do any one of these for $5. Flash or anything. So Denise, 5 on that. That's definitely a real press photo. And then how much a cloak has on the mountaintop? Yeah, we'll say 5 or 10 for both. And then Hiram Mass, then Grog. And then, yeah, we can say like 20 for all the alien photos. 20 for all the alien. I think these are kind of like lobby cards, the color ones. So, oh man. Sorry, that was a great knuckle adjustment. Ooh, now my ankles, I'm popping like popcorn. Okay. Anybody want the last? I'll put the last 3 handbills in here for $5. That way we can put them in a board and bag. All right, Hiram had dibs on Close Encounters, so he gets those for 5 and 5. All right, and then Denise gets Flash. And then John Durden says he'll take the one that's stuck. This one here with this. This one here for 5, John Durden. And so, yeah, there's the rest of the alien photos. rest of those flyers too, if anybody wants those for $5, since I can put them all together. And then that leaves just Space Camp. Make sure that was everything. Yeah, Space Camp. That's a whole press kit of that. Could y'all hear all that popping? That was my ankles, and then my knuckles, and then my back, and my chest. I had something in my chest just popped. Whew. Y'all beat me to death tonight. Let me go up front and get that other handful. Give me 1 second. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, I've got these. I was going to auction these, but I'll sell them for $10 a piece. These are pretty cool, actually. These are $10 a piece. These are very cool magazines. And I was going to auction them or put them together, but these are Screen Thrills Illustrated, issue number 1. And then I've got a bunch of different ones. Screen Thrills Illustrated. This is called Days of Thrills and Adventure, which is basically like a magazine of old movie posters. It's kind of an older magazine too. And then there's a bunch more Screen Thrills. There's this one. There's this one with the Phantom and Red Skelton. There's this one with a very odd version of Robin and Meacham and Beverly Hillbillies. This one here's pretty cool. Yeah, $10 on any of these, yeah. And then there's this one. Look at that. It has the Fiend, which went on to be the Misfits mascot. This one here. And then, well, there's one more. And then look at this. An original Hit Parader with Jimi Hendrix on the cover. I just boarded and bagged these too. Hit Parader, January of 1970. He was still alive. He was still alive. Hit Parader, 1970. Adam Bernardi says he'll take this one. Okay. And then Scott Dwallow, you were second on that one. Adam beat you to that one. And then Juanita wants this one. The one that's not Screen Thrills. And then Grog got Hit Parader with Hendrix on the cover. I think that's amazing. And then John Durden, then Robert Warner. Okay? And then here are, there's 8 Screen Thrills left. Okay, so if anybody's interested in the rest, they're really cool too. Let me give you an idea of what they look like inside of them. I mean, they're pretty cool. If anybody wants to make an offer on the rest, they have lots of pictures and magazines. Scott said hello. I see you. You were second on issue number 1. You were second. Adam Bernardi says, how much is Screen Thrills 1? Then he said $10. I said yes. And then Scott, then you said Thrills Magazine. Then Adam said, I'll take number 1. And then you said number 1. So you were second 3 times in a row. You were second 3 times in a row. Adam Bernardi beat you to it. Yeah. There's those. I only kept 1 out of that stack. And let me go up front and grab a few more things, and I'll show you the one I kept. I thought about keeping number 1 because it has a cool cover. But what I was saying, if anybody wants to make an offer for those last 8, you can go right ahead. You can go right ahead if anybody wants to make an offer on those last 8. I'll show you the one I kept. I tried to be careful how much stuff I keep here in the store. Otherwise, I'd say if I'm 30 years old or about to be 30 in December, I bet by the time I'm 50, I'll probably have a 50,000 square foot warehouse full of collectibles at this rate, because I've already got, but I like this one. James Bond and the Beatles is on it. So I had to keep that one. That's 2 of my favorite things right there. It's got some really cool articles in there too and photos. So had to keep that one. And let's see here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. In 20 more years, I'll have, it'd probably fill up semi-trailers full, especially if my inventory, just like my business inventory, keeps growing. Like, it's just a phenomenon with business. As business grows, your inventory grows. And so, like, I have no idea how, like, I have boxes of stuff I've never been through. Like, I found all this last night. Had no idea I even had these. So, it's just like, where does all this stuff come from? So, this one sold to Scott Dwallow. And now that leaves 7. If anybody else wants any of those or wants to make an offer on what's left. If not, I'm probably going to sell them in an auction tomorrow. Could be even for a lot less. So if you want to make an offer, go right ahead. Got a few more random signatures here. I think some of these have been shown before because they have prices on them. But they're about to go into my to-be listed eBay pile. I've got Clayton Moore, the Lone Ranger. That's $65. It's JSA'd. Spanky McFarlane. No price on that, but I bet I can come up with a price. I kind of forgot what that was. I think these are cowboy related. Yeah, I don't have these tagged. Gale Storm, Loretta Young, Lana Turner. I have a bunch of these. As y'all know, they're signed by Bond Girl, Shirley Eaton, who was on Goldfinger. I have a bunch of these, different poses, different things, but she was the girl, the Golden Girl from Goldfinger. Let's see here. These are all JSA'd. Jack Lemmon. Jack Lemmon. This is, I forgot who this was. Is this, I forgot who that was. I'm sure y'all know before I can. There's more, there's the Lone Ranger again. More Lone Ranger. Another Lone Ranger. This guy was evidently a magician. Carl Ballantyne. Ann Sothern. No, this is Stella Stevens. John Russell from Lawman and Charles Martin signed contract. James Gardner from this is signed from Maverick, and then there's James Gardner again. These are all JSA. 12 Angry Men. Give me 1 second. And I'm going to pull up the JSA card so we can figure out who signed it. And then Jack Lemmon. Give me 1 second. These are from, we went through these one night about a year ago, this stack here. And I think I wrote down a lot of prices on my phone. Let me find out what we got over here. And we sold some Jack Lemmons that night. Like several, I'm pretty sure. Those are pretty popular. Let's see. Let me make sure there's not a sticky on the back of them. All right, so James Gardner. All right, James Gardner. John Russell from Lawman, Charles Martin. Stella Stevens. Ann Sothern. The Carl Ballantyne. Lone Ranger, and then Jack Lemmons. No, these don't have. Did I only have 2? How many do I have? I've got 3. And I think this goes to this one. Jack Lemmons. Let's see if I can find it over here or pull up a comp right quick. I might can pull up a comp faster. There's a cut. I think that night we were selling them for 55. Yeah, that seems about right. Here's where a JSA sold for 70 and a JSA cut sold for 60. I think that night John Durden, I was selling them for, there's where a JSA photo 70 and a cut sold for 65. So yeah, I'll do them for 55 if you want any. And I think this goes with this one, Save the Tiger. I think that one goes to that one. This one is from the front page, and this one is from Save the Tiger. Yeah, so the front page and Save the Tiger. All right, and I still don't know. Remember that one. There's all the Shirley Eatons. I got so many different pictures and poses and... Oh, there's another Jack Lemmon. Alex and the Gypsies. There's the card that goes with it. There's another Jack Lemmon. Also, I'm not realizing that y'all can't see but half of what I'm showing. Let me tilt my camera down here. There's another Jack Lemmon. And that's where they start. So I got about 6 or 7 of them. And then there's all the Shirley Eatons, I think. Yeah. All right. So I've got 5 or 6 of those then. All right, and then Lana Turner. And then Loretta Young. Gail Storm. All right, then let me run this JSA card and see who signed this. Because I don't know anything about this one, Grog. But we'll find out. It's AX 74138. It is signed by Richard Thomas, Kevin Dobson, Charles Borland, and Mark Martini. "12 Angry Men." It's signed by Richard Thomas, Kevin Dobson, Charles Borland, and Mark Martini. And then this one is signed by AX 74139. This one is signed by Richard Thomas. Okay. And then Walter Matthew. I don't think, no, I think they're just all lemons, but we'll go back to them. Yeah, this one has 2. Let me make sure that that one's JSA 2. Yeah. This one has 2 signatures on it. This has Lemon and Matthew. So let's take a look at that one and make sure. This is AX 73496. Now, they just verified Jack Lemmon on this one. Okay? They just verified Jack Lemmon on this one. So, one or two things. The Matthew, if that's the one y'all referring to, is bad, or they didn't catch it. And there's a good chance it's bad. This is from Headed for the Slam, scene from the Billy Wilder film, The Front Page. It's another one from the front page. Yeah. Well, there was a lot of stuff that Fred had. So, like, for example, when I first started going through his collection, I had these photos here. And the first couple I found in his binders, which was his near and dear personal collection, right? Some of the first ones I had were signed by, first time I ever seen anything of these, we had several signed by Shirley Eaton and what appeared to be Sean Connery, right? And I went, good gosh. And I've been looking for Connery autographs in the wild forever. And they were one or two things. JSA believes they were secretarial. But Fred had about 20 Connery items. None of them were authentic. Now, what happened was we had a bunch that were signed by Shirley. And Shirley stuff, they just authenticated, signed by Shirley Eaton. And they still just put stickers on them. And the Connerys were bad. And we had like 2 or 3. And I sold those. You know, because some people's like, wow. I mean, because if you look at a real Connery and look at his secretary, they were hard. So what I was saying is we had a lot of stuff with Fred. I can double check this next time they come through. But there's a good chance that that's bad and they didn't authenticate it. Let me pull it up. Walter Matthau. Thank you. Sorry. Y'all know how I am with names. Let me look it up. Let's find a JS8 and we can find out Walter. I can tell you pretty fast sometimes. Just by looking at a real one. Yeah, I don't think that's authentic. I don't think this is authentic. Yeah. No, it doesn't look like it. But we can check. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it is. So. The Walt has some characteristics, but but you know, I'm not the expert. I don't know. I've been staring at this Walt Disney letter for a week, or actually for 3 months. So there's only 2. So here's a prime example of what to be careful on eBay. There's only 2 that has sold that are authenticated JSA. All these here have sold. They're not authenticated, and there's a really good chance they're fakes. So you got to be careful with stuff like that. Now you can type in PSA, and then you can see what has sold with PSA. That was JSA. Nothing has sold, and then you can look up, nothing has sold PSA, then you can look up Beckett. And I'm just looking at sold, but you can also look at actives that are authenticated. So yeah, nothing, only 2 have sold JSA. But you only want to buy JSA, PSA, or Beckett. If it's JSA, PSA, or Beckett, then they're good. I'd put 99.9% every time. Most other COAs are fake. I can show you a lot of fake autographs on eBay. Are all these JSA'd? Yeah, these are all JSA'd. I don't know. Yeah, they might have just missed that one. Yeah, he has a very unique W. It's a very unique W. There's a cut. But also, he decided to write this one really tiny, which is weird. So I'll have to double check that. I think that's it. That was dual signed by Jack Lemmon. The rest of them are good. The rest of them are okay. Let's see here. Here is a fake, let's see. Here is a fake Cat Stevens. Here's a fake Jerry Garcia. Here's a very fake Jerry Garcia with a certificate of authenticity. Okay, that is 100% fake because it's not a reputable company and it's actually a pretty bad signature. And then this is a Cat Stevens, and I think underneath this frame, there's another certificate. This is a fake Cat Stevens. That was a fake Jerry Garcia. Let's see here. Here's a fake Johnny Cash. There's a very bad forgery for Willie Nelson. Bad Steppenwolf signature. That's a fake Jerry Reed signature. This is a complete forgery of Alabama signatures. None of those are authentic. Complete forgeries. This is signed by the meters, and they're all fake. That's a fake Rita Coolidge. That's a fake Chris Christopherson. These are all fake Dave Clark. Those are all fake. This is stuff I've been photographing for a video I'm doing. I think I've got about 1,000 forgeries over here. And fake autographs. I'm doing it for like a database and for a video. It's a fake. The ones on vinyl, I'm going to try to mark them out. Like I think I'm going to take a Sharpie and just like mark it out. That way we can still sell the record for something. But I think what I'm going to do is take just like a black Sharpie and just cross it out. I don't remember on that one. So we're getting into some of these Western people, which also I'm like, why would, you know? And then here's a weird, we had a ton of authentic James Stewarts, and then like this one's bad. And you can kind of tell somebody messed it up. I mean, it looks kind of good at first glance, but so. Yeah, these are Mickey Rooney's. These are fake. Oh, there's so many of these. But you see, Fred would send off to secretaries. So, and back then he didn't know when he was getting these back. So he had Mickey Rooney's address, and so he would mail off Mickey Rooney. And when he got them back, he was just assuming Mickey Rooney was. He just assumed that Mickey Rooney was signing them, and they were being signed by a secretary. So you have to have an expert look at them and know to know what you got. So yeah, I got a bunch of them, and then I'm gonna destroy them all. So what do we got here? We got I'll go 6-2 on Jack and Walter right now. If you want to say the JSA time, the Walter Matthew. What did I say? 55. I'll sell it to you for $65. I'll sell it to you for $65, and it'll be your headache. Okay. Let me figure out what I've done with it. Did it get mixed back up? What have I done with it? But the expensive stuff, you got to get letters from JSA. And, you know, if you're going to spend any serious money, always make sure it has a letter because it's notarized and stamped. And it's really hard to, when it gets to that level, they make 3 or 4 people sign off on them. That's like if you're going to spend $10,000 on McCartney or $20,000 on John Lennon or something like that. Well, I'm going to go through all these again and figure out what I've done with them. I must have put them somewhere else. Did I lay them? That's my sold pile. What have I done with them? Shoot. This is what happens when I start dragging out piles and piles of stuff. I'm going to go to my overhead camera again. I laid them somewhere. Did I put them back? I'll have to rewind it on YouTube. Somebody go rewind and figure out what I did with that. All right, so Shirley. I could have swore I laid it right back in this pile. All right, so there's Jack. There's Jack. Did I lay more on top of them? Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right, now, Stephen, I owe you one thing. I got to find this card, this AX73946. They will write that down, and I will try my best to find it because it's not these. I don't even know what these are. AX7 4000. So I've got about 2,000 authenticated autographs on hand, and most of the cards I don't have matched. And that's what I did last night. I was boarding and bagging stuff and putting the cards with them. This doesn't, like, if you don't have this, it's no big deal. This is a non-tamperable sticker, holographed and matched. That's all you got to have. Some people like having the card as a bonus, but you really don't have to have it. So tag that to Steven for $65. We'll put that in a board and bag. And we have a sheet over here of missing cards. Here's some just from the last week. I'm still trying to find the people who bought them. And I run across them every now and then because you can look them up and, like, I don't know even what these are. Let's see what these even go to. Verify. This is AX7 4000. This goes to a Stanley Kramer signed TLS. I have no idea where that is. And this is an AX73995 Henry Mancini signed contract. Somewhere in this building, I have a Henry Mancini signed contract. So, I think I got somebody, an autograph guy that wants to do some trading. No, this is not what I thought it was. Never mind. This is cool, though. This is signed by Hank Snow. It's an old Western Song for Leo book. I've got one up front that's signed by, like, Minnie Pearl and George Jones, and it's like the whole book, each page has like an autograph on it. I think I got somebody that wants to buy that. That's a big country fan or trade. And, well, I'm going to wrap up the show because what I was going to do is tonight work on more stuff like this. I love autographs. I absolutely love autographs, and we have so many cool items. Hank Snow is, let me make sure there's no other stickers on this. Let me make sure, like, there's not a George Jones tucked down in here. I don't think there is, though. I think it's just Hank Snow on this one. $45. John, that would look good next to your Willie Nelson you bought from us. $45. I can come up with some Tex Ritter. I know we have Tex from I know we have texts. Come on, John Durden. You can be the last sell of the night. And then I got Kenny Rogers. Made out to somebody. What a name. Made out to who? To somebody. I can't make out who that says, though. It's a Torah book. I think we've sold all the George Jones stuff, except that book I'm talking about. But I can't really remember. You'd mentioned Alabama forgery. Is it that hard of a band to find full signatures album cover? No, we've had plenty of Alabamas. I think I still have some. Yeah, just sometimes you question, like, why did somebody forge this, right? You know, like why did somebody take time to try to fake these autographs when it would be, you know, $100 item? Now, these make sense. Like, this, if this was real, it's like a couple $1,000s, you know. A nicely signed Johnny Cash album is a couple $1,000s. I can see somebody wanting to try to get a bunch of jackets and fake those, but I don't understand, like, unless they were doing it for, I don't know. Like, why would somebody want to try to force? Because some of them look pretty good. Like, that looks like Jeff Cook's signature. He does the little doodle and stuff. But, like, why would they do that? And like this would be probably worthy. I mean, this is worth several $100s if it's real. So that'd probably be worth somebody's time to try to fake. So no, these were rejected by JSA. No, these are 100% bad. 100%. Those few I just showed you. Yeah. And a lot of them I didn't know. I mean, a lot of them would have fooled me. You know. So you got to have them look at it. I'm not going to sell anything unless it's. My policy will always remain the same. I'm not selling any significant item unless it has that sticker or letter from JSA. Otherwise, to me, it's not worth anything. If it don't have a JSA sticker, a PSA sticker, a Beckett sticker, a Beckett letter, a JSA letter, or a PSA letter, to me, it's not worth anything until you get that on it. Unless, it's just something that it wouldn't be the worth, like, even if it was real, it'd only be worth $20 or something, or $10. Like, I've got a whole stack of CDs over here. It's signed. They're signed CDs, and it's not really worth the money. On that. So, no, the Walt Disney signature is real. It's just not live ink. That is something else that that's something else you got to look for. Sometimes you'll see autographs, right? It's 100% a Walt Disney autograph. It's just not live ink. That's something else you got to look at when you're looking at something. You've got to make sure the ink is real. So, because without a doubt, that's Walt Disney's signature, but the ink is not live. Or at least we don't think it is. That's the problem. That's the current debate with that item, is the ink real on it. So, because, I was told in person, this is 100% Walt Disney signature. The ink's not real, or the ink's not live. So that's where the problem runs in. It's like, oh, so what do you do about that? It's just, they say it's printed on there, so. Yeah, it's not a secretarial forgery, so that's where it gets complicated, Stephen, and that's where I've been trying to get to the bottom of that mystery. So there's a lot. It's essentially a facsimile. It's like a secretarial print or stamp, but some of that I'm like, yeah, how do you do it? How did you do that in 1956? Because like if you took a magnifying glass to this Hank Snow autograph and you look right here where the lines overlap, you'll see a layering. Or if you can go do an experiment right now, if you go sign your name and then look at it in a magnifying glass, you can see the ink laying over on top of ink. It's really hard to tell on that, you know, Disney. It's just like you can see like fading, but it's really hard to see layering. But at the same time, my eyes are deceiving. I'm like, man, I think I do see layering. So, you know, you can kind of like, here's a better example. Here's one more bold. Like you can almost tell like where this Gary Hoey, it overlays right in here. And this is 100% not printed on there. You look at it in a powerful magnifying glass, you can see it on the surface. Especially if you look at it from an angle, you can see it laying on the surface. It's not printed like this is. So, yeah. Whew. But, yeah, that's a crazy item. I've thing about stuff is I try to I've bought I've bought 2 really bad fakes that I didn't go through the proper channels. And one's a Tiger Woods I'm looking at. One's a Tiger Woods. And we bought it in a collection, and I thought it was real. It's Fanatics authenticated. But Fanatics is one of the, like, if you heard when I named stuff, you got to be careful. Plus, it's a fake hologram. So, it's tricky. I would say don't buy anything over $1,000 unless you got a letter. And don't buy anything over $1,000 unless you got 2 or 3 letters. I wouldn't buy a $1,000 autograph unless you have 2 or 3 companies authenticate it. Or the dealer has had 2 or 3 companies authenticate it. Otherwise, I don't think it's worth the risk and your headache to sleep at night knowing if you have a real autograph or not. After spending 10 grand on something or 5 grand. So, but I think the collectors in that realm that I have sold to on eBay, I think they do that. So, this will go down in the history books, the Disney as a mystery, but I'm going to reach out to this guy and make sure we're on the same page before we ship it. Before I ship it, I'm going to make sure we're on the same page, and then I'm going to ask him what he's going to do with it and find out more information. So. All right. Anybody else? These guys at PSA and JSA, I think they have to take forensic classes now. So, they look at all kinds of different stuff. They're pretty good people. Pretty sharp to be able to do all that. All righty. I'm heading to Taco Bell. Thanks, everybody. It's been a fun night as we wrap up here. And I am done. I'm signing off. And that's it. That's all she wrote. We'll see what happens. and I am in the feed. Okay, thanks everybody. I'll be back tomorrow for more. We'll bring out more, probably more everything, especially sign stuff. I love sign stuff. We have enough here for 12 years to go through. Fred had a lot of stuff. It's amazing.